Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny is here.
Hey, how you doing?
For the first morning show of 2023. Johnny, not one of the people that God killed before the new year, but
I was hoping, you know?
He was busy. He was very busy. He killed everybody. He killed one of the popes. We had two popes.
Yeah.
God killed one of them.
Well, I mean, that's just putting us back on track. Right?
He killed Barbara Walters, and he killed one other person.
Literally doing the Lord's work.
Oh, no, he killed the 3-6 Mafia woman and one of the Pointer Sisters, yeah.
I didn't know about that one. We lost the Pointer Sisters.
We lost one of the Pointer Sisters. I don't know how many are left.
Yeah, that's the follow-up question I had.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest. I think there were. I only know this from pictures.
We lost index. Middle is still there.
Yeah, the middle sisters now, or the ring sisters, I think they're called. But yeah, Gangsta Boo is gone. One of the Pointer Sisters is gone. The old Pope is gone. The Nazi Pope, not the Commie Pope. We had a Nazi Pope, and then we followed that up with a Commie Pope, who basically forgot everything about Catholicism.
Yeah.
They just started asking him. I think it was one of those things where, like, one of the parents got a kid because the other parent, like, did a lot of drugs and beat the shit out of it. So now the new parent just lets the kid do whatever it wants because they feel bad. They're like, oh, no, I put him in that position. Like, Ratzinger, the one who just died, he was like Mr. Cover Up All the Abuse guy.
Yeah.
And they rewarded him with being the Pope. They're
Right.
like, hey, thanks for saving our ass. That really, that could have gone sideways on us even worse than it did. Would you like to be Pope? And he's like, yeah, sure. But what if they,
Don't like the fact that I helped cover up the kid diddling.
Right, the whole kid diddling thing. What if they figure out that I was the guy who basically moved and shuffled everybody around and kept people from suing us? And they're like, well, I mean, it's not like it's ever going to come to that, but if so, you could just step down. And he's like, isn't this like a God-appointed position for the rest of my life? Like, God wants me to do this, and so we're just kind of channeling the voice of God through me. And they're like, yeah, but it clearly states in the Bible that unless there's some kind of existential legal crisis that the church is going through, then yes, it's an appointed by God position until it becomes politically indefensible to have you here, and then God's totally okay if you take a little leave of absence. So he became Pope Emeritus. So basically the Catholic Church became like boxing bodies now, where they have a champion and then a super champion and then an interim champion. That's how they did the Pope thing. Well, now God killed the old Pope.
Put us back on the right number.
But now we have communist Pope who, like, after the Nazi Pope died, the Nazi kid diddler cover-upper Pope, the new Pope just started saying yes to everybody. He was like Jim Carrey from Yes Man.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, what about gay people? Are they cool? He's like,
why
yeah,
not?
sure, gays are fine. And they're like, really? Because on page 9, 19, 94, 206, 307, 414, 622.
Few references.
1,028, 1,124, 1,236, and 1,884. It looks like you guys are not big fans of ours.
Yeah.
And the Pope's like, nah, those were the days that God was on his period. And so he just got a little cunty, and when he gets cunty, he yells at gay people. So it's just disregard.
It's kind of like how some people get racist when they don't have a Snickers.
Yeah, or a good night's sleep. Or breakfast. Or lunch.
Well, I mean, Tuesday.
Or a nap.
Why?
Or our conscious. You know, either
Different
one.
things.
So, yeah, they killed that Pope. Then they killed Barbara Walters, which, let's be honest, she wasn't doing anything. She was, 93 or something? She made it to, 93, 94 years old. I mean, yeah. I mean, for someone who asked, easy questions in a funny voice, she had a good run.
Yeah, I'm just sad that she's gone now because no one can interview her about her death.
As normal for most people. But, yeah, I think maybe later today at some point when we talk about Barbara Walters, we can play the Norm Macdonald interview. Of course, that's my favorite Barbara Walters moment, is when she got really upset with Norm Macdonald for calling Bill Clinton a murderer on The View.
Just over and over again?
That was I'm sure she's interviewed Gorbachev and all kinds of famous people throughout the history of the world. But my favorite was the Norm Macdonald Bill Clinton thing. So, and God killed Don West. Don West from Home Shopping, Sports Memorabilia, Total Nonstop Action Wrestling. I think he also did some NASCAR stuff too. Don West was an announcer for everything. And God took him too because he needed a corpse that was in mint condition. Gangsta Boo, Pointer Sister, Don West, Barbara Walters. And then he tried to kill Jeremy Renner yesterday. He wasn't done with celebrities at the end of 2022. I thought it was kind of like a house cleaning thing.
Yeah.
End of the year, I got to get some people. Now he's trying to kill Hawkeye in a snowplow accident. Jeremy Renner is being treated for serious injuries that happened while he was plowing snow, which should teach every celebrity, don't plow your own snow.
Are we sure that's not an innuendo for something?
Yeah, he's just going through so much coke that he almost killed himself.
In someone else's butthole.
So 51-year-old Renner is in critical but stable condition. No further details on the extent of Renner's injuries were available. See, to me, critical but stable condition doesn't make any sense because the mere nature of being in critical condition
means
is
you're
unstable.
not really stable.
Right.
It's it's touch and go, and we need to keep an eye on you.
It's he's in critical condition,
but he's stable.
Yeah, he's not getting worse. It's of course he's not getting worse. The only thing worse than critical is dead. Yeah. He's in critical condition. Man, he's really messed up. He's in tough shape. He could die. But don't worry.
He's stable.
He's not getting worse at the moment. No further details on the extent of Renner's injuries were available. He owns a home near Mount Rose, Ski Tahoe, which was hit by a strong winter storm over the weekend. According to a release from the Washoe County Sheriff's Office, deputies responded to a traumatic injury. Renner was airlifted to a local hospital. Sheriff's Office did not provide details on the extent of Renner's injuries or what may have caused them, but said no other people were involved. Renner, so he just wrecked. He just had a wreck in his plow. They said a traumatic injury. So something tells me that movie-wise, we might have seen the end of Jeremy Renner. Even if he lives through this,
he might not be.
Yeah, I don't think he returned from the. I mean, who's the last person we saw come back after it was a critical injury? Tracy Morgan.
Oh yeah,
but we haven't seen
we haven't seen him. He's done a couple of things.
He's done a couple of things, and you can tell he's not.
He's not as fast as he used to be. The wit's not quite there.
He's not the old Tracy Morgan. He's a 2-time acting Oscar nominee. What? Back-to-back nominations for The Hurt Locker and The Town. Oh, okay. Renner's portrayal of a bomb disposal specialist in Iraq in 2008's The Hurt Locker helped turn him into a household name. Bullshit. Him being, wait, was he Gamble or Street in SWAT? I think he was Street.
Yeah, I think he was Street.
Yeah, he was Street and SWAT, bitch. Don't give me any of this.
Yeah,
Hurt
don't back
Locker
down
now.
on SWAT. That's like
0304. Forget 2008's The Hurt Locker. He was oh god damn it. Who was he? Was the serial killer, the cannibal. The one they just made a big Dahmer. He was Jeffrey Dahmer in the low budget straight to video.
I had no idea.
Yeah, Dahmer, Bundy, Gacy. They made and Ed Gein. They had like 4 serial killer movies this one company made. And they had like the same covers, they had the same background, like you could tell it was the same company doing it. And Jeremy Renner was Jeffrey Dahmer. So don't give me this Hurt Locker. I ain't never seen a Hurt Locker. I don't know a Hurt Locker. I know Street from SWAT, and I know Jeffrey Dahmer. Those are the 2 I know.
Just because he's an idol.
What the guys, I don't know where this is coming from. Shut up. Do you see anything playing?
Not on the screen.
Shut up.
There we go.
Oh, there it is. All the dead people. Okay.
Angela Lansbury, huh?
She died last year? Okay.
All right.
He just really cleaned house. The Avengers in 2012 cemented him as part of Marvel's grand storytelling ambitions, with his character appearing in several sequels and getting its own Disney Plus series, Hawkeye. Well, another Disney Plus series that's not going so well.
I haven't even seen it. So,
Nope.
Yeah.
No idea. Well, so they got the Pope, they got Walters, they got the Pointer Sister, they got 3-6 Mafia, but they haven't got Hawkeye yet. Have not gotten Hawkeye yet.
But they winged him.
They did. They got him pretty bad. I've heard Gangsta Boo died of fent-laced coke. See, you can't do coke anymore.
Dude, just fentanyl's ruining drugs.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just in general.
And then if you get it done right, you're just like, nothing's the same.
Yeah. You can't. No more coke, guys. Sorry. Coke is canceled for 2023. Because mixing fentanyl with anything is insane because it's this tiny amount that can kill you. I don't know why people are fucking around with fentanyl.
I mean, I'd get it if they chose to and they made a mistake. Like, all right, you went for the ride and it bit you in the ass. Okay, fine. But the idea of like, oh, my Coke was laced with fentanyl. You know what I want when I get really, really amped up and really like, yeah, let's go. Let's do something that's going to make me take a nap.
Yeah. It's a weird mix. And again, it's that
upper and a downer.
It's that tiny little amount that they mix in with the cocaine. It's like, why?
Remember, you eat a rock the size of a Tic Tac and it was all the knee.
They go in there and they go, oh yeah, fentanyl. You just this little piece can kill you, but it's so addictive that they keep putting it in the cocaine. You know what cocaine doesn't need? Addictive properties.
I really I want to keep doing cocaine, but I have nothing to keep making me come back. You know, nothing's really attracting me to it.
I mean, I didn't think coke needed to be more hooky.
It didn't even need a salesman. At this point, it was already doing its own work.
Coke has been crushing the game for like 50 years. And now all of a sudden you think it needs a buddy?
Yeah, Coke's biggest problem is that too many of us are too poor to afford it.
Right.
That's really the biggest one.
All right, I got a deal for you. Every time they try to make Coke accessible to like the average rank and file person, they end up just wiping people out. Like the last time they tried to make Coke accessible by cutting it was crack.
Oh, God.
And then if you've ever watched any documentary on like the crack epidemic,
that didn't go well.
Oh, just zombies. It was like, forget your bath salts and your spice and all that shit. Crack. Oh my God. Crack will kill you before you die. It's amazing.
Plus, it made people laugh if you came out like, I'm addicted to crack. Like, oh, so you can't call a plumber.
So then you have, now they're trying to do fentanyl to make cocaine accessible. Just stop making cocaine accessible to regular people.
Its elitism is part of the appeal.
The fun part about cocaine
is like first-class drugs.
Right. If you save enough to have cocaine, it's like saving enough to get a first-class ticket on a plane. You're like, look, I don't have to hang out with my weed friends tonight. I got Coke. I'm going out with a better class of loser tonight. This is going to be great. But fentanyl, crack, cocaine was fine on its own. You had to go mix it up. I feel like Petey Green talking about watermelon, you know? Where he's like, and then they mess it up and they mix it up and then they even got the notion to put liquor and then when all you got to do is pick it up like this, you pick it up. That's how I feel about cocaine.
Ironically,
all you got to do is pick the cocaine up like this here. Just do it like Tony Montana at the end of Scarface.
That seems like that almost might be taken weirdly if you're like, all right, so just do a whole impersonation. They have to put fentanyl in it. What I gotta do is pick a big hand, let here. Just fucking
and
gone.
Sometimes they got the lotion to put. They got the notion to put ether in it and smoke it out of a copper pipe. When all you gotta do is pick the cocaine up like this here, man. And sometimes they got the notion to put battery acid in it. When all you gotta do is pick it up like. So don't put no more fentanyl in the cocaine was doing fine. Leave it expensive. All right? Leave it expensive. That was the point. It was a fun, fancy drug. And you guys are turning it into the same garbage and trash and shit as everybody else.
Yeah.
Let's go to Gray Idols. He says, April sounds a little bit angry today. Is she on her period?
Totally.
Yes, she gets a little
free bleeding.
She gets really weird. When look at the there's just a full transformation. She has a rare condition where you actually get multiple sclerosis from your period once a month. It's kind of shitty because it ends up screwing up her body, but it's also, she's in the medical books because it's the only kind of MS that retreats and leaves and goes away, and then every 28 days.
There's also like a Dr. Jekyll, Mrs. Hyde kind of thing.
Yes. Thomas Jameson says we need the CIA to start importing quality coke again. Yeah, but aren't they the ones who started with the crack in the first place?
Weren't they the ones who that made it like, let's make it super accessible to the poor black community so we have something to keep them in check?
No, like everything else in America, give it back to the private sector and let them just make a pure product. Or pay a bunch of Colombians. I don't know what you need to do. Just purify the coke in 2023. Stop with the fentanyl. Orange Boy says it'd be funny if Johnny said he was April all day, then kept saying embarrassing stuff. Well, he'll do that on his own.
Yeah.
How dare you? Thomas Jameson says, I'm black. Thank you, CIA, for making it accessible. I don't know if the rest of the black community would agree with you on that one. As far as bringing the crack into the inner city. By the way, if you've ever watched any documentary on crack, like if you've watched I think there's a series just called Crack on Netflix. It's not even a conspiracy theory if you watch.
It's like well known.
The government totally put crack into the inner city.
It was kind of like their idea.
Yeah, they were like, look, so what's our plan after we drop it in there? Oh, no, that's the best part.
We don't need one.
You don't need to. Like, watch it. They'll go nuts over this crack thing.
And they'll take it all on their own. We just have to bring it in.
Dude, they'll fucking have kids, and the kids will have like dented heads. They'll be born like bad soup cans. It'll be incredible, crazy what we're gonna do. And then what are we gonna do with the money? We're gonna bust up the drug dealers. We know who the drug dealers are. We hired them. Then we're gonna bust them. We're gonna take their money away, and we're gonna use it to buy weapons for the Sandinistas. How did it? There was the crack. There was the Sandinistas. And there was the Iranians. I think we were then taking the coke money, and then we were buying weapons to give the Iranians so they would release our hostages. Do I have that right?
I have no idea.
I think so. I think it was...
What's phase 2?
Yeah, I can't exactly
phase
remember.
Phase 3 profit.
Iran-Contras. No, so there was Iran. That's the weird thing is you have Iran, and then you have the Contras. The Contras were in Nicaragua. They were fighting the Sandinistas. And then you had Iran, who had our hostages, and we were trying to get rid of them. So we gave the Iranians weapons, which never came back to bite us in the ass. At the same time, we were backing the Iraqis and their invasion of Iran.
Again, no problems there.
Again, we were just arming both sides of a conflict, which has never happened before or since in American history. Three-way trades across the Atlantic are always a good idea, says Stevie J. Yeah, I think there was also a player to be named later and compensatory draft picks in that deal, but I can't remember.
But it's got to be your bull.
Yeah, Scarface says, no, we were funding the Iraq-Iran war on behalf of Israel. Okay, so we were taking the cocaine, buying it from Nicaragua, and then...
selling it in the inner city.
Buying it from Nicaragua so the Contras could buy weapons to fight the Sandinistas. And then selling the crack, busting up the dealers, and giving the money to Iran so they could buy weapons to fight Iraq, who we were arming at the same time.
It was like a government-level training day kind of thing.
Holy shit. I mean, I don't think any country other than America has ever funded 4 sides in one war. That's incredible. Be Kind Rewind says CIA has destabilized almost every Southern American country on behalf of fruit companies. He got us involved in some kind of a fruit company, and he said we didn't have to worry about money anymore. So I said, well, that's good. One less thing. Ronald Reagan still never recalled. No. That's just Ronald Reagan had some down-ass guys, though. Ronald Reagan had guys who would just fall on the grenade for him. Like, Ronald Reagan was like, hey, I'm just an old man with a terrible memory, and I can't believe you're all picking on me. And then a bunch of generals went, yeah, we totally did it. We didn't tell the president. Fuck that guy. By the way, there's no military-industrial complex that's secretly running this country.
Why would you think such a thing? Just because everyone who's said or done anything about it, including a former president, has suddenly disappeared or died.
One of two things is the case. Reagan's a terrible liar, and the president totally ordered this. Or what could be worse, all of this was going on in the United States government,
and the president had
never
no
knew
idea
about it, and the military and CIA were running the entire thing. So,
well, sir, it's called plausible deniability.
Yeah, there was no good answer to that question. Let's continue on here. LSD was developed by the USG, made popular by Timothy Leary. I didn't know that. I'm going to take your word for it because I don't care enough to look it up.
I think it was actually originally developed mostly by the Nazis. But yeah, we took on the whole psychedelic thing after they were stopped.
Right. After we
picked up all of their scientists.
The Nazis are terrible, and this is a reign of evil that can never visit the Earth again unless we really need to beat the Russians to the moon. Then we got to bring some Nazis into the picture.
Look, we don't agree with any of these human crimes and all these human rights that you have violated, but we're definitely going to take everything you learned and continue the research.
Hey, look, I think that this Nazi propaganda of a master race and then lesser races is total bullshit. Now, we have to use all their scientists because they're a lot smarter than the rest of us.
Oh, and by the way, for the rest of history, let's just look down on using people as human guinea pigs and completely ignore the Tuskegee experiment.
You guys feel a little syphilis-y? How's that going? No, we can't give you drugs. We have to see what happens. That is so fucked up.
It's called a placebo. You'll love it.
We did that to what? Black people, and did we also do it to prisoners of war?
I think so.
Yeah, South Americans. The Tuskegee experiment was that we gave South Americans syphilis. Like
no, that was
Guatemala.
I thought that was African Americans we gave syphilis.
I mean, if America is showing you one thing, we can poison multiple people at a time.
Yeah. We're multi.
Tuskegee experiment. Maybe it happened in Guatemala and they did it to black people. Yes, it was originally called the Tuskegee. It was originally called the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male.
Oh, wow.
That's a little on the nose.
Or the dick.
Yes. We had to shorten it to Tuskegee experiment because, the whole Negro male thing sounded a little targeted.
The government hates black people.
George Bush doesn't care about black people. Oh, yeah? You should have saw Truman. He cares a lot more than Truman.
When they see a white family, they're just trying to survive. When they see a black family, they're looting.
Yeah. It's funny, we fought the Nazis and they were so evil and so terrible. And then as soon as they were gone, they're like, all right, let's pick up where they left off. So, black people.
Look, we think you've got this whole race thing, but we think you went a little too on the nose, all right? Like with the Jews. Why don't you try somebody who's just a little darker shade first? Just start.
I mean, one thing Germany didn't learn that we did is the darker they get, the less people here tend to care.
I don't know if you know about this, but having them wear a symbol makes them stand out. It's easier if you just pick something they can't take off.
It's really strange. The Americans just told the Nazis, like, look, it's not that we think what you did was bad. It's that we think you maybe bit off a little more than you could chew with the target. I mean, look, historically, they tend to survive. They tend to hang in there. They got a knack for it.
I don't know if you've noticed.
Try this one. We've been fucking with them for 400 years. Jesus. By the way, again, can we borrow your rocket, man? I got to send some people into space. Scarface says then there was MK Ultra where they fried the brains of Whitey Bulger and Ted Kaczynski, turning them into super criminals. I don't know a lot about MK Ultra. I just know a lot of people think that we've brain fried a lot of people.
I don't remember the Whitey Bulger part of it. I know the Ted Kaczynski thing, but
Whitey Bulger went apeshit after in the movie Black Mass, which is where I get my.
That's where I get all my info from too.
Yeah, here's all I get here's where I get all my Whitey Bulger info from. Black Mass and The Departed. Those are the two movies where I get my Whitey Bulger info. And according to those two movies, he went nuts after his kid died. Like his kid died and then he lost it and he became cold and ruthless and brutal. I've never heard the MK Ultra thing. See, I've heard what Triple N says. Triple N says Whitey Bulger was a natural piece of shit.
Yeah, just kind of.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Just kind of naturally fit into the mold.
J-Dub Productions says Prescott Bush was funding the Nazis the whole time. Yeah, I thought that the Nazis got their Cyclone B from some famous American family. Like the stuff they used in the Holocaust. I thought they got that from us. Prescott Bush Nazis. We're doing some book learning today, guys. Rumors of a link between the U.S. First Family and the Nazi war machine has circulated for decades. Prescott Sheldon Bush, American banker and politician, Wall Street executive investment banker. So, yeah, there may have been some funding.
He didn't like the competition, so he's like, I found someone to go after them.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Well, you can invest with Schwartzman if you want to take a short game bet, but trust me.
Prescott Bush was the John Lovitz character in Wedding Singer to the Jews' Robbie Hart. You know,
or he was just the banker in Inside Man.
Yeah, or that, yeah. I'd like to thank you. Or should I thank Hitler? Since you've been out of the business, my business has tripled. Well, good. Well, congratulations. You've inspired me to hire a Japanese banker. Oh, well, good luck finding a Japanese banker who can move and shake like this. Oh, yes, it's Nazi night. Oh, what a night. They burned up people's brains with MK Ultra. They were giving people ounces of LSD. I got to be honest. Like, MK Ultra's always been one of those things where I go, you know, if I don't read about it, I won't know how shitty it is and if it exists.
I don't know. I've never done LSD, so I don't know how messed up you get on that stuff. Yep. I just I feel like that's a really weird thing. Like, we're gonna give stuff that makes people like hallucinate and things like that, and then we're gonna, you know, we're turning them into secret soldier weapons. Exactly how? Well, once they're high as fuck, they'll do whatever we tell them.
Chris Weaver says Fanta was created so Coca-Cola could sell soda to the Nazis. Did you know about the Fanta thing?
No, I did not know about the Fanta thing.
Coke wasn't allowed to sell their product to the Nazis, obviously, because we were at war with them, Coca-Cola, American company. So they created a puppet company called Fanta so they could sell soda in Germany. It's just amazing that at a time of war, you know, everyone likes to think of the 40s as like, we were so much better then and we were more noble. No, we just didn't have Twitter and Reddit back then.
Yeah, you guys just didn't know.
Right. So like all these companies would create these shell companies because they were like, look, I know we're at war and we should be sacrificing for the cause, but we've got to get those Q3 numbers up. And without that German market, man, and I don't know. And, you know, war takes a lot out of a guy. That caffeine boost could really help him.
Look, if we close off the German market, it's only expanding right now. That's biting ourselves in the ass. Yes. We need a way in here.
Plus, did you know that they're all on meth? I mean, it's really competitive out there.
Thirsty as fuck. They can't stop drinking.
Probably drink a ton of soda. J-Dub Production says also IBM was providing machines to help Germany categorize all of the Jews and different ethnicities. Well, you know, they saw a market and they filled it? ? Hey, Germany, are you having trouble organizing all those enemies of the state? Well, here at IBM, we have a supercomputer that will do it for you. Boy, you Americans are being so nice to us. Yeah, about that.
1, 2, 3, Juden.
The Happy Plague Doctor says, I was a businessman doing business. Yeah, that's what all those gun runners say, too, when they get caught selling guns to like the worst people. Just trying to put some food on the table, that's all.
Just trying to feed my family by helping you kill yours.
Ford was selling the Nazis diesel engines, for their trucks, says Scarface. Well, shit. All right, Tim, you know what? No. Tim, we can't be saying shit like that. Look, I want 2023 to be the year of the toe. I'm not going to make 2023 the year of the toe by having people ask for Hitler. All right? So just take it easy, Tim. Nothing personal. I like you. It's just sometimes you get out over your skis a little bit. All right? Don't get too reddited on me, if you will. Oh, boy. You know, that is kind of the key to this show. Like, the whole thing with this show is everybody's having fun. Wow.
We're goofing around.
Building up to a fever pitch, and then all of a sudden one guy's got to go, like this, right? It's like, no, that's the fentanyl and the cocaine. Take it easy, bro. Let's just have a good time. How's that? But yes, 2023 is going to be the year of the toe.
That sounds so bad.
Someone pretending to be Opie says, yo, Happy New Year. Oh, shit. I saw that Opie was live a little bit ago. We could have checked on him, but we needed to...
we need to get going.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think he's live anymore. Oh, God. Is nobody... should we have taken today off?
Is nobody live? No, Opie's still live.
Oh, Opie's still live?
33 watching.
Are we... is nobody working today because of the day after New Year's?
I don't know. I decided not to work today for my show because I'm going to hang out with my daughter, but I
just saw our number now, and it is tragically low.
Oh, wow.
Compared to usual. So
that's probably just because...
Maybe this is... Well, it's the day after Christmas was like this, too. So maybe... I thought everyone was back at it today.
No, most people, it's a holiday, I think, because I guess a lot of people need a couple days to recover from, what they did Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Everyone who's commented so far in the chat is saying they're off. I ain't working, just shaved my head and put on my Hugo Bosses.
Yeah, it's not a job, it's a hobby.
Oh, man. Yeah, look at most of the people in the chat saying I'm not working. So even the people who are up actually listening aren't working.
Oh, right.
Fuck.
Well, Sean Rass saying I'm working.
That's one guy. I'm off. Well, Cheetos, of course, is working from Stoney's. Wow. Everyone I know is off today, says Amy. Well, shit. Maybe next year. Oh, today's a national holiday, so we're not getting the mail or anything either today.
I don't think so.
Shit.
Like I said, my daughter doesn't have school today, so I'm after I'm done here, I'm going home and hanging out and having a good day with her.
Everybody watching the show now is getting to watch the host in real time, realizing he fucked up and won't be talking to half his audience today. I was expecting a big comeback and like, hey, here we go. It's going to be a fun show today.
Rise of the toe.
It can still be a great show today, but wow. When you do a show at 6 in the morning, that's all predicated on, people working. Otherwise, who the fuck wants to get up and, at 6 in the morning? I was hoping to ship an order today, says 8. Yeah, I didn't know it was a federal holiday today. So, yeah, you ain't shipping shit. Sorry. Happy Plague Doctor says, I'm watching you on the big screen. Your nose looks dumb. Thank you. I didn't ask for any of that. It's very nice of you. I didn't ask you to comment.
Well, I'm already down. Why don't you just keep kicking?
What my nose looks like. Appreciate it.
Hey, but at least you skipped the 5 head.
All right, let's continue on. Opie is live. We can check in on Opie a little bit.
What has Opie got for us today?
Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. We got yelled at last time. He took Chad Zumach's side in the I'm going to rape your wife saga.
Oh, there's a good one to pick, buddy.
That was a good look. So it got so bad for Opie that he had to end up going, no, I hate that guy. Actually, I hate Chad Zumach. He's terrible. He fucking trashed me. I don't like Chad. Well, yeah, because it looked terrible that you said something nice about him when the entire internet goes, no, Opie, this guy's pretty much a piece of shit. And then Opie repeats that lie that I've heard, and I love Mersh. I like him a lot, but they repeated that lie that like a handful of MLC fans have repeated that, oh yeah, Chad talked about his kids, and then he shut up about Chad. It's like, we've been shitting on Chad consistently since that happened.
Haven't stopped. He just hasn't given us new stuff to really feed off. Oh, he did?
We got new stuff.
Oh, boy.
Not today.
Oh.
I got to wait till it gets posted.
Sad panda.
He was on a New Year's Eve Misery Loves Company show, and they had him on just because he was a drunken idiot, and they just shit all over him, and it was...
Was he aware?
He's never aware. The only reason Kevin Brennan has him on that show is to shit on him and make him look like an idiot so he has somebody to make fun of, and Chad has no idea. He just sits there reading the chat, and the entire MLC chat is talking about how awful Chad is. Every super chat is, I hope Chad dies, and everything else. It's brutal. And unfortunately, I don't think it's been put up yet. I haven't had a chance to go through it and timestamp it, but it'll be very fun when we do. All right, let's see what the Opster's up to.
Hey, let me get through some of these comments.
Uh-oh.
I ain't blocking Gina Bobina.
Block Gina Bobina. She sucks.
It's a new year, and I'm going to be dealing.
Here we go. Ready?
I'm going to be doing a lot less O&A bullshit drama. I can promise you that. So I just got annoyed by that, Gina.
Wait a minute. He just said, in the new year, I'm not going to be doing near as much Opie and Anthony drama stuff. That's all you ever did last year because you knew it got you views.
And you just kept saying all last year, I don't want to talk about Anthony and Opie. Oh, God.
And then you would proceed to go off about Anthony and the O&A show and everybody there. So let's stop with the I love that I'm not going to do Opie and Anthony stuff in the new year. Horse shit.
I'm not going to do Opie and Anthony stuff in the new year. Numbers just start plummeting. But I mean, Anthony was a piece of shit. The numbers start going up.
Hey,
and I won't talk.
We got him from 33 to 42, so he's going up.
Bobina. I can't spend another 10 years babbling about Anthony and babbling about the Opie and Anthony world.
I bet you do when the views start going down.
I will certainly try to talk in a good way. The world is just filled with toxicity and negativity. I got caught up in it. And in
Get off the internet then if you don't like toxicity.
We live
Toxicity is fun.
in a cynical world.
Yeah, he goes on this big speech. The world is full of so much cynicism. I just want to see a sunrise and the beauty of nature. And it's like when you memorize that speech for a bully at school and then you're thinking it's going to go great. And then all of a sudden he just starts punching you in the face.
Laughing the whole time at the points you're making.
It's like Rick when he goes off on Negan and like tells him, we can live together. Carl would have wanted this. And Negan goes, you're right. And then he goes, cool. And then cuts his throat.
23, I just simply don't feel like doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Will I be perfect? Probably not. But in general, I will be letting a lot of the pitches go.
I bet you don't.
I love this completely nonsensical, shaky camera on a sunset thing.
He has Parkinson's.
Mm-hmm.
He does?
No. Why is he?
Yeah, she's a fake troll.
Okay, so you're reading your chat. That's awesome.
Gina's fake. All right.
Now he's worried that Gina's a troll person now.
You know, Kamado, it's so funny. So I'll take this question. I'll take this question from Kamado.
That's not a question.
So when the Opie and Anthony show, like, just...
I thought we were done with the Opie and Anthony show.
Well, it's a new year, but it hasn't we haven't quite started yet. It's closing out.
Does he have until the sun's fully up?
I guess. He's squeaking it in under the wire.
Opie is the gift that keeps on giving. I'm just not going to do Opie and Anthony stuff in 2023. And then literally the next words out of his mouth. The thing about the Opie and Anthony show
imploded. I wanted to just stop using the name Opie. People around me, I'm down to like very little representation these days, but back in the day, there were so many people involved around. I mean, so many.
People asking if he got a light for Christmas.
Producers, agents, managers, and other higher ups that had an interest in me personally. Nowadays, it's a skeleton crew. I still got representation, but it's a skeleton crew compared to where I used to be. And
your kid is sending out PR notices.
I remember like trying to tell people around me, I'm like, I'm done with Opie. I don't want to use that name anymore. It's a lame, weak name that I got when I was 12 years old.
Okay, that was 8 years ago, though. Why your channel is still called Opie Radio? It's not called Greg Hughes Radio. It's still called Opie. Again, all of this stuff about having your cake and eating it too. He would be a lot more likable if he just went, yeah, I got a lot of shit to say about the old Opie and Anthony show. It was 20 years of radio. It could take me 20 years to tell this whole complete story. So I got lots of shit to give you guys. But he's trying to do the cool guy thing where he's like,
I'm beyond it.
I'm above it. I'm beyond it. But then he still really badly wants to talk about it. He's torturing himself. He doesn't have to do this. He could just talk about it openly and freely and say, that's what I'm doing. I don't know why he's ashamed of it. Like, you don't have to be ashamed of talking about something that made you really famous. A lot of people would love to hear about Magic Johnson, about his experiences with the 1980s Lakers.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about with AIDS.
Oh, yeah, and with AIDS, that too.
How'd
Never
you get
liked
it,
the
buddy?
name.
Gray Idol says we should raid the Steel Toe Show and give them some decent numbers. You fucking dick. Hey, good morning there, Bob Levy. Bob Levy's working today when the rest of the country isn't.
The only reason I embraced the nickname Opie was because I hated my real name, which is Greg.
So tell us
So
all.
I don't like the name Opie.
Why would
and
you
I
hate?
don't like the.
Why would you hate the name or Greg? It's not like your name is the N-word. I mean, it's that. Then I could understand. Well, I would say it all the time, but
considered dropping the Opie many times, but then I'm like, then I'm going to be stuck with Greg, which I don't like either. Maybe I'll just go by GH. Hi, GH. Here's your coffee, GH.
this guy's hilarious. This kid's gonna go somewhere in this business.
I mean, this show
You can't let
is
the past
riveting.
go because it was so special and meant a lot to them. People in general, humanity doesn't
humanity.
like change in general.
Yeah, bro. Like climate change, we can't fix it. What are we gonna do?
I think it's the curse of humans and humanity in general. We can't like update anything.
Holy fuck,
anything.
this guy's deep.
Is this just
Like
from him
religion
saying he
needs
doesn't
a
want to talk
huge
about
update.
O&A in 2023?
Yeah, I
Good
genuinely don't
Lord.
understand why people can't let the past go. And he's like, but that's just people in general. Like, no,
Yes.
I feel like Anthony let the past. Does he sit there dagging on O&A?
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. 7 years ago.
When I was coming up in radio, you saw the radio guys that were incredibly talented. I don't feel like naming names, and it's probably
'Cause
people you
yours
don't
isn't in the
really know
list.
anyway. This is like pre-Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, when you were a night guy.
And they just didn't have the balls to move on to the bigger radio gig.
Or they
'Cause
didn't
were
find someone to leech
downright
onto like you.
scared and scared of
All right, I'm
change.
going to skip to live and see what he's
Kevin,
got.
Jay Warren knows more about my show than I do. Excuse me. Kevin Nealon, he did your show when he was on the show Weeds. All right. I don't remember.
Now it's getting to the
Andy
boring
Vollen
Opie
remembers
part.
too. Kevin did your show. He was hilarious. Okay.
All right, now we're just sitting here watching someone. Oh, Husey, Sam Roberts is a cunt. That's my
All right. Let me
You should go on Red Bar, brother man.
let's see. I'm trying to get through all the comments really fast here. I'm scrolling.
What did we get him up to? We got him up to 50?
Every other
There we
fucking
go.
second. I just skipped like 20 of your comments. Sorry.
That toe guy is
The Royal Family is a
Citizen M.
corporation. Yeah, it's an instant.
Citizen M goes, that toe guy is friends with Zumach. He's just looking to piggyback off Opie Radio.
Well,
And I think that's why.
Us and Chad are actually good buddies. It's all a work. You guys have no idea. I told him he's not very creative, so I just told him one day, hey, Chad, go after my children and threaten to rape my wife. That's really
funny.
That's where the pay dirt's going to be. And then he listened, and I called him one day. I'm like, Chad, you're off the reservation with this shit. I was kidding. You're going to look like an asshole. Everyone's going to hate you, and you're going to drink yourself to death. And
then he doubled down.
Yes.
We're like, holy shit.
He was kind of like the crack epidemic we were talking about. I created it.
And it got out of hand.
It just got out of hand. All right, we can cancel Opie for today.
I don't think he's really.
Yeah, Opie. I love how we go to Opie. Every time we go to Opie, we're like, oh, something fun's going to happen here.
And then it doesn't.
Right. And then it never happens. That's kind of our fault, isn't it?
I mean, we did expect him to change.
It's totally our fault to keep going. You know where Opie works best? You got to wait until his channel puts out clips, and then you do the clips. You can't do the live stream because it's a lot of meandering and look at the ocean.
There's too much shit to dig through to find the diamond.
Right, exactly. You got to set off a lot of dynamite to blow up. You know, it's like Daniel Day-Lewis at the beginning of There Will Be Blood. I mean, you're just hacking away and digging and looking and blowing up and everything else. Oh, now Amy says he's talking shit about you now. God damn it, Ope. Would you just, God damn it, pick a lane, son of a bitch.
I mean, talk shit about us, sure, but wait till we're there.
Yeah. Don't wait until I'm gone and then start saying shit. All right. Come on, Ope. Steel Toe got me shadow banned. You're the bomb, Opie. Why is he being quiet now?
I just heard his mic click.
Uh-oh.
Is he reading?
I do not see any characters from the O&A show.
Uh-oh, he's... no, did you guys rattle him?
I don't. I don't even know the last time I've seen anyone from the old O&A show. It's been a
Guys,
very,
here's
very long time.
here's the link.
What are you talking? What are you talking?
Opie, why are you still ducking Steel Toe Show like a bitch? Do the interview, coward. That's from K-Fall.
Oh,
Bye.
you're beautiful, man.
Hold on.
I love these people that like these shows out there. They wish they had the success that I had, and
I have way more success than you do right now. I'm gonna find an Anthony. I'm stuck with this, and when I find an sorry, I forget. MS doesn't make you deaf. When I find an Anthony, I'm like you. I'm gonna ride somebody's back right to the stratosphere. Sorry, I didn't find anyone that I could leech off of for 20 years.
I'm dodging low-level internet shows. Shut the F up.
Oh, so now Shuli's low level? I'm sorry, I just put everyone with our viewership numbers into
the same category.
Shuli and Bob have a great show on YouTube. They do similar numbers to Steel Toe. And now you're calling them low level? How dare you? I'll have you know that the Reverend Bob Levy is a saint on earth. And I'm not just saying that because he's here.
You'd blow Anthony to do the numbers we do on a live basis.
Yes, I would. Oh, you mean
him?
Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, I do it for free.
Just to be that close.
Yeah.
None of those guys will ever come close to the success I've had. So shut up.
Well, in fairness, my point has never been that I'm more successful than you. It's that you suck shit. And Opie, in fairness, me and you one-on-one, our own show, I do better than you. I mean, when you don't have an Anthony or a Jim Norton or a Carl or the people you've had, I mean, you and I head-to-head on YouTube and every other place, I've got a much bigger audience than you do. So you know what, Opie? How about thank you? Thank you, Mr. Imholt. Thank you, Steel Toe, for giving me a little
relevant
shine.
again.
Yeah, for giving me like a 50% bump every time you mention my name. You know what? Now I'm offended. Now I want an apology. Guys, I want you to go to Opie's stream right now and say, I demand an apology. I've given him the gift of many viewers, and he won't even talk nice about me. I would like a thank you and an I'm sorry.
I'm dodging some internet show. Am I? Is that what I'm doing?
Yep. You did. I mean, you did. You did dodge us because we said one bad thing about you.
All these shows that won't even come close to what I did in the business.
That was never my
dodging
argument.
them. That's what I'm doing, guys. I'm dodging internet shows now.
It was never my argument, Ope.
Who are you trying to convince, buddy?
Yeah.
You made your point already. Say it again.
People are ridiculous.
Is he going to log off?
I hope so.
I'm just doing my own
We should all
thing.
rate Steel Toe and give them some decent numbers. Thank you, Gray Idol.
Just doing my own thing, and if people like it, great. If not, that's all right.
I love it, Ope. I'm a
I'm
fan.
going to start wrapping up.
Oh,
I'm trying to get to the end of the comments. God, there are a lot of people joined us today. Jeez.
That's
scrolled
because
for
of
like
me.
We did that for
20
you.
straight seconds, and I finally got to the end here.
I gave you an
So I didn't
audience.
get to read a lot of your comments. Sorry. These are the last of the comments coming in. I didn't block Gina. She annoyed me.
The
but
toe
I
does
didn't
light his
block her.
toenails on fire, says Gray Idols.
All right.
Aaron Imholt, more like Baron Dimote,
Oh.
said Citizen M.
You sound sad. I'm not sad, bro.
You do sound a little
Jesus.
sad, Opie.
I just woke up and turned this thing on. I'm not sad though.
Turn what thing on?
I
Are you-
promise you that, sir.
He's not
Are you-
sad, he's angry.
Wait a minute. Are you talking
You
into your
sound
phone this whole
sad.
time?
New chat
I
balls
think I'm a
deep.
little annoyed because it's 2023 and I already know I ain't doing the same crap as I did in 2022. I went into the weeds way too much in 2020.
Hey, James Banks says Steel Toe is utter shit and weirdly mimics Kumia's voice and mannerisms. It's disturbing. How dare you, James? We'll see you back on our stream, buddy.
Too. And I don't feel like doing that in 2023. And I think I'm a little annoyed because it seems to be the
Corliss
same
doesn't
old
like us.
garbage. And I
This
don't
is an
feel like
I Was
playing.
Somebody podcast.
Rich Voss is trolling you. Is he? Good for him. If
No,
he
he's
is. I don't
not.
know.
He's not. Oh, they're fucking.
Hey,
with
Vincent Scaramuzzo, Happy New Year to you, my friend.
Is he wrapping it up? Where's the wrapping up?
Don't brag about doing a polar plunge. I saw the polar plunge.
Is this the Opie
Fair
that
enough.
never talks about O&A? Now he's being boring again.
Yeah,
All right.
Come on, guys, stop trolling. This is embarrassing. That's one of
I'm
ours.
going to go now. Oh, my God, the comments. Why are there so many people in here
Because
today?
of me.
because of that show that you're dodging. That
You're welcome, Ope. God.
All right. All right. I can't keep up with all the comments. That's crazy. Let me end with.
Oh my God, Mr. Radio Professional, Mr. You'll never accomplish what I did.
Can't keep up
Can't
with 50
handle
people in
it
a
when
chat.
his show gets to 50 people in his chat. Oh, this is so bad.
Wait, where's RJ?
You can
The
call me
Polar Bear
RJ.
Club. It's like 50 degrees out. Yeah, exactly. Time out. That's about it.
The comments aren't that bad, man. says one of
Unfortunately,
ours.
I'm using some moderators moving forward. I was trying to keep this wide open, but people just
Gotta
I
get
guess
some
took
mods in
advantage
here.
of it. I don't know.
Opie, when we have a regular show, when it's not a holiday, there are 600 people in here at a time. And we're fine. It's okay. Like our chat, it's moving quick. It's whatever. People can write what they want. We have material to go to. We prep a show. We don't have to sit and look at our chat constantly. You got 50 people and you're losing your fucking mind. We gave you 25 extra people from what you had, and now you're losing it because you can't handle it. How were you able to be a broadcast professional for so many years? When you get to 50 and you start losing your shit, and now you have to start changing your whole show, your whole stream, everything, because you got over 50. Kids playing Minecraft have a better time of doing their streams than you do.
It's the obsessiveness of it that I have to just
How dare
knock
you.
out.
I'm having fun. Leave me
I was
alone.
literally trying to keep a incredibly open forum, but
You still
when it's people
can.
just spamming garbage over and over again, you got to get rid of those people.
It's
and now I
because
got
of you.
a
It's
few
because of the
moderators
way
helping
you
me
take
out.
it. People give me shit
All
all
right,
the
guys,
time. Like,
have a
we
good
roll with
day.
it.
Thanks for checking this out. We're back doing it, I guess.
I guess. Oh, good.
I guess.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning, most likely. Have a great day. Thanks for checking out the sunrise over the ocean here. Way
God,
out.
every time we go to have fun with Opie, he cuts off his
Later, Anthony. I mean, Opie. Right.
Which
Opie.
one are you? You're
You were on that show, right? Or am I imagining that, Opie? Was it? You were there, right? Right, Greg? You were there, Greg?
So we go and give Opie an audience, and then they want to talk about Steel Toe, and he doesn't want to talk about Steel Toe. Wouldn't even say our name. It's kind of rude. Isn't that rude? We gave him a bunch of new people to watch his show, and he won't even say thank you.
Especially since he's acted like this whole, oh, I was so great. Yeah, but you brought none of that audience with you when you went to the internet? We did better than you in that regard, even. When we got taken out of radio, we got everybody to stay with us. We kept on going. You kind of petered out, my friend. And
I bring the guy a group of people to check out his show. See, this is why Opie's just going to be stuck where he is forever. Because if you get a bunch of people to check out your show, it doesn't matter if they're coming over to shit on you or anything. Those people are turnable. You can turn those people. For instance,
you just need to make them drink your blood.
Royce from Daywave Radio, Revenge of the Sis, came after our show one day and decided to raid our show. And you know how it ended? With us welcoming all of them, doing our show, being funny, grabbing a bunch of fans, and then Royce called in and we did a fun little simulcast thing.
And now we're kind of like friends. It's oh, wow, you don't have to take this seriously.
So we had that go on. Opie gets 25 people come and join his show, and he's like, I can't handle this. I don't like these lower level shows. He turns into Zumach all of a sudden. These lower level podcasts, fuck them. They'll never open for Jim Florentine. And then he's sitting there losing his mind talking about how he has to change his show now. He has to get more moderators on because he can't handle the chat. Well, then don't look at the chat. Do a show.
Yeah.
If you're going to the chat to make a show, that's backwards. They're supposed to be
You're
the
supposed
audience.
to do the thing that inspires them to react and then kind of catch up.
You're supposed to entertain them. You're not supposed to use them to make your show. I'm explaining to this motherfucker how to do a broadcast.
Yeah. But, we're never going to come close to the legendary levels that he was at, so how dare we? We don't have...
I'm sure that my chat on a given show is full of people just shitting on us and talking about how we suck and everything else. I wouldn't know because I'm busy doing a show for them.
I do Opie level numbers. Yeah, people shit on me all the time, and I know because my chat moves slow enough even for me to read it. So
right. So
keep going.
You go and you just do a show, you entertain people, and then you can make me look like a dick. Because then you can do a show, you can be funny, and my audience will go, oh, that steel toe guy's just kind of bullying you and picking on you. And here you are just doing a show. You're not hurting anybody. But then we go in there and you're literally, as we file in, you're going, I'm never talking about Anthony and Jimmy again. I'm never talking about O&A. I got sucked into that shit. And then the next second you start talking about the Opie and Anthony show again. Then you start talking about the trolls and the haters and the steel toe, but you won't say steel toe. Again,
The internet show.
I'm a little offended that
Put our name in your mouth.
I threw the guy
Feels
a
good.
bunch of viewers, and he goes and he says bad things about me. It hurts my feelings. I'm going to be very honest with you.
I don't understand if he's never done radio before or anything.
Right.
Like,
Yes.
but I mean, like, from my experience, and mine's very limited experience in radio, but from my experience in radio, every way you connect with your audience is good. And if those ways increase, your audience can increase. Therefore, you get more
Yes.
eyes on the quote unquote product, and everybody, kind of grow your show, whatever. So I kind of feel like if your chat's moving fast and you're having trouble keeping up, you shouldn't be like, oh, I can't do this.
Right.
Hey, oh my God, this is something like this should be a shot in the arm. Like, and we're doing it again and we're back, and it has nothing to do with that
Yeah.
other guy.
It gives him agita when his chat starts going. He had to sign off his stream today because there were too many people interacting with his
All right,
show.
guys, the show's being a little too successful. We're going to leave and see you tomorrow. We'll come back when there aren't as many of you here.
Guys, look, I'm growing in numbers right now. My show is showing some expansion and some growth. We got to shut it down. McDonald's goes out, full
dude, I was
dining
just
room,
about to-
full drive-through, and they're like, guys, we are shutting down the McDonald's. We are selling way too many fucking cheeseburgers today. It's getting out of hand. Could you imagine like a competitor of a restaurant is a dick and sends a bunch of people to you, and you go, oh, we should shut it down. We shouldn't cook really good food and make these people fans of ours. We should panic, yell at them, and shut it down. Let's go to Citizen M. Opie's growing so pathetic, he's going to reach Shuley levels by the end of 2023. See, I love Citizen M. He's a big fan of our show, but he hates a lot of people we like.
So he shits on them
And
whenever
so he shits on
compliments us.
them. You know, I will say this, though. I wish more people could be like Citizen M. A lot of people don't like somebody, and then if you say you like them, they feel like they have to stop liking you. Citizen M has the right idea. He busts your balls about the guy you like that he hates while still being a fan of what you do. That's exactly how you're supposed to deal with that. Citizen M, I'm giving him the Gets the Internet Award.
Okay.
He's not like a Redditor or anything else where it's just I have to be constantly outraged by things.
He just expresses his opinion and moves on.
He just has a lot of fun with it. I like Citizen M. C says for years when O&A was on, we weren't tuning in to hear what Opie was going to say. Well, that hasn't changed. You're still not tuning in to hear what Opie has to say.
And he still hasn't figured that part out yet.
People saying subscribe to Johnny's channel. Yes, what's the title?
Just kidding, LLC.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube. If
You
so-
all suck equally. That's true.
Right. We're all terrible.
I have to stream on like 3 platforms just to get like up to like 30 people. So yeah, I suck horribly.
J-Dub says, yeah, I go into Pod Awful streams and bash Mersh, then go into Nightwave and bash Pod Awful. Totally schizo. See? I know you guys are assholes. That's why I kind of, do a show that
We kind of created that environment.
exactly, that kind of utilizes your guys' skills and talents, I guess I could call them. All right, last thing about Opie, then we'll move on. It would be funny if I just started talking about Opie and then pull an Opie, actually.
Pull a Zuma.
Paul says, you give Opie de facto advertising. He's too fragile to see it for what it is and foolish and dumb. Here, you know what? I'm going to set a goal in 2023. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to keep promoting Opie's streams on our show until he gives us the thank you we deserve.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that out loud. He'll watch and then
No.
he'll realize.
I give Opie listeners, our listeners go in there and say, hey, Ope, I'm here from Steel Toe. And guys, don't go be a dick about it. Go in there and say, hey, I'm here from Steel Toe. He wanted us to come check out your stream. What do you got going on today? Why don't you do a show for us? And then we'll get the thank you from Opie one day, and then it all stops. I swear it on my life.
You think you're going to get that thank you?
If I get the thank you,
Oh,
I go away. I stop forever. Ready? While we're on it, I'll set all the victory standards I have for these wars we're in. Ready?
this.
Opie, I need a thank you. Chad, I need him to admit that we broke him. He went nuts, nearly drank himself to death, and started screaming like a psycho because we psychologically broke him. He admits that. I'm done. And it has to be genuine. It can't be like, oh, okay, you did. It can't be shitty. It's got to be serious. You got to have some self-awareness. Elisa Jordana, if she dies of breast cancer.
Look, we'll let it go when you're underground.
Yes. Those are the victory
All right.
standards
I get
that
it.
I've set.
Jordana's a bit of a B.
We got some Jordana audio. She went ape shit on one of her streams. Chrissy Mayer sent it to me and said, you guys have to shit on her. And I watched it, and I'm like, yeah, we're going to have
I thought
some
she
fun
was
with
just an IRL
She is.
streamer.
She's
now.
an IRL streamer. She doesn't do a podcast anymore because we fucked her up. Like, we shit on her so hard and turned a bunch of people against her. And she's like, and then the next day, I'm ending my podcast. I'm just doing IRL streaming. Well, she had a guest on there, and the guest made her lose her fucking mind. We'll do that later today. Fred says, Aaron and April are class acts. They had a giveaway and paid up. Well, that's not really being thank you, Fred. I appreciate that, but that's not really being class acts. You have a giveaway. You have to give the thing away. You can't just not. I mean, thank you for the low standard you're setting for us. I do appreciate it.
Hey, guys, they had a giveaway. It wasn't just a bait and switch.
They said we were going to give something away, and then they drew my name for that giveaway, and then
they actually did it.
They paid me the prize money.
Holy crap.
Yes, we have to. That's part of. Fred says some shows don't. Well, I'm sorry that we have a baseline level of integrity.
We operate off of this thing called morals. I mean, not a lot of them, but the few we have, God, do we care.
Twisted F and Joker says you lost him at the gotta be self-aware. I know. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to get these people to be better humans.
I'm trying to help this motherfucker.
I am. I'm trying to help this Opie guy, and what does he do? Panics, closes his stream, shits on us, the whole deal, when all we tried to do was give him a little bit of the rub, as it were. We were just trying to give Opie the rub. All right,
I think a longtime professional would recognize a rub coming his way when he saw one.
Yeah. Sorry, Ope. Just trying to help. All right. Let's go on to some news type of things. This one happened in Cape Coral, Florida. I'm thinking we may be dealing with the return of the Zumach with this next story. Let's go ahead.
Your big story at 11, a not-so-slick thief shoved a bottle of booze down his sweatpants at
That's the Zumach move. We watched him.
This looks vaguely similar of the place we saw it at, too.
Remember? Yeah, you were on the show when Zumach stole the bottle of Tito's
crawled
vodka.
In the corner and boop.
Uh-oh. Although he's not as wide as the entire aisle, so it might not be Chad. Yeah, this is
definitely not.
You got to give this liquor thief, this liquor pig, a little bit of credit. He kept himself in decent shape.
He was ready to
liquor
run.
store.
Yeah, and he wasn't alone. His accomplice was busy
stealing credit cards.
Distracting the cashier. Also, his partner in crime could get away with a pretty expensive bottle of tequila, Casamigos. Thanks for staying up with ABC 7. I'm Megan Miller.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jeff Butera. The owners at Paradise Spirits and Smoke are telling us tonight they didn't actually see him take the bottle until they watched it back on their security camera.
But as R. Gage Golding found out tonight.
Yeah, as he does a shitting my pants walk out the door. You can always tell when someone stole a bottle of booze from you when they do the Rob Lowe and Wayne's World walk.
Waddle back and forth.
Where it looks like they just got a
left hand never leaves their pocket.
Right. Looks like they just got a cavity search.
They were already on his case.
It's just before 3 in the afternoon on Thursday when a familiar face walked in the store. And this isn't familiar like Friends.
I know this guy the day before he tried to steal.
The Sapiranoff's own Paradise.
He doesn't give up. You got to give him that. He's dedicated.
How dare they try to stop me? I'll steal that bottle of freaking tequila if it's the last thing I do.
Spirits and Smoke. Both Radistina and her husband Tim have seen this guy.
Oh, there's a guy buying airplane bottles. That's
classy.
That's the money fell a little bit short on payday, but I got to get fucked up.
Who the fuck are you? Me? What the Jesus are you doing?
Not once, but twice before.
He was walking around the shelves, touching the bottles.
Those first few times, he didn't steal a thing. But on Thursday, he showed up with a friend.
The first guy came, started talking to me.
She says it's a distraction. How does she know? Well, he didn't know what he wanted.
I don't really drink like that.
Behind the counter, she cut right through.
Yeah, right. Who goes to a liquor store and goes, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here.
I don't know what I'm looking for. You're always in the ballpark. I go in going, I'm not sure what I'm looking for. I'm thinking either Johnny Walker Black or Jameson. I'm not sure. What do you feel like? Like, I have options ready to go.
Yeah.
You know what you're getting.
through that gimmick. But what she didn't see was the not-so-sleight of hand. And that fifth going right down his pants.
No offense, bro. He did look a little bit different than you. He might have aroused more suspicion.
And honestly, at least a giant square bulge in his pants could be believed for a dick.
He bend over, grab it.
I'm sorry, I just thought it was a black man with a thermos cock.
I just thought he was hung like a sperm whale.
Around, put it in the pants, and turn around and start looking the shelf again.
He picked up a second bottle, but put it back before beelining out of the store.
The guy is
An honest thief. He stole one, and he's like, two? No, two would be, you know what? That would just look like I shit myself.
I think
put
I'm
it
gonna.
back.
Yeah, because I always go into a liquor store. I'm just window shopping. You know what? I've gotten all the way in here. Changed my mind. I'm gonna leave.
continue conversation with the cash register, and he started going like limping,
Shitty walk.
limping up like.
He just can't help but laugh at the way the man walked away. A $55 bottle of Casamigos tequila
Nice.
weighing his sweatpants down.
It's easy to see because if you walk in.
Oh, it does. It looks like he shit himself. It looks like he's got a turd in his butt.
Uh-oh.
And he's trying to walk it up.
That's how you play it out. Honestly, that's how you cover it. You pocket the bottle so nobody, not even the camera sees, and then you just kind of quietly grab your butt and walk up like, oh, he shit his pants.
Yeah.
And like somebody was going to get some booze and they realized they were leaking out the back end. And like, then everyone will feel bad for you. You're good.
And then when they ask you, sir, can I check your pants? You might not want to. It smells like shit in there.
You're going to find a lot more than you bargained for.
It's one way and then you leave walking the other. It just draws suspicion, right?
Slick or no?
No, I saw that right away.
Today, the Superior Nubs filed a report with Cape Coral Police, but they need your help finding this guy. Or better yet, hey, if this is you, listen up.
Say I'm sorry. That's all. I don't want him to put him in jail because that's silly. I'm willing to accept his apology. Everybody deserves a second chance.
So just remember, if you're going to
Sweet.
pop a bottle for New Year's, just make sure you pay up first.
Or just say you're sorry. That's all we got to do.
Yeah, he just wants
I'm
him
just
to
gonna-
come in and say he's sorry.
I'm just going to do that on a regular basis. Just walk in, grab a bottle. Sorry. Just leave.
Just like I just want Opie to say thank you. He just wants that guy to say sorry.
yeah.
That's all.
It's just
We're not
a-
asking for
Just
much.
a little bit of recognition about our superiority.
Paul says another rookie move is trying to grab 750 milliliter bottles. Get the smaller ones, for fuck's sake. Oh, so just pocket a bunch of airline bottles. Yeah, the only problem is they usually have those right by the register.
Yeah, they're not in like inconspicuous, not covered camera places to just
Exactly.
pocket a bunch of bottles.
We're finding out who the Waffle House lady was. I don't know if you've seen.
Oh yeah, I've heard about this.
The Georgia Waffle House story that we talked about last week.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wanted to know who the chick was who blocked the metal chair being thrown at her.
Mm-hmm.
Because there was the whole video of the fight. Let's
Bro, what the fuck going on, bro?
So this brawl starts in the Waffle House.
Shit, you wildin', guys.
And now this white girl over here.
Oh, shit, you are wildin'.
So the
Oh.
white girl, so that girl starts throwing the sugar
dispensers.
sugar dispensers, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, and now it's on.
Shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yo,
She's got another sugar dispenser.
Oh!
Oh, yeah. See, that one went there. Now they're chucking shit. Now she's throwing punches.
Oh, it's getting.
So now let's go to the chair throwing. That's where this girl really kind of became a star.
Come on, man. Yo, they still yo.
There, that one right there, that chair throw.
All right, so she was the one throwing the dispensers though too, wasn't she?
Man, come on, man. We're supposed to be supporting each other, man.
She looks like a chick I used to know too.
Come on, man.
It's kind of weird.
So here come the chairs.
Yo, they still
There's one, and she blocks the chair and then stares her down. So that part kind of made her famous. The throwing the punches
And then
and the catching the chair. So people wanted to know who this person was.
if her name is Rebecca, I know who this is.
They're calling her the Waffle House Avenger.
Okay.
She went public on Twitter, I think, on Friday.
Her name's Chair Eye.
And she, I guess, was like, look, I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to go on shows. I think the ROTC guys booked her. Like, she's she's going to go on and she's going to enjoy these 15 minutes of fame. A few videos in 2022 have had viral impact that can rival that of the Waffle House brawl, an event that saw the Waffle House Avenger deflect a chair while restaurant patrons threw anything they could get their hands on at her. Now, that's not the best description of this fight. She did chuck a sugar dispenser at someone.
Yeah, but I feel like she didn't instigate it either.
No, she didn't. I mean, look, those customers were coming after the front desk. They were coming after the counter employees. But the woman named Haley, who recorded a 20-minute video telling her side of the story and recounting the events of that evening in detail, giving people an idea of what happened before, during, and after the fight.
I hope she got laid.
With an in-depth description of what exactly happened that night, Haley revealed that she's been blacklisted by Waffle House and can't work at Waffle House ever again. Now, Haley, I know you're looking at this right now and you're seeing this as, oh God, what am I going to do? But I'm here to tell you that a lot of good stories start with, I can't go to Waffle House anymore. I'm not allowed to work for Waffle House. A lot of us might consider that a shove out of the nest.
I'm not allowed to work for Walmart anymore. Pretty much the same reason. And it's been a good thing.
With quick reaction time and dexterity gained through thousands upon thousands of hours of working at Waffle House over her 4-year stay with the company, she managed to deflect a chair thrown at her by a patron. According to Haley, they were very busy that night. She was trying her best to keep up with orders despite being understaffed. Still, due to insufficient resources to keep up with the restaurant at full capacity, a section was closed off to keep things running as smoothly as possible. Haley claims that the people who fought her tried to sit in this closed-off area despite being asked not to. We tell them, hey, that section's closed. If you could wait for a table. They're like, nah, we're good. We'll sit here. Haley says she ignored them and tried focusing on the restaurant's other customers. After a few minutes, these customers got up and started crowding around the counter. She refused them service, something they didn't take too well.
Oh, no.
I was telling them I was going to kick them out because they were being rude. I ain't going to cook your food. You're being rude to me. Things went off the rails when patrons started climbing over the counter and into her kitchen. We can do anything we can legally in our means, whatever means necessary, to remove you or ensure our safety. Whether that means taking one of the cast iron pans and hitting you upside the fucking head with it or beating the fuck out of you when you fall over.
I love her.
If you touch my floor, it's on, she said.
Oh, yes. This lady is awesome. She's my hero. Oh, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, people are making art about her and everything
right
now. Haley recounted the events of the evening, including the chair deflection and some details of the fight. She even revealed at one point that she tried to make sure one of the people throwing things at her didn't lose their wallet. I'm looking up after the fight, and I see a wallet. I grab it, and I'm like, real talk, this is your wallet. Dead ass. I don't want anybody to lose their shit. So I was like, is this your wallet right here? And she was like, nah, and then flung another plate at me. The Waffle House location had to be closed for a few hours to handle the police and get the place cleaned up. You know, that shows you how awesome a Waffle House is. Like, usually something like that, a store would go like, all right, guys, we got to shut it down for a couple days and clean up. Not Waffle House. It's like, hey, as soon as the police interviews are done, we're firing the burners back up.
All right, we're hitting the mops and we're heating up them waffles.
Haley was reprimanded for throwing a sugar shaker at one of the customers, but she didn't get fired. She continued to work at this Waffle House location for a bit before leaving, citing that she felt uneasy working there. What? Provide proof.
Why? You thinking someone might, like, have a grudge against you? Like, come back and, I don't know, try to hit you with a chair?
In the video, she said she hadn't even eaten Waffle House in around 8 months, meaning the viral video could have been months old by the time it caught on. She did note, however, that Waffle House is a great company and they take care of their employees. I mean, that's not what I saw in the video. I mean, it kind of, to me, looks like...
Looks like they almost threw you under the bus.
Yeah.
Under the chair.
Despite being told she was always welcome after leaving the store, Haley discovered that she was blacklisted by the company when trying to apply at another location. All right, well.
Awesome.
I mean, great enforcer, right?
I mean, why wouldn't you want that lady working with you, man? She's going to protect your employees. She doesn't need a gun. She doesn't need a baton. She'll take on all comers.
Just needs her bare hands. That's
and
all
a metal
she
chair. And she's ready to roll.
She's like a lion tamer. Thank you very much to Scarface with $4.99, says such a vibrant culture. By the way, guys, we are $85 away from next Monday's goal. So
Holy Jesus.
this Monday is good to go. Next Monday, we're 85 away. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal link in the chat. Super chats count towards that as well. There you go. It is pinned to the top of the page. So we found out who the Waffle House lady was. Apparently, she's going to be getting all kinds of nice treatment, or not all kinds of nice treatment. She's getting a lot of interview requests. A lot of people want to talk to her about the whole deal. But as far as Waffle House goes, I'm confused because now she's saying that she wanted to leave because she didn't feel safe there. But now she's also saying she's blacklisted.
It's weird. It's like they didn't want to fire her, but as soon as she decided to leave, they're like, all right, we're not doing that again.
Right.
Like, never again.
Well, like people are going to, the internet's a weird place. People are going to find where the location she's working and they're going to come test her and shit.
Ever since we hired her, there's been one battle after another.
Right. It's kind of like the Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Like there's just going to be people showing up, challenging her. Like
She's just got a holster for one of her saute pans, just spins it with her finger all the time. Like, you ready, motherfucker?
Yeah. She's just sitting there like she's cooking pancakes and catching chairs behind her head because people are just chucking them. Like, I bet you I can hit her. And she's like, setting them down. So, yeah. But look, like I said, I think you're going to find that not having Waffle House as your employer is not going to be the end of the road for you, as you may think it would be.
It might even be the beginning.
Yeah, it might be the beginning of a new road that's even better. The Gravy Show says it's 2023. I have the rest of the week off, and I got off a solid prank on Elisa Jordana. 2023 looking good already. Hey, Gravy Show, send that good shit over here, my friend.
We'll take that clip of that phone call if you got it.
Aaron I says, can I send you guys a video of Kevin making fun of Chad for his viewer count? Hey,
absolutely.
Listen to me, guys. Here's my email. All right? Anytime you have Chad cuts that you can send me, I think I got banned from his Patreon because
he won't even take your money.
I was a member of his Patreon, and then one day I go click on it, and I'm not a member, and now I can't become a patron. So I think Chad blocked me. He blocked me on Twitter. I think he blocked me from his Patreon. I'm still a card
because
carrying.
You're hiding from him.
Yeah, I'm still a card carrying MLC member, so I can still watch him there, but I can't watch any of his. I mean, me and there's only 80 people who can watch him because only 80 people have his Patreon. And then he said he was going to try and be a YouTuber. Like he was going to show us all how easy it is to become a YouTuber, and then he just kind of stopped because
it's too easy.
Well, no, he was tired of getting 13 people every time he went live. He actually, Chad's numbers make Opie look like a superstar again. That's kind of the deal with Chad.
Well, if you go just on YouTube, I mean, 13 is a high number to aspire to.
Yeah, it's something to build towards. But there you go. Aaron if you have a video of that, send it. If you have a video of that, send it to me. There's the email. I would love to have it. And also, Gravy Show, use that email too, buddy, and send me your Elisa Jordana prank phone call. I love all that kind of stuff. I like mischief. If you guys are doing mischief, I would love to see it. Chris Holmes says, I'm blocked on Twitter too. All I did was draw out his triumphs. Yeah. That's what happens with Opie and all these guys. You try to help these people, and they go ahead and shit on you. I'll be honest, guys. It makes me feel bad. Thank you to Jim Lee. Thank you to Cody. And thank you to Tim for all chipping in via PayPal. That's very nice of you guys. We're going to drop that goal down to 70 for next Monday. Thank you guys very much for
You're awesome.
For the contributions. Granny says, joke's on you, Aaron. Chad has a new co-host now, a one Jake Hudson.
Oh, you are kidding. Please tell me that's true.
No, that's not true.
Damn it.
I wish it were.
That would be so funny.
So we watched a story the other day of a guy who was at In-N-Out Burger in California.
Okay.
And he called a couple of people gay. Like, he's like, oh, are you guys TikToking yourselves eating?
I know what you're talking about.
gay.
Yeah.
Dude, in California, shit's gotten so weird over there that guy's now been charged with hate crimes.
I mean, he was being a dick, and definitely some sort of harassment charge or restraining order I could understand, but
But a hate crime?
But a hate crime? Like, even they don't take it as a hate crime. They laugh at him the whole time.
They were laughing at him while he was doing it.
They were a little uncomfortable, especially her. She's like, hey, how about you don't antagonize some random unknown dude?
Right. I mean, was this guy a piece of shit? Of course he was. He was an asshole. But at the same time...
They were douche canoes, too.
We've got this weird dynamic going in this country now where words are all of a sudden punching people. And I really don't like it. It's really got to stop because it's what you do is like us normal people, we know to disregard it. We know to go, well, yeah, of course it's not the same. But then you have like mentally ill children who actually get some level of authority on a city or county level, and then they go ahead and make that the rule. And then now all of a sudden you've got people who actually believe words are violence, and then that excuses them to do violent, terrible things to people because
you said a word at them.
Because you said a word at them.
You threw the first punch.
There was a story this weekend about some woman, or she's a man now or whatever, killed somebody, killed her dad or killed her brother, killed someone, and said, well, they misgendered me, so I killed them. And you actually have people online defending them going, well, she was aggressed against, she was misgendered, and that is violence. And I'm like, do you see how your guys' horse shit affects crazy people? You guys keep saying crazy horse shit, thinking, oh, it's just words, and we're just trying to do some kind of culture war grift sort of a thing. But then psychos hear it, and then they take it seriously, and shit like this happens. Where they go, well, I've been told on the internet forever and ever that misgendering is violence, and if someone commits violence against you, you can defend yourself, so that's all I was doing.
Well, he misgendered me, so I had to kill him. Yeah, because your life really ended the minute you were misgendered.
Right.
So why shouldn't theirs?
You know what happens when you get misgendered? Nothing. Nothing happens.
God, I still get misgendered today.
You know, that's because you look like a bitch. But you know what happens when you kill someone? They're gone. They're done. Like, they don't get to be alive anymore. And then there's people, like there were trans activists online last night, or LGBTQ activists online. I was reading up on this story, and they were saying, dear LGBTQ community, this is a bad look. We can't be defending murderers just because of, just because we believe that misgendering is violence. That's not okay. And then Virgie, one of the producers from Revenge of the Sis, retweeted it and said, this is all your fault. You people keep convincing these psychos that words are akin to violence. They start to believe it, and then they can justify this shit. Until you stop doing this, this is not going to stop happening. So it's, again, one of those deals where all these communities are yelling at all the rest of us, and we just look at them and go,
you made the problem.
Yeah, I can't help you. This is a you problem. You need to figure this out. You've told me numerous times, I am a straight cisgendered white male. I'm useless. There's nothing I can do for you. But then every time you encounter a problem, you either want to make me part of the problem or part of the solution. I don't want to be part of either. Go fix your own shit. But anyway, this guy in California is facing hate crime charges. I'll play the video for you. This is like a weird place we've gotten to. Like you said, if the guy would have been ticketed for harassment,
or just even given a restraining order, like I can understand that. He made them uncomfortable. He said some stuff that, like, I'd definitely be like, hey, how about you're not allowed within 50 feet of me after that? Like, I mean,
right.
All right, cool.
This is from TMZ. Let's take a look.
Wait, have you had a light well fry before?
What is a light well fry?
Okay, it's
You're just filming yourself eating? Yeah. You're weird homosexuals.
You're weird homosexuals. Okay, that's a funny thing to say.
That's a funny thing to say because it's so ignorant you can't take it serious.
And they're laughing.
Yeah.
And they are being weird homosexuals.
And she's like a little shocked. But again, they're also getting exactly what they want because they want views on their TikTok.
Right. And I'm sorry, but if you film yourself eating, you are being a weird homosexual.
Especially for filming it at the restaurant.
Yeah.
Why me, man? Why me? I just want to eat my Flying Dutchman in peace, bro.
Well, then don't film it.
I feel like this.
Right. I want to eat my Flying Dutchman in peace while setting up a camera.
I just want to eat my Flying Dutchman in peace in front of my iPhone and my ring light. I mean, seriously, just because I brought in a fucking power extension cord with it before I ordered my food, what's your problem, man?
What, do I have a sign on me that says I want to be bothered? Oh, I do? Oh, it's the filming equipment that I brought with me to the fast food restaurant? Oh.
This is a fever dream. Like, is it still the 24th? Is it still Christmas Eve? It's because I'm ethnic. Honestly, for eating the Flying Dutchman, I kind of feel like I deserve to be hate crime.
Well, that actually happened.
I actually really do hate these. Like, I don't like these two.
I love that they count it as a hate crime automatically just because they heard words.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys don't realize what a hate crime is. I feel like a hate crime is using a Chinese, spying device to try and achieve internet fame.
Well, and then they go, oh, I feel like it's because I'm ethnic. Like, you brought that part into it. He hasn't said that yet. I mean, look, I'm sure if I give him time, he'll get there.
Yeah, dude.
But he hasn't brought up ethnicity
You're not
yet.
far off, but you are predicting.
Yeah. He just called you a weird homosexual, which so far what I've seen of the video,
not wrong.
Not far off, yeah.
That really did actually just happen.
Japanese or Korean?
I'm Korean.
Kim Jong-un's boyfriend, huh? You're Kim Jong-un's boyfriend?
Oh, my God.
Oh, so he goes, I'm Korean. He goes, you're Kim Jong-un's boyfriend. That would be fun. You know what the comeback for that is if you're an Asian guy?
Yeah.
First of all, the dear leader is not a homosexual, so I would appreciate it if you wouldn't besmirch his name.
And honestly, you should just get on your knees and thank him that he does not smite you immediately for talking about his supreme
Yeah, we
benevolence.
have been acquainted.
You had gay sex with him?
Ooh, would not go that far. We're only on second base. He hasn't taken me out to dinner yet.
So they're laughing still.
Can I take you out to dinner?
Come on, stop.
Nothing.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Elliot,
I'm sorry.
stop.
I'm sorry, my
said
bad.
what?
I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything.
No, sir.
I
Nothing.
could spit in your face and some Filipino shit.
That's some Filipino. I know I could spit in your face. That's some Filipino shit. I haven't heard that about Filipinos.
I didn't know.
Spit in the face. All I know about Filipinos I learned from Manny Pacquiao. So I don't really know.
See, it's the same for me, but all I know then is that they like making tequila.
Okay. I don't know much about Filipino. But you're right. Like, this guy is harassing them. He is being a dick.
They're feeding into him, too. They're not making it any easier on themselves, but they
Right.
didn't instigate either.
At the very least, this guy should be thrown out of the restaurant. But a fucking hate crime charge, like the guy going through felonies, bogging down the courts with shit like this. God, California sucks.
Don't react. Why were you acting mad? Dude, we can get assaulted.
You were not being assaulted.
Oh my God, only in San Ramon. I thought we were having like...
No, you weren't. Anyways, you can try the...
I'm a slave master, you fucking gay F word, he said.
Okay, now he's not helping his case anymore at this point. Why is he going back? What are you going to accomplish?
It's California.
Yep.
He's mentally ill.
But it's just, they're filming themselves, so at the very least, they're getting everything they need to defend themselves, like some sort of evidence. You have nothing. Like,
Again,
just leave.
He's a crazy person.
Anyways, you can try the fry.
See you outside and what I can do to him.
Hey, you good?
I'm chilling, don't worry. This is not in the name of the holiday cheer. Yeah, somebody was not included in all the reindeer games.
You should have not said
Sorry,
anything.
I can't.
He's staring at us right now.
He was outside the window and kept staring at us.
Again, he's not helping himself.
Look, I can see where the guy should be removed. There should be harassment, restraining order, but hate crime.
Maybe no more at that In-N-Out Burger, banned from that location or something. I don't know.
Anyways, light will fry.
I would love one. He's still there, isn't he?
He is very much still there. At least I'll try the root beer float. That is.
I'll say this guy's the best thing that ever happened to their TikTok channel because outside of him, this is incredibly boring.
Yeah, you guys literally should be thanking him constantly because you suck.
I mean, you guys are like, he's like steel toe, you're like Opie. He's trying to give you some views and you guys just kind of being dicks about it.
Root beer. Do you think he's gonna pull a gun on us?
No, it's California. None of you are allowed to have guns.
Midterms are almost being released.
I mean, he might stab you with a dirty heroin needle, but that's about the worst you'll get.
I'm just saying.
Honestly, 10 out of 10 would get it again. Oh my god, I can't even do this. I'm done. So I'm gonna try the whole grilled onions and see if it's
You
worth
sound
it.
so nervous. I'm gonna...
Well, yeah, because he's like, I'm gonna wait for you outside.
The thing I don't like is how many viewers they probably have on their TikTok just because people want to watch these two idiots eat.
Right. Dutchman is no more. Yeah, I can't speak. The rare lapse in dude, that genuinely never happened to me before.
So that's the whole video. That's what he's being charged with with a hate crime for.
And I love how at the end of that, that's a part they don't like really publicize much. Dude, that's never ever actually really happened to me before. Like he's pointing out, I've never been directly confronted with some really out of the box like extreme racism. So of course we have to take this guy completely serious.
Right. Again, I do believe that guy was doing something wrong.
Yeah.
I do believe that guy was being a bit of an asshole, but like a hate crime and like felony charges. No, I mean, it does prove to you that, you know, California has a serious problem with keeping mental cases on the street. But I think
I thought you were going to say California has a serious problem with Koreans. They're goddamn everywhere.
But yeah, I feel like the crazy person ship has kind of sailed in California. You can't put that genie back in the bottle. Exactly $6 million with $5. Says, now that Tate and Liver Guy are done, I've decided to fill the void as an alpha male grifter. If you want to be alpha, start with the $6 mil program for $69.69. There you go. He'll teach you how to become a millionaire since Andrew Tate can't do it anymore. $65 away from next.
I learned about
Monday's
that in
goal.
real time.
Thank you very much. Exactly $6 million for that $5. Yes.
Oh, I learned about Andrew Tate in real time. I was doing a show where they're like, dude, he just got arrested. I'm like, yeah, sure. I was covering the Greta Thunberg thing. And they're like, no, and we went over and it was, yep, he really did.
Aaron says, I sent the Chad video to your email. I have it. Whenever this New Year's episode of, what was it? Misery Loves Company comes out and I can timestamp it. We'll do a bunch of Chad stuff because over the weekend, he gave us a lot of reason to laugh at him, which, you know, again.
But we might not want to go after him. He's called out your kids.
He's dangerous. Yeah, there's nothing more he can do. That's the mistake he made. And I said that at the very beginning when I said you shot your shot. If you do something like that, you have to knock that person out of the game. If you don't knock that person out of the game, now what are you going to do? Criticize their content? You've already gone past that. Like, you've already fired off your atom bomb. If you fire off the atom bomb and you still keep getting your ass kicked, now there's nowhere to go. Now you kind of have to sit there and take it.
Well,
Chad Zumach is more my bitch than he's ever been because now he has nothing. He said the worst possible things you could, and even April's now making fun of him again. So, I mean, this has kind of been a fool's errand for old Chad. And now we get to have free shots at him unabated because he's got nothing left. It's great. Aaron Ice calling Chad the original incel. No. He's not the original. Don't give him that much credit. There's a lot more.
How do they keep reproducing?
Right? Yeah, none of them have kids.
I don't get it.
It's a brain parasite.
These men have all sworn themselves to a life of celibacy, like their fathers and their grandfathers before them.
Well, they haven't sworn themselves to it. Society's sworn them to it. And they'll just obey. N-word says, I hate how women jump back and forth between victim to shit talker and back and forth. There was kind of that. No, I feel like the woman in that video, I feel like
she didn't really shit talk.
Yeah, she was done. Like, the guy shit talked and she was like, all right, we're good. Don't do that anymore. That's enough.
She just answered yes to filming herself eating. Other than that, she really didn't interact with him.
Yeah. Chris says, I got one Chad joke left in a holster to shoot off before I need fresh material. No, what's nice is he'll always give you more material. He reloads on a constant basis. Did you guys know that people were still worried about COVID over the weekend? Like, there's a group of people out there who didn't want New Year's Eve to happen because they felt it was irresponsible because of the spread of COVID and other communicable diseases. Yeah.
All right, stay home.
Chaya Raychick, who's Libs of TikTok on Twitter, she kind of has this thing for Taylor Lorenz, and it's totally fair. It's because Taylor Lorenz tried to, or did dox her, told everyone who she was, who her family was, went to her family members' houses looking for her and like trying to get her family to say shit about her because the libs of TikTok were making fun of Taylor Lorenz articles she was writing. So they were writing about some of the horrible takes Taylor Lorenz had and some of the bad journalism she'd engaged in. So Taylor Lorenz then goes to do a total hit piece on libs of TikTok to like settle a personal vendetta. And this is not the first or last time Taylor Lorenz has done this. She's a Washington Post reporter on the internet, on technology, things like that. She's been demoted a couple of times because she's basically used the newspaper to settle personal scores. You know, with the libs of TikTok, with some other people. She'll go and she'll do entire stories just to passive aggressively trash that person. Like, she'll pick a story that seemingly doesn't have anything to do with libs of TikTok and then find a way to shoehorn them into it.
Okay.
And throw a little shade their way. So, in response to that, Chaya Raichik has been kind of documenting Taylor Lorenz Twitter and shitting on her, like giving it back to her.
Mm-hmm.
Some of Taylor Lorenz's tweets don't require mockery.
She does a lot on her own.
You just read them. Like this one from the 29th of December. Spending New Year's Eve alone is low-key goated when complete and utter exhaustion is the vibe. Now, first of all, Taylor, you're another one of these single 50-year-old women who don't realize that the reason you're single and the reason you're exhausted all the time is because of you. Like, you always have a reason as to why you're exhausted or you're not around people or anything else. And it's always someone else's fault. Yet anyone who watches you behave and just observes you from afar goes, oh, God, who would want to spend time with that person? They seem completely miserable.
I feel like just saying anything you do is low-key goated is immediately going, oh, you're someone who needs to feel like you're important.
You're ashamed that you're spending New Year's Eve alone.
And you don't want to admit it.
You have to make it a really cool thing.
Now you're being a virtue signaling victim.
Like Opie with his small audience. You know, you got to pretend you wanted it that way.
I just don't want to do the old thing anymore. God.
So then Taylor Lorenz on New Year's Day, yesterday afternoon, wrote, wild to see people posting endless videos of their packed New Year's Eve parties while ERs are packed and doctors are rationing care. First of all, not happening. Second of all, it's been 3 years. I know this was important to you. I know it made you feel like you were a better person and you were a superhero and the rest of us were assholes and you got to virtue signal and tell everyone what bags of shit they were.
Finally, I can save the world by staying inside.
Right. It's over now. It's done. You don't get points for that anymore. You just get made fun of for it. So wild to see people posting endless videos. What she's saying is it's wild to see people showing 2.5 years worth of restraint and partying now and celebrating after 2.5 years of being browbeaten by the Taylor Lorenzes of the world for just trying to go back to life as normal. And now, again, this is kind of that projection of she's embarrassed to be alone. She's ashamed she didn't get invited to any parties. She doesn't want to hang out by herself on New Year's Eve. So she goes and attacks people who went to parties and makes it look like she has some kind of noble intent, which is, oh, I just want to see lives saved. I don't want to see the hospitals overrun. It's not because I wish I were out there partying with them, but I've been so insufferable over the years that nobody wants to spend time with me. It's, I just care so much.
I'm sure nobody commented on her tweet with that either. Like, oh, I'm sure this has nothing to do with your 0 invites.
Right. I mean, you know who's not complaining about people at New Year's Eve parties? People who got invited to New Year's Eve parties.
Yeah.
Those people don't really feel the need.
Well, and Don Lemon's not complaining about New Year's Eve parties because he was, ordered by the company not to attend and not to drink anymore. They're like, if you're gonna drink, stay home. In fact, just stay home.
Don Lemon. I feel like Don Lemon gets invited to lots of parties. It's just not parties you and I would want to go to. That's all. Stevie J says Taylor can comfortably be a piece of shit because her dad is friends with her boss. Is that it? I was wondering what was keeping her there. Because she's done so many things to make that paper look like shit, including pretending not to be 50 while writing about the internet.
Okay, boomer.
I have no idea what keeps her on that paper. So the dad being friends with the boss thing might actually make sense.
I assumed it had something to do with maybe natural talents she had, but I had no idea.
Chris Holmes says, leave Granny Lorenz alone. She can't do much on social security, and her senior discount only goes so far. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's alt but mine. Yeah, they've lost lawsuits because of her. Their name's been dragged through the mud because of her. and they don't just get rid of her. I mean, every time she goes after someone, she ends up embarrassing herself and the newspaper.
I feel like if you actually, like, if she goes after someone who publicly just makes it a whole thing to be like, oh, well, Taylor Renz can say whatever she wants because her dad's friends with the boss, like, kind of thing. If it became a really public thing, maybe you'd have a chance at quashing it, but that's about it.
Right. I think so. Let's continue on here. Speaking of COVID. Now, people are worried that China is going to basically unleash COVID-19 back onto the world again.
Mm-hmm.
They tried this zero COVID policy, and it hasn't been working.
Right.
It's still spreading. I mean, they went so dramatic with their their zero COVID policy that they actually
welded people in their homes.
And they would go and shut down stores the minute they found out there was a positive test that originated from that store. The police would be sent in, usher people out, and close down the store. It was part of the zero COVID policy. Well, China then opened its doors and stopped the zero COVID policy, and now everybody's getting COVID again. So China, for some reason, just can't seem to shake this shit. Maybe it's because there's 1.5 billion people stacked on top of each other. And they've all been passing around the same illness for the last 3 years.
It just keeps popping out of there, almost like it originated from there, like it's a hometown or something.
Well, now there's 250 million people in China infected.
Mm-hmm.
The communist dictatorship insists deaths are as low as 1 a day, but that doesn't seem to be the reality in China from people on the ground. And now the world is worried that China could now be spreading this to the rest of the world again. So they did it the first time. Now they're about to do it again. But the one thing America won't do as China opens itself back up, they won't ban travel from China.
But that would be racist. I mean, why would you ban travel from China?
I mean, it's...
Unless you just hate Chinese people.
It's so out of two sides of their mouth. It's on one hand... Oh, my, like the Taylor Lorenz of the world. Oh, you shouldn't even be going to parties because the hospitals are so full. It's terrible. But then on the other side of your mouth, oh, come on, guys, we can't ban travel from where the disease is coming from. That would look bad. I'm sorry. I don't give a shit if it looks bad. Let's not bring in stuff from the place where everybody's getting sick.
That would look bad. And guys, it's only for this disease that, quite frankly, is just a strong cold. I thought you said it was the end of the world.
Yeah.
Well, it is, but only if it's not a hate crime, too.
Yeah, that's funny because, they've got to kind of balance those two things where they're, on one hand, they're like, oh, we have to take this seriously and we have to take precautions. Well, should we ban travel from China? No, that's racist. Plus, it's not that bad. We should be able to handle it. Well, which one is it? You fucking slurp that one more goddamn time. I'm going to lose my fucking shit.
Okay.
I can't yell at other shows for having like shitty aesthetic and shitty audio and then have... I just spent 20 minutes shitting on a show for vaping on the air, and now I got a guy slurping his coffee like we're a fucking Gen Z show in California. Like, excuse me, I have to sip my latte. You're going to get me killed.
Okay.
I'm going to get murdered. Anyway.
All right.
Can you hand me that, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Get rid of it. I wouldn't do that. It'll make a mess of your house. Plus,
I was going to chuck it for a second, but then I thought, oh, no, that's going to fly all over the place.
yeah, and
Probably
fortunately,
hit me in the eye.
that doesn't have any chocolate in it anymore. I switched off the kind I was drinking. But yeah, I'd be more worried about chocolate getting around your
You're
dog.
drinking a chocolate cake for breakfast,
No,
too. Let's not...
no, that's not actually. I used to back.
You used to drink a chocolate cake.
Yeah, well, a candy bar, but yeah.
Then why drink coffee? Why not just eat
Because
a candy bar?
it tastes delicious with the coffee and the chocolate mixed together. It's the pairing of the two flavors, my friend.
I'll never get you coffee, people. You do everything you can to try to hide the coffee.
No, I'm pairing it with the coffee flavor. I don't mind the coffee flavor, but do you like having sauerkraut on a brat?
No.
Do you like having anything on your burger? Lettuce, tomato, onion, pickles, anything? Is it weird?
A slight, maybe a little onion, a little cheese.
Why season a steak? Seems fucking pointless to me.
That
just
is
eat the goddamn thing.
not the same thing.
That is totally the same thing.
No, not at all.
That is totally the same thing. I'm
is
taking
not.
a drink I enjoy. I'm mixing flavors I like to make it more enjoyable. I'm not saying I won't drink the coffee without the other options. I simply have the option to add that shit, so I do.
I say like crack and slapping. Coffee is so gross. I'm saying skip the coffee, just have the good stuff.
But then the good stuff doesn't have the coffee is part of the good stuff.
Skeezy says, nobody actually likes coffee. Change my mind. I don't think any of you people actually like coffee. I feel like
just because you won't drink it, just because I don't drink it black all the time?
Yes, I drink Coca-Cola by itself.
Yes, but Coca-Cola isn't just Coca-Cola. It's sugar, it's fire retardant chemicals, it's sodium,
the
flavoring.
Good shit.
It's like 23 secret herbs and spices all put in a fucking can.
First of all, you fucking bring the Colonel into this one more goddamn time, and that's the end of the road. I'm sorry. I'll take a lot of things. Slurping, vaping. I
Chicken and Snapple.
Take either of those things. But I'll take a lot of shit. But no besmirching the Colonel. I saw a commercial for the famous Bulls yesterday during the football game, and I just went, oh, God, those are so gross, and I kind of want one.
I did the same thing with the Double Down sandwich, where I was like, that looks like a piece of shit, but I want to eat it once to say I did. I never did it, but...
Paul Polito says, Aaron is absolutely wrong. I make my coffee like I'm making a goddamn dessert, and it's awesome. That doesn't make me wrong. I'm not saying that you can't do that. I'm not saying that there's a physical impossibility. I'm saying that if the coffee is so goddamn good, then why are we fucking with it?
It's not that it's so goddamn good that we have to fuck with it. It's just that it's good, and we like fucking with it because it tastes even better that way. Again, I'm not going to sit here and just drink black coffee all the time because I want to prove a point that this isn't just because I have to. Like, no.
You won't bend to the criticism.
I like my coffee the way I like my coffee. I'm also not going to start ordering my steak well done because it bothers you. I mean, that's just...
Why would it bother
I don't know
you?
if it would, but I'm just saying. I'm not going to like someone, oh, why are you eating it? It's so red, it might as well be alive. Well, yeah, they won't bring it in here for me to do that, but if I could, like, just let me have my coffee the way I like my coffee.
No. No. This is America. We were born on skepticism and criticism. And by
mean, why drink it old-fashioned? Just drink the goddamn liquor straight. Why do you got to add shit to it?
I mean, I'll do that too. But liquor's fun. Coffee's gay. It's so gay.
Then why don't you love it?
Because it doesn't have a dick.
Oh, but it's gay.
It's gay. It's gay. Coffee's gay.
What do you mean it doesn't have a dick? Didn't you see the giant red one poking out of mine? I was sucking on it all show long. I was Biscontieing the shit out of that cup.
We Todd, it says, Aaron, you have issues. Yes. Why do I have a show? You can't have a show and not have issues. You'll be boring.
What do you think we're here to talk about? This is called therapy.
You know what this show is? And this is... I was yelling at somebody about this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Matt. Matt was over... I was talking to Matt the other day, former second mic, and we were talking about that time where Corey went on his show, and he was like saying, like, oh, I just don't like that the show has reaction stuff, and then said it's just a reaction show, which is complete horseshit. But we were talking about that from a few months ago when Corey said that, and I looked at Matt and I go, you know, the fucking nerve of any second mic to say that the show's been this or been that, or now it's become this and it was that. I have said this numerous times on the show before, and I will say it again. This show was, and always will be about
whatever
one thing.
I want.
Whatever the fuck I want it to be about.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's what the show is, and that's what the show will always be. It's just a journey through my mind for 4.5 hours a day. So if you say, you do too much this, you do too much. No! I do the exact perfect amount that I want to do that day. That's what this show was, and always will be.
It's like Aaron doesn't understand that even though I'm only there one day a week, it's my show, and we should do what I want. I'm just manipulating it from the background, like Dick Cheney in the Bush administration.
The reason it's so hard to be a second mic on this show is you can either do it my way or you can get the fuck out. What I need is my way because, again, I know how to put on a very good show.
I don't.
A second mic doesn't know how to put on as good a show as I do. So they will help me put on the good show I want to put on. It's like working with an architect.
See, I'm helping.
You're a bricklayer and you're working with an architect. A bricklayer doesn't tell the architect how to build the building.
I think the brick should be turned on end. I think we'd get up higher if we did it that way. Why are you doing it the other way around?
But the bricklayer can help the architect complete his vision, if you will. Mm-hmm. So sometimes whenever I hear people go like, oh, like if I hear a second, I go, oh, it should be this or it should be that. I go, first of all, history has proven you're wrong, I'm right. Second of all, way out of your pay grade. No, niet, 9, sabaka, which is Ukrainian for dog. No, this will be what I say it is. And the beautiful part is I've never forced anyone to stay here. I've always, like Zach or anyone else. If it was something,
if anything, you've tried to chase us off.
Right. Oh, and if there's one thing I've always done, it's encourage people to leave whenever they've brought it up. Like when Zach was like, oh, if you don't take that video of me doing the truffle shuffle down, I'll leave. I go, well, then fucking go. Like, just take
Don't let
off.
the door hit you, homie.
Yeah. Do you know how many second mics came before? I run through them like vehicles, one after the other. Mark Allen.
Sometimes he's not even awake when he hits them.
Mark Allen, Whiskey Pete, Dave Mordahl, Matt, Adrian, you name it.
One of those we want back.
Lou, Randy, all of them. I've run them through. You know why? I'll fucking do whatever I want. That's why. I'm sorry. I just need those sometimes.
It wasn't Adrian, by the way.
I'm just no. It's Matt. It's 100% Matt. Yeah, I just really needed to get that off my chest because of the slurp.
Okay.
You see why I'm so aggressive about the slurp now.
Yep.
The slurp
wasn't even about me.
It's not
other people.
The slurp. It's the show in general. The Happy Plague Doctor says if people talked about any other substance like they talked about coffee, you would send them to rehab. Well, you definitely should send people to rehab for putting chocolate in their cocaine. I mean,
look, I can't smoke my weed until it has some whipped cream and some sugar in it. Like, all right, you got issues.
That would be a little much, I think. Let's go to Adam the 69 says, I disagree, Aaron, because what you're doing right now sucks. Incorrect, but you are allowed to express your opinion with your feet. Skeezy says, give Johnny his coffee back. I need some slurping to break up this rant. No,
There's
you
nothing
don't.
left. There's not even anything to slurp.
The only reason you enjoy this program is listening to me rant. You'd be sad if it was gone.
Only reason I gave him the cup is because I got my last slurp in. And he's like, give it to me. I'm like, well, there's nothing here anyway. So
Triple N says, a big-breasted architect. Yes. Mark Atkinson says, sounds like he wants you to leave right now. No, that wasn't about Johnny at all. That was about the world in general.
Plus, there's no such thing as right now with me. If I'm going to leave, it's going to take like a half
hour.
Right.
The reason Johnny will always be the last person we'd ever get rid of is because it would take him so long to leave. It would just be awkward.
Yeah.
In fact, I would have to get rid of him, and I would have to leave.
He has to do it like right as I'm leaving. But all right, guys, see you guys tomorrow. Cool, man. Thanks for. By the way, you're fired. What? Click. All right, we're good.
Mad Max Mardigan says, yeah, Aaron hired Johnny back after last week's drop in numbers. I'm sorry, but last week and this week are dog shit numbers. They're days after holidays. In fact, today is worse than last Monday. I would have thought the day after Christmas would have been worse than the day after New Year's, but.
And it's not even the day after New Year's. It's the day after. Well,
yesterday's New Year's Day. So.
Everyone takes the 31st like it's the holiday, though.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the 1st is just hangover day.
Exactly. I got news for you. It means you're gay. Marauder says, coffee is not gay. Broadcasters ranting about coffee is gay. Well, you know what? Here, I'm going to drop the ultimate trump card on you. We're all sitting on the internet either doing a show or watching a show. We're all gay. How do you like that?
And now it's not special to be gay anymore.
Yeah, like we're not even at 400 fucking people today. There's been numerous times where I've started like in on a story today and I've gone, I just want to be done. I just want to go. We're like at half the numbers we usually are. It's fucking embarrassing. I've never done well with, I still have that complex where like if it's down, I'm like, oh shit, this is forever. You know? And so it definitely affects the
old psyche,
the quality of the program, that's for sure. And then like you get into serious stories like this China COVID stuff, and it's like, here's how I always feel about. I might just like stop grabbing news stories unless there's a funny vein to it.
Okay.
Because like I start talking about the news or ranting about the news, and I feel like everybody should have this level of humility in a way. I just feel like I'm saying stupid shit and nobody fucking cares. And what fucking point am I making that other people can't? It's like, what am I sitting here, the smart guy, breaking down what's going on in the world? No, nobody gives a shit. Like, nobody should. Like, if you start a podcast and you're nobody, and you go, you know what I'm going to talk about? The news and politics.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Skip it. Just go do something else. Put your time and your effort and your dreams into something else and just do it that way. Because the whole idea of I'm going to talk about the news and politics and blah, blah, ugh, don't. Skip it. This segment has Opie energy, says Stevie J. No, Opie gets mad for having too many numbers. We get mad for not having enough. It's totally different. The 495 Marauder says Chad would kill for these numbers. Look, I ain't trying.
And he'll rape just because.
He'll do that for fun, but he'll kill for the numbers. So anyway, we'll clean up this story here, and then we'll move on to something else that'll disappoint you. Mike Pompeo demands that the U.S. ban Chinese travelers after Beijing eased travel restrictions and claims Xi Jinping is trying to infect the world with another variant of COVID. Now, this is interesting because China has, like, slowed down big time because of all this COVID shit that's going on while the rest of the world kind of starts to recover and move forward. So they're now trying to open things back up. And I don't know if they're trying to infect the world with COVID. I think they more just, like, want to get back to business as usual so they stop falling behind. And the world is going to get infected again just
because of how it works.
Yeah, just as a side effect of that. But I love how our guys come out with a completely reasonable message, which is, hey, maybe we should shut down. If you guys really want to stop this disease, how about we shut down travel from the place it's coming from? But this country is just so weird now with, like, we're so crippled and paralyzed by guilt and fear that you can't do the reasonable thing because you're worried someone somewhere, even though it's not racist, even though it's not prejudice based on culture, you're worried someone might see it that way, so you don't want to do it. You'd rather look nice and condemn people to getting sick than doing the right thing and having the optics of looking at like you might be a little racist. It's just no way to run a country. I mean, you can run a bake sale that way.
I feel like if you're not racist, you shouldn't have to worry about whether or not you look racist because you're not racist. You're not doing it for those reasons.
No. Lemmy says Aaron needs to get back to the old don't look at the numbers rule. Yes, on days like today, I do. Here's what happened. We started clearing, like before Christmas, we started clearing 600 regularly. So I really liked looking. And then like the holidays happened.
Took a little dump.
Although Tuesday through Friday was awesome. Like Tuesday through Friday last week was really good. It was back to normal. Monday was shit. This Monday's shit. So now I kind of got in the habit. Lemmy's right. I got in the habit of breaking my rule about looking at numbers because they were really, really good. So I kind of wanted to spy a little bit. But then now today, like a day like today, the flip side of that is I do a show and then I look at the numbers and I'm like, oh, fuck. I should have taken today off. God damn it. Mikey Two Milk says the old rules don't exist anymore. No. All the rules exist until I say they don't. And then they come back when I say they do. How is this hard to understand? I don't get this.
It's the weirdest democracy ever.
I feel like I've said this so many times in the past. Guys, it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be my doing. That's the wonderful part. This is why I encourage everyone to get a show. Johnny knows this. My show, my rules. It's an awesome feeling. You don't got to run shit past anybody. Gene Malaprop says goalpost mover. I never even bury my goalposts. I'm so used to using moving them.
They're on fucking tracks,
right,
man.
I've got them on wheels so I can move them nice and easy again.
They're like handicapped goalposts.
Stevie J says, as fans, how can we make you love us again? No, I still love you guys, the ones who are here. It's those of you who got the day off and slept in. Just kidding. You guys are good. You're awesome. I when I work holidays and it's like a lot of people are gone, I'm like, fuck, I tricked myself into working.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
Yeah, exactly. And then there's that like last week I was like, hey, should we take the day after Christmas off? Everyone's tired, everything else. And then one person Like, the only criticism I take seriously is when someone says something that I'm thinking in the back of my mind already. And one guy went, oh, you're past the goal for the whole week, so now you're just going to steal shows that have already been paid for and take them off. And I'm like, well, shit, now I can't take the day.
Now he's got a point. Fuck.
Now I got to throw him a fucking show.
When he should have just been like, yeah, that's what we're doing.
Shamu says, let's not be so dramatic. I'm just trying to have some fun on a down day. That's all. Yeah, new rule, okay? Everything I say is the rule. Everything I don't isn't, okay? Did you seriously just gulp after going after Johnny for slurping? God, says Bob Rivers. Right?
I have no idea. I didn't hear the gulp.
Did I gulp?
I missed it.
Or did I do a... There's just a lot of cuntiness today. I'm just sensing a lot of cuntiness. You know what it is? Everybody's still a little hungover. Everybody's still a little fucked up from yesterday, and everybody's on it. I don't have a good show going right now. I'm just trying to get it back on track. April's Parents Hobby Farm, this says, this isn't a fucking holiday. They probably left forever. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Probably all left forever in one day. It's not because everybody literally has today off. Ryan says, great show. Please don't leave me out here alone with nothing good to listen to. Ned Scheckler says, year of the toe. According to my placemat, it's the year of the rabbit. Everyone's cunty following Aaron's lead. Says, all right, I need to get out of the fucking chat because I'm not performing for you guys today, and it's not a good show. And I've got a lot of good stuff to get through, but I'm burying myself.
Fucking Johnny's here and
all kinds of
everything down.
It's all bad. All right, let's go to Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon has words for anyone who thinks he has too many kids. I like this. My body, my choice. I don't know if you guys saw, but over the weekend, Nick Cannon had his 12th kid.
So he's birthing all in his body, his choice. Nobody else is involved.
Well, he puts the children in the woman's body, and they get what's called a winning lottery ticket. So yes, his body, his choice. Bitch, you want this money? Then my body, my choice. Well, a couple of gay guys decided I love this. A couple of gay guys decided to ask Nick Cannon, you may be breeding too much. You know what? Nick Cannon was very polite to say my body, my choice. He could have said, hey, you stick to pounding out each other's assholes, and I'll stick to procreating for the sake of the human race. How about you leave me the fuck alone?
How many kids have you slid out your back door?
Yeah.
I feel like the whole species continuing thing, I'm making up for you.
I don't like that two gay dudes are sitting here calling a black guy a breeder live on the air during their New Year's Eve party. Like, do you think that maybe you're having way too many kids? It's like, look, you two want to blow each other in the back room during commercials. That's your business. Don't get into mine. How's that?
You already get to keep all your money and not have to give it to these little
exactly.
these little taint lickers. So why don't you just move on with your winning ticket?
So one thing I kind of like about Nick Cannon is he has all these kids, and I think he's had them with like 6 different women. But he takes care of every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
He visits them all on the holidays. He's like Santa. He travels around all in one day, goes to all his kids, spends Christmas with them, spends all the holidays with them, visits them. I mean, the guy...
He's a dad.
He handles his business. I mean, it's crazy business. It's psychotic business. But he handles it.
He has to be the level of star he is just to afford it.
Right. He's on to his 12th kid now.
Holy shit.
And I must say, if he wants to have more... Who am I to tell him no?
Hey, Hollywood, reboot, cheaper by the dozen. That guy.
Just cast his whole family.
Yeah.
You get a group discount. Let's watch Andy Cohen and Anderson Cooper. Again, 2 gay dudes.
Oh, how can you say that? These are so masculine, straight poses we see here.
Questioning this guy for having 12 children.
You recently welcomed your 12th child and daughter, Halo Marie Cannon. Congratulations. How is everyone doing?
Thank you, man. The family is amazing. Everybody's healthy, and that's all we can ask for.
Yeah.
That's great. Nick, I mean, you are single-handedly repopulating the Earth. I give it up to you, man. What is your plan here? What is your end game with the kids? You just want to keep going, or is there
What a fucked up question to ask somebody.
What if you flip that the other way to Andy Cohen? Like, Andy Cohen, it's been all this time and you're still like dick deep in man ass. Just curious, what is your end game here?
Right?
How much fudge do you need?
I love that is a weird thing about bitchy gay guys like Andy Cohen is they get to be judgmental and asky of everybody else. But the minute you turn that projection onto them, it's like, oh, how dare you? Oh, don't ask me about my sexuality. Like they get like a guy like Andy Cohen like has made his living and made his own self-branding is like, I make people uncomfortable. I keep people on their toes. But the minute it happens to them, then it's like, why would you dig so deep into my sexuality? What? Well, I mean, I just asked you why you dug so deep into that guy's asshole. I mean, I just felt like you're asking me about my children. I can ask you about, you know, what's your dick smell like? You know, these are all fair questions.
A number? Do you want to hit 20?
Andy,
where are we going with this?
Clearly, I don't have a plan.
Oh, God, that's a good thing to admit as a parent.
Honestly, man, it's really just so much joy.
Look, here's what the deal is, Andy. I just love to raw dog the shit out of bitches, and I just kind of have a come what may attitude.
Look, clearly I don't have a plan. I don't have a plan A. I certainly don't have a plan B. And, yeah.
And I'm a man of God, so abortion's out of the question. So I love my kids.
Joy and elation that I have, the family that I have, and I embrace it and I love it, but I don't have a plan. That should have been clear from the jump.
A vasectomy?
Oh my God.
Is that what you want me to get? This is my body, my choice.
Yes, that is right. Good for you. Good answer.
Oh, God, I just can't stand their energy. People watch this. Is this like the new Dick Clark thing now? Is this what they do for New Year's?
I don't think anyone actually watches this. I think CNN's lying to themselves, telling them people watch this shit.
Yeah, like I just got two gay guys just prancing around like, oh, good for you. Absolutely. That's wonderful. Okay.
The head covering thing is because he's Muslim.
Oh, no. Nick Cannon is remarkably Christian. Very, very good. Look, you're trying to get us. He yelled at that guy for suggesting a vasectomy.
I was just goofing, man.
You think he gets the religion? You think he gets excited about the vasectomy? Wait until word gets back to him that Johnny called him a Muslim. We're going to have a holy war with 12 small children screaming.
He's going to fire all the cannons at us.
Yes. They certainly don't want this. Angry Saxon says, Dick Clark died. What's the point of calling it his show? I think it's a branding thing. I think he owns it. I think Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve or whatever is like his
thing.
His thing. So I think they keep the branding of it alive. But yeah, Chris says they just heard the leftist talking point and immediately got wet. I find it interesting that the two gay guys can like scoff at the man having a bunch of kids, ask him all kinds of personal questions, and like dig deep into all this stuff and make fun of his sexuality. But the minute he would be like, oh, that would be like me asking if you're going to keep pounding Anderson's ass tonight or if you guys are done. And he's like, oh, how he made a homophobic remark. It's like,
you made a heterophobic remark.
Yeah, you made a remark about me having a bunch of kids and whether or not I'm going to get my balls cut or anything, but I can't talk about you stuffing an ass full of dick.
You're calling me having 12 kids trying to single-handedly repopulate the earth?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, wasn't there like some show with a family like 19 people or some shit?
Yeah, first of all, if I'm trying to repopulate the earth, people never talk about this when they talk about the repopulating the earth thing. You'd have to rely on incest.
Eventually.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of fucked up kids out there. That's why humanity is so messed up, because we're all interconnected at some point.
There'd be like this Habsburgian thing that you almost couldn't get away. It'd like hide in the DNA. And then some people will be born that are so messed up, they don't even know who they're into. Like, it's just whatever comes their way. And they were just born that way.
The Duggars, 19 and counting.
Ugh.
Is what you're thinking of.
Yeah, my point is they're repopulating.
Well, and then the one of them got arrested for, I think, child porn. And he's in prison.
Crap. Now we're making their point for him. Never mind, bail.
Get it cut, Nick. I'm sorry. I'll take the slings and
vasectomy
arrows.
time. Sorry, we tried to save you.
Yeah.
We did you in with the Duggars.
19. So he's still a ways away from, breaking any records or anything like that. Good for Nick. You can get a vasectomy. Pff, my body, my choice. I want to shoot big loads of cum and sperm, Andy. I'm not here to shoot blanks. I want my goo to have chunks in it. I buy my orange juice with pulp, Andy. Vasectomy. Why don't you get a vasectomy? And he just goes into homophobic slurs. It's like, all right, quick note. Never ask Nick Cannon to get a vasectomy.
Vasectomy? Oh, I see why. We got to castrate the black man.
Oh, so you don't want the black man making more beautiful black babies. Well, black babies is beautiful, Andy. And I know for a fact that you'd be interested if you know what I mean.
Well, look, the reason we don't want it is because traditionally we have the black woman with, the big black.
Jimmy the Greek comes up every day. I think I mentioned Jimmy the Greek on last night's show. Jimmy the Greek is back on this one. Good God.
He's practically a second Mike.
Yeah. A baggage handler has I'm surprised this doesn't happen more often. Not necessarily this specific way of things being done, but I'm surprised there aren't more accidents on airport tarmacs. A baggage handler has died after apparently being sucked into a plane's engine in a freak New Year's Eve accident. Imagine being on that plane.
Imagine being that guy. Do you shit your pants before you're dead?
No, that's got to be quick.
You're just puree?
Yeah. That's got to be a pretty quick. I mean, the only positive I can see about that is that's a pretty quick way to go.
Before you know what's happening, you're dead?
Authorities say the unidentified employee was working on the ramp at Montgomery Regional Airport in Alabama around 3 p.m. Saturday when he was said to be sucked into the running engine of an Envoy air flight that was parked ahead of its scheduled flight to Dallas, Texas. The victim has not yet been publicly identified, but was an employee of Piedmont Airlines. Both Envoy and Piedmont are regional subsidiaries of American. Okay, so they're a regional carrier. Ooh. Montgomery Regional Airport was closed in the immediate aftermath, but resumed operations late Saturday night. So basically what they're saying is we had to cease operations until we could clean all the blood and guts off the plane and the tarmac.
The giant red streak that was behind the jet engine.
Yeah. Once we got everything all cleaned up, then we were able to start doing flights again. You get guts and intestines on the tarmac, and it can get slippery for the other planes. It's a hazard.
It's like a bloody nose and a snail trail merged. Yeah. We got to get that out of there.
Both the Federal Aviation Administration and the National Transportation Safety Board are investigating the incident. Well, I mean, no disrespect, but what do you need to know?
Well, we don't understand what happened. The plane ate him. And then it shat him out.
A guy got too close to the fucking plane and got sucked in, and away you go.
How could that possibly happen? You don't know how engines work, do you?
No, I think you got to stand clear when that thing's about to start up. In a statement, American Airlines says it is devastated by the accident involving a team member. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and our local team members. We are focused on ensuring that all involved have the support they need during this difficult time. Piedmont Airlines also said it has mobilized its care team to provide support to the victim's family, friends, and coworkers. I thought they were going to say they mobilized a care team. I'm like, it's too late, dude. He's gone. You get sucked into a jet engine. We don't. That's like Malcolm X. He doesn't need a doctor. He needs a preacher.
He's in critical but stable.
Right. Like Jeremy Renner, critical but stable. He is. What I meant by that was there are no pieces of him left, so he is intact wherever he is whole. That much we can be sure of. Meanwhile, that's got to be like leaving a blender's cap off. I mean, getting sucked through a plane engine.
Ugh.
Like in one end and then just juice.
Well, I imagine actually not quite, because the fins on that aren't meant to like do that. So I feel like, the first third or half of your body might go through pretty easy, but then it's getting gunked up and
you're jamming up the engines.
I know one question I don't think is answered. Head first or feet first? Which way did it go?
I think back first. I think if you get sucked in, you just
by the largest area first?
Back, and then you run through. Meanwhile, Wade A. Davis, the executive director of the airport, said, "We are saddened to hear about the tragic loss of a team member of the American Airlines Piedmont Airlines team. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family during this difficult time. More information is expected to be released when the FAA files its first report on Monday." Isn't there supposed to be like an all clear or like some kind of thing where like everybody, we're about to fire up the engines, everybody get the fuck out of the way?
I mean, I feel like if you work at an airport, that's like one of the things. And they're like, by the way, these things lift the jets off the ground. There's some power there. You might want to steer clear.
I mean,
it's not like they're loud or anything.
Right. I just feel like there's a part of me that feels like this was suicide by plane. Like the guy was just like, I'm out, and this is a way better way to go than any other way I'm thinking of. Like he was just sitting there inside the airport one day daydreaming. He's like, God, I'm out. What do I want to do? Hang myself? Shoot myself? And then all of a sudden he hears a Christmas song come on the speakers, and he looks outside, and then he sees the plane, and he's like, that would really do a number on a guy if he were to stand in front of it. And then a big smile, like the big Tim Curry in Home Alone 2 smile comes across his face. Yeah, like Butchie says, suicide by blender.
Wife's making an OnlyFans with the neighbor.
Yeah.
Kid's a freaking waste of space, thinks he's a dog.
Happy Black Doctor says, I worked interior airframe. Indoor engine tests were awesome. Yeah, you don't stand in front of them. Stevie J says maybe he dove head first. Right, maybe. I mean, we'll know once the FAA report comes out how the hell that happens.
It was a complete accident. Why was he flying like Superman into the thing?
Why did he go like this?
Why was he pretending to cradle a football and make a Heisman Trophy pose?
It's a really odd way to have an accident, if you ask me. Oh, I was going to say what a terrible way to die, but I think that would be a pretty easy way to go.
I mean, yeah, there is no going back. I mean, you're committed.
Yeah. Spirit Airlines would have been like, motherfucker done fucked up the plane. Now, see, why would they say it that way? I don't understand. People are also saying it's way better than flying Spirit. Yeah. I mean, you fly American, you're still going to get decent accommodations on the plane. You just got to wait until they scrape the guts off the tarmac from the man who decided to make a leap for it.
We'd like to apologize to all our passengers. We're going to be waiting at the gate while we wash the remnants of one of the guys who loaded the plane off the runway. We'll be leaving in just a moment.
And we just want to say before we leave, this plane is now called the Chad Davis Memorial Aircraft after one of the men got sucked up into the engine. I'm sure you heard the terrible sounds. We don't believe he's going to make it. Ray Epps. You guys know Ray Epps. You know who Ray Epps is?
Yep.
Ray Epps is the guy
who did nothing, apparently.
Who did nothing. He was there on January 6th at the Capitol, and he was yelling for people to go in. We're going to go to the Capitol. Come on, guys, let's get up closer to the Capitol. And people were chanting Fed at him, and they're like, no, we're not going to the Capitol, you dickbag. So then he would go to another part of the protest, and he would go, hey, guys, we're going to the Capitol. Let's go. Come on. Like, he went to like 3 or 4 different places trying to urge people to storm the Capitol. And when each place said, no, fuck that, we're not going.
That sounds like a setup.
Yeah. He would move on to the next one. Well, of all the people who have ever been involved in the January 6th thing, they've all been called before Congress.
They're terrorists.
They've all been thrown in jail. This Ray Epps guy, nobody's talked to him, never called before any panel, never faced any charges. Nothing.
Never publicly questioned in any event.
Nothing for Ray Epps, which led people to believe that, not very difficult to deduce, he's a federal agent.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a federal agent who was inciting the January 6th riot in order to make Trump look bad and everything else. It's a theory that's being kicked around, and I have to say, whether or not he is or is not a government agent, the government is not doing a good job of making it look like he isn't. Put it that way.
Making it look like he is.
Right. They're kind of...
They asked you guys about it. You went, we can't comment.
That's a yes.
That's not a no.
Because if he's not, you just say no.
No.
So they found his emails, and apparently in Ray Epps' emails, he admits to orchestrating the entire thing. So it looks like around 9 a.m., your nephew texts you, you and Jim be safe. And then at 2:12 p.m. on January 6th, you text back, I was in the front with a few others.
I
orchestrated it. So he's on email now admitting that he was the guy who orchestrated January 6th. Now, you would think that if a guy wrote something like that and that we discovered he wrote something like that, he'd be in prison. Like a guy like...
Well, everybody involved should be.
I mean, January 6th, what's it been compared to now by Congress? 9/11. I've heard it compared to slavery. the Civil War. So, like, this is one of the worst things that's ever happened in America. You would think if you could get the ringleader, I mean...
You should. Well,
perfect.
The ringleader was Trump, remember? The ringleader was Trump.
Yeah, if you could get the second in command.
Right. Man on the ground.
Which this Ray Epps guy is now saying, yeah, I orchestrated it. I mean, that should be like no plea deal, no nothing. You're going to jail. On the afternoon of January 6th, Ray Epps texted his nephew about the events at the Capitol, saying, I orchestrated it. I was in the front with a few others. Just interesting that this guy hasn't been called yet to testify. No Ray Epps so far. No charges. No arrests. Nothing. Here's some clips of Ray Epps on January 6th.
Tomorrow, we need to go into the Capitol. Into the Capitol. What? No!
Now you hear people already going, what? No.
Peacefully. Fed.
Oh, there's Baked Alaska right next to him yelling Fed.
Irony.
Fed. Tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
No, you won't. Everybody else will.
Yeah. Everyone who follows you will be arrested, and they'll have to cut shitty plea deals where they do like 2 years in jail unless they roll over on people. But you're going to be fine, sir. You are immune. This guy even talks like an agent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even talks like a professional guy.
We need to go. I'll say it. All right. We need to go in.
Shut the fuck up, Boomer.
To the Capitol.
people even on the stream donating money going, shut the fuck up, Boomer.
Base Fed posting? All right. We need to go into the Capitol. I didn't see that coming. Okay.
Monument Hill.
So that was there. So he said it at night, the night before.
The night before.
And they're all like, shut the fuck up, dude.
You know, when you're drunk and everything, he's just talking out his ass.
Yeah.
Why would we think he's responsible?
So they didn't go for it. They didn't want to storm the Capitol. So then we find Ray Epps elsewhere at the protest the next day.
We are going to the Capitol where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word.
Are you a protester or a tour guide?
Please spread the word. I vaguely look like I'm armed for an attack.
Yeah.
All right, noted. Okay, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't need to get
Should
shot.
you arrest us all?
Leave the bullhorn? Okay.
So he works all those dipshits up and goes right to the front. And then when they start storming, what does he do?
He just kind of starts
Hangs back.
File him back a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, there's everybody in. Is that him right there?
So that's the end of that clip. So we have video of this guy storming the Capitol.
Yeah, he's definitely involved.
We have video of this guy encouraging people, inciting people to go storm the Capitol. And this guy has not been talked to. This guy has not been sat down, not publicly or privately interviewed. No charges brought up. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is Ted Cruz talking about it a couple of weeks ago.
On the night of January 5th, 2021, Epps wandered around the crowd that had gathered. And there's video out there of him chanting, tomorrow, we need to get into the Capitol, into the Capitol. This was strange behavior, so strange that the crowd began chanting, Fed, 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 Fed. Ms. Sandburn, was Ray Epps a Fed?
Now, this is interesting because if Ray Epps is not a Fed...
Very simply, no, he does not work for the federal agency.
Nope. Like, I'm sure if Ted Cruz would have went, hey, this guy here, this guy streaming, he's an internet political streamer known as Baked Alaska. Is he a Fed? She'd go, no.
I thought he was.
Well, there are people who are criticizing Baked Alaska, saying like he rolled over on people and took a plea deal and shit like that. I don't know. I don't get
That's
deep.
a Fed to me.
Yeah, I don't get
after the fact, but still Fed.
I don't get deep enough into it to know if that's like what the guy did or not. But if you ask them like, hey, is Donald Trump Jr. FBI employee, they'd be like, no, he's never been.
How could you even suggest such a thing?
Yeah.
Sir, I cannot answer that question.
Why?
The next day, on January 6th, Mr. Epps is seen whispering to a person, and 5 seconds later, 5 seconds after he's whispering to a person, that same person begins to forcibly tear down the barricades. Did Mr. Epps urge them to tear down the barricades?
Huh?
Sir, similar to the other answers, I cannot answer that.
Why?
It feels like if he
He's
wasn't...
he's just asking your opinion on whether or not this guy, you think he incited that. God. And this is where I start to tap out of politics and go, all right, this is as far as I want to take this stuff. This is as far as I want to go. Because there's nothing any of us can do. We all know.
We can't change it.
Right, you can't change it. They're going to do whatever they want to do. They might as well come out and say this Epps guy was a Fed. Nothing changes. Like, they come out and say, yeah, you know what? He is. He's one of our guys, and we always have guys with eyes, on these protests and anytime this happens, and we'll always do whatever we can to make that protest or that movement look bad and poison it with our own agents that we have in there. Because what's going to happen? It's not like anybody's going to hold you accountable or anyone's going to do anything bad to you. You guys are in charge. You get to do whatever you want. So why not just admit it? Fair and Balanced with $10 says, big story out of D.C. McCarthy went into the weekend with 5 Republicans saying they vote no for Speaker. Now it's jumped to 9. Starting out 2023 amazing. Also, Proud Boys jury selections this week in D.C. I don't know who their speaker's going to be as the Republicans took back the House, but I don't know. As long as the fact that it's not Nancy Pelosi anymore is kind of fun. I mean, you're kind of in a position now where anybody they pick, you're like,
whatever.
It's better than who they had before. Yeah, so, I mean, if you would go ahead and just go, yeah, by the way, Ray Epps is one of our guys. We told him to go incite some crazy shit so that we could make Trump look bad.
It's almost like we have guys in these organizations near levels of power or seemingly in levels of power, but not actually in control. Kind of like that whole thing with the Michigan governor. It's not like we gave him that plan.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Michigan governor where the COVID protests were happening.
Mm-hmm.
So then the federal government said, oh, shit, our whole grasp on, locking down the country and crushing the economy and winning the election in 2022, the whole thing's going to be kaput if these people start taking to the streets and protesting stuff. Quick, we've got some FBI agents in this group, this militia group in Michigan. Give them a plan to kidnap the governor and then give it to 2 of our informants that are working for the FBI. Have them go along with it. So basically the FBI tells their informants, hey, go along with this plan.
Hey,
they go,
pitch this.
Okay, cool. Now give it to your leader and ask him if he'll do it. And the leader's like, nah, I don't think I want to do this. And like, oh, come on. We'll have you meet with the guy, the whole deal. And he goes, okay, fine. I'll meet with the guy to talk about it. And then we get this news story. Oh, my God. Armed citizens planning to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And I'm like, really? Was it? I mean, we found out later, was it really armed citizens or was it the FBI trying to encourage an armed citizen to kidnap the governor?
Gretchen Whitmer denounces attacks on the government, but also simultaneously endorses the FBI's help in the case. Like, the help was the FBI planned it. You endorse the kidnappers or you don't? Which is it?
Right. Zen Rhino says, Aaron, why are you saying he was never interviewed? That transcript you read from where he admits he orchestrated it is from the private testimony he gave in front of the January 6th committee. All I had was the email. That was an email I read.
Yeah, that wasn't a transcript of anything.
That wasn't a transcript of anything I was reading. That was an email between he and his, what was it they say, his nephew? Yeah. That was he and his nephew emailing with each other. Like, it's kind of weird, too. Like, uncles and nephews just emailing back. I guess if your uncle had something to do with January 6th, he would probably get in touch with him like, hey, you all right, man? What's going on?
Get him, Unc.
Yeah. Farron with another $5 says if they don't pick McCarthy, the Democrats can vote for their pick, and they do have a chance of taking the speakership again with a GOP-led House. Oh, all of that shit is so exhausting. It's just, I mean...
It seems like it's almost one big circle jerk.
Yeah, it's just all... Ugh. And Republicans can't figure out who they are, what they are, and Like, are we a small government party or are we just a corporatist party or fucking hell. I can't. Again, I follow that shit for like 5 minutes and then I start rolling my eyes. Help Me says, look into the leaked Salvo Pancakes texts where he flirts with 10-plus girls and men and even tells them that he's going to leave his wife for them. He deleted his Facebook and Discord, too. Help me. Do me a favor, buddy. Anything you have, send it over to me. That's very interesting because I've always thought there was something off with this Salvo Pancakes guy. Do you know who he is?
I don't know anything about Salvo Pancakes.
He's trying to get a YouTube show started. He does similar size as this show.
Right.
But he's just trying to do Red Bar's show. Like he's just...
Hey, that's our gig.
Right. I know. People go, they're like, oh, what are you, a Red Bar wannabe? I'm like, no, Red Bar doesn't talk about the shit we do. We don't do Red Bar's show. We kind of go topic to topic instead of jacking ourselves off all the time. If anything, we're more into self-hatred. But no, we're nothing like Red Bar's show.
We're more of a Kumia clone.
Yeah. Wait, right. I'm ripping off Kumia, remember? But this Salvo Pancakes guy, you watch an episode of Red Bar and you watch Salvo Pancakes, you're like, holy
Copy
shit.
paste.
Is he? No, you're like, did Red Bar give birth to him and then like start a ventriloquist act? Because this guy is like actively doing an imitation. Whereas, this show, we're just kind of doing our show the way we've always done it for years. He's like doing an active imitation. He doesn't have a show he wants to do, but he has a show he likes, so he's going to try to do that show.
Just watch that show, guy.
But now apparently there's some very odd... this guy, Help Me, is not the first guy I've seen
to say
talk about these allegations
sketchy going on.
So Help Me, I just put my email in the chat. You can check that out and
send us
what you have. Because I look, again, I don't know anything about it. I'm not saying they did happen or they didn't happen. But I don't know anything about what the hell is going on with Salvo Pancakes. They're saying Salvo got his hand caught with his hand in the pussy jar.
You got me. Hand in the cookie jar.
Red Bar pays for Salvo's antics, paid him to get Def Noodles in L.A. He's a stooge for Red Bar, but he likes fucking with Def Noodles. Well, isn't Def Noodles kind of done now? Like, isn't he finished? So wouldn't that be like kind of the end of that gimmick? You got to pick on other people.
Def Noodles doesn't know he's done, though. He didn't hear that.
Red Bar paid Salvo to fuck with Def Noodles. Okay. Well, I mean, hey. Well, I really... The reason I don't have anything to say about that is because it's kind of a whatever deal. All right. Cool.
I don't care.
I don't care if anybody went to Def Noodles or Def Noodles went to this guy or these guys.
Look, I don't know anything that's going on, all right? I don't care. I'll pay attention to that stuff.
No. I pay attention to all of it. I just really don't have a reaction to that because it just seems like a big nothing burger. Like, it sounds like fun. Aaron actually warned everyone about Salvo immediately. Oh, that's right. When I saw him, I did say, look out. This guy's got a weird thing going.
He seems sketchy.
I forgot about that. I did. I said right off the top, because of the way he was staring at Def Noodles and shit. I'm like, there's a screw loose with this fucking Salvo Pancakes guy. Like, he ain't playing with a full deck. He's not playing like, let's do a fun show on the internet. Like, he thinks this all means something. And then you add on to that the fact that he's a Red Bar stan, and he's kind of doing Red Bar's show for him.
Uh-oh.
Maybe my prediction was right. Thank you, D. Gulag. I forgot that I warned everybody about that guy. But it just seems anyone who takes this shit too seriously or anyone who lives their gimmick and won't stop doing a fucking gimmick, it's obnoxious to me. You're just like, stop it. I know you're not that thing. Everybody watching this knows you're not that thing. Just, there's no show that's going to live on and continue as long as you won't be yourself. As long as you're trying to be a gimmick, you set up a wall between you and the audience. And anytime you can't be honest, that's just a show that's not going to continue. Because people will start to get the gimmick and they'll get the character that you're doing, and then they'll go,
oh, this is a bit.
It's like the Tom Green show, Borat, anything else. The character runs its course. That's why, as prickly as I may be when we broadcast on a holiday and walk ourselves into low numbers, and then I feel shitty about the show I'm doing, at least I'm telling you
You're still you.
You know where I'm at. You know what I'm thinking. It's a very open and honest program. But if you start doing a gimmick or you start like imitating someone else, that's got a very low shelf life because you can't fall back on honesty if you want. When you add that it's a Red Bar stand, says Citizen M, what the fuck do you mean by that? I mean, if you're doing your show as a tribute to someone else, you're not doing your own thing and being honest, and that's got a timer on it. That's got a detonation clock on it. It's all gonna blow up.
If you're doing an homage, it has to end, and you have to either become your own thing or just be done.
Right. I mean, at some point, you've got to decide what show you want to do and then do that one. Fair and Balanced with $2 says, Otaku update. Is he coming on the show?
Yeah, what happened with that?
I haven't been able to get anything back from Wrestling Otaku, unfortunately.
He's just so busy with all that pussy he's crushing.
Yeah, all that pussy he's crushing with that contract he made. Not only that, he's really sad that his Ravens apparently lost last night. Otaku is doing another modern female rant tonight.
Oh,
well,
God.
I can't wait to see it.
I'm sure it's not because those are the biggest numbers he gets when he does those.
I am a big Wrestling Otaku fan. I really do like that guy. Wrestling Otaku. What are his... Oh, yeah, calls out modern women. Okay, so he's doing that. Calling out modern-day women on their BS scheduled for tomorrow at 6 p.m. Oh, so even Wrestling Otaku knows that today's a shit
just not
day.
the good day
Yeah,
to aim for.
if Wrestling Otaku knows what the fuck is going on and I don't, what the hell chance does this show have?
I can't believe I even showed up today. I should have known better.
Yeah. I gave you guys last week off because I was like, it's going to be kind of a dead week. And I can't say, oh, Johnny, don't come in, but everyone else come in. So I'm like, you know what? Everybody just fuck off. Then by Tuesday, everything was back to normal. And
we're great.
Numbers-wise, everything was good. He did make a video yesterday called Welcome to 2023 Wrestling Otaku Movement.
It's the year of the taku, apparently.
It's apparently the year of the taku. You want to catch up with a little Wrestling
let's check.
Otaku? This is our buddy. He does like a wrestling channel, like a wrestling coverage channel, what looks like from his grandma's house.
Well, he inherited it.
I think he might have inherited his grandmother's house. And we watched him. We came across him because our cringe had a video of him like making this like checklist of what a woman needs to be.
Down.
Yeah,
that was bad.
So he'll date her. And I subscribed to his channel ever since, and I've been following what Wrestling Otaku's been doing. I have not seen this one yet. Welcome to 2023, Wrestling Otaku Movement. We also watched some videos where he dances. He does some other things. He's just a ball of charisma that loves pro wrestling.
I watched one where he went through the aisle of a Walmart toy section to discuss the action figures available from the wrestling. Is really awesome because I know most channels where they discuss like action figures and stuff like that, even if it is really kind of weird to see an adult who has toys in the background.
Sure.
But, at least you bought them, whatever. This guy's sitting there just like, oh, look, they got this one here. Like,
They put it back.
Yeah.
You know,
like his store discount wasn't going to be enough.
I was saying a little bit ago that a guy like Salvo Pancakes is going to fall apart because he doesn't have his own identity, his own personality, his own like kind of show he wants to do. He's doing somewhat a carbon copy of someone else's show. This Wrestling Otaku is the opposite. He's going to be around forever because Wrestling Otaku doesn't give a shit.
He does him.
He just does him all the time. Say what you want about Wrestling Otaku's content. There isn't another Wrestling Otaku out there.
Thank God.
He's the only one.
Alrighty, what is going on, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Wrestling Otaku channel. It is officially the first day of 2023, January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day, so I want to welcome you all in, subscribers old and new, viewers old and new, to the Wrestling Otaku channel. I do know I have a bit of a new audience coming in, but
you're welcome.
It's almost like I got a bump from an r/cringe post.
Yeah. And
a show.
And a little steel toe coverage, Otaku. Boy, I get really sad when I, give these people a spotlight and then I don't even
don't give a thank you.
I never get a fucking
We
thank
just
you.
want recognition. We don't want money or anything like that. Just don't suck our dicks. Just be like, hey.
Who have we successfully boosted? Zumach every time, although he never goes live during our show anymore. So you got Zumach, Opie, and Otaku. And none of them ever say thank you to Steel Toe for the numbers. They all just yell at me. They get mad at me. I'm just trying to help.
Everybody's a buzz about this toe guy.
Exactly. That's what they all say.
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
By the way, hit the like button on this video. Subscribe to our channel. Did we cross 7,300 yet? That's the next milestone. 7,300 is the next 100 mark. We've got to hit. Oh, no, we've gained literally 0 subs during today's show. 0.
I'm so fired after this show.
It's just a stellar program
Look,
today.
man, the numbers confirmed it. You're gone.
So, yes, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button on the video. It helps a lot. We appreciate it. All right, 2023 is the year of the otaku. Let's hear him out.
I want to welcome you all nonetheless to the Wrestling Otaku channel. We have officially made it. We are in our 8th year, going into our 8th year here on YouTube.
Damn,
or this channel anyway.
8th year.
His 8th year. It's the year of the 8th.
I fear his 8th year might be the big one.
Shit on this guy. Shit on this guy all you want.
Oh, I do.
He's stuck to it.
Yeah.
I mean, 8 years of consistent uploads.
And one shirt.
And that's true. He wears the same shirt. I'll say this to his credit. He's learned how to do the internet. He doesn't read the comments. He doesn't, get worked up about what other people's opinions are about him. He just does what he wants to do, attracts the audience he ends up attracting, and performs for him. So I got to give Otaku that.
Going into our 8th year. It would be our 8-year anniversary in May of this year, which also would be my birthday, go figure. But welcome you guys in the channel. There's a little introduction.
We're sending him like something for his birthday, right? Yeah. In May.
A Fan of Chad shirt. I got to finish making that.
Fan of Chad shirt.
Video here. This will be my first video of the new year here on the channel. So I want to welcome you guys in and want to kind of let you guys know, little heads up on stuff I plan on doing on here. Going into the new year here, 2023, we're going to keep it moving, keep it rolling. We're going to keep coming off the momentum of a very good, very memorable 2022, and we're going to keep that ball rolling. And yeah, man. So I hope you guys enjoy all the content I bring on here.
So far, this has been a 1 minute and 10-second intro.
Yeah.
Of him just welcoming everyone in. That's very welcoming. You've got to feel pretty welcome at this point.
I don't know. I don't think he likes me.
And if you do,
does he know you?
No.
Oh,
be sure to subscribe to the channel, man. We're about 7 or so subs away from 2,800 subscribers right here on the channel. That sub count is climbing. The view count is climbing.
Those numbers.
We're getting a lot of traction, man. And
maybe you need to ride the Kotaku or the Wrestling Otaku.
There we go. I got to start, just stealing it, because anyone that watches that is obviously going to love my show.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
By the way, quick update. He may be a couple away from whatever his number just was. We're now 2 subs away from 7,300, so let's cross over today. Subscribe, like, whatever.
And so after that, we will be on the road to 3K, the road to 3,000 subscribers.
I thought he was going to do like a mobile show. That would be fun.
I was like, dude, we can get fucking tickets.
I want to see what Otaku's driving as he goes down the road and broadcasts from an RV.
I want to see him walk on that stage and just count how many panties fly up.
Yeah, exactly. But are all you bitches following my checklist? Woo! We love you, Otaku!
Remember, I want you to be financially independent, and if you could take care of me, that would be awesome.
Bonus.
Right here on the Wrestling Otaku channel. Once thought inconceivable by the idiot masses, but the Wrestling Otaku, I make things happen on here, and I will continue.
That's right. Fuck the haters, Otaku. You're my man. You're my boy, Otaku. They said it couldn't happen. They said you couldn't do shitty wrestling videos for 8 years, and this guy has proven them wrong.
And if it weren't for his grandma and COVID,
that's true.
He might not have been on here. So I want to give you guys just a brief little kind of overview of what I plan on doing. Kind of like with the, channel trailer I did last year, which I still plan on doing a channel trailer, something similar to that for this year, for 2023, because obviously the one I have now is outdated. And but I do plan on doing an introductory
Keeping
video.
it fresh.
I also plan on doing a new intro video, kind of like the one I did last year as well. Video that I play before, the intro that I played, before my video.
All right, we're going to skip ahead. Otaku's boring the shit out of me.
Podcast, plan on bringing that back.
Podcast?
Try to do
yes! Wrestling Otaku podcast. Boy, we kind of catch on to these people right at the perfect time as they're just starting to go like this.
Head back in.
I am down for a Wrestling Otaku podcast.
Do some more content involving the sports talk. Want to do my own kind of little thing for Baltimore Sports Talk, like I said I was going to do last year.
I want to join Baltimore Sports
Talk. So I plan on bringing a lot of content, a lot of stuff coming your way here in the new year in 2023. So So I hope you guys enjoy it, man. And I hope you guys join me along for the ride because, hey, you know, Wrestling Otaku, we're moving on up. Just like the Jeffersons, we're moving on up, man.
Good reference. Current, modern reference. The Jeffersons were moving on up. Who doesn't remember
Somebody
that?
obviously doesn't have cable and is only watching the VHSs that his grandma still has.
Yeah, why do we just have a blue screen?
Every time, too. It's always there with a blue screen.
Can't we turn off the TV when we're doing our videos? Can't we pick a different place to do our videos? And why aren't we sitting on the couch doing these? Why are we like kneeling in front of the couch?
Or on the edge of it.
I don't know what we're doing here.
On Vice TV, was pretty much all Wrestling Otaku. My influence is all over YouTube, all over the IWC, and all over the internet, and all corners and all facets of the internet. Where
I fucking love him.
Obviously, this shit is happening because of me. It's not like a wrestling promotion is doing something that I predicted. No, they literally did it because I said, because they're like, hey, what does that guy with 2,000 subscribers think?
I love him. He's like, Vice was doing wrestling documentaries, a lot of it because of Wrestling Otaku. I think they played, like, on one of the Vice wrestling documentaries, they played a clip from his YouTube channel. So he's like, I'm on the Vice wrestling documentaries. Then he's like, the internet wrestling community, all this stuff, it's all influenced by Wrestling Otaku. I like this. Otaku the Kingmaker over here.
Obviously, this is total self-awareness we're seeing.
I like him. He's my favorite.
my influence is spreading day after day, month after month, year after year, and that's going to continue. So yeah, I plan on continuing the rise, my rise to the top, and we're not going to stop, man, until I get to the very top.
Or until you get to the TH.
That being said, that's pretty much all I got to say for this video. So I'm going to be...
By the way, he says, that's all I have to say for this video. It goes on for another 2.5 minutes. So he hasn't totally run out of things to say.
So you're in Baltimore, Maryland, but you love the Minnesota goodbye?
Yeah. Working on that intro video, the channel trailer, and then the intro video after that. So that'll probably take, I don't know, depending on how long, I get the stuff together. Me and also, obviously later tonight, we do still have, there's some football games on, I was actually watching some right before I did this video.
All right, I'm bored with Wrestling Otaku. We can be, if I'm bored, the audience is getting bored.
We can come back later.
We can come back later to when Wrestling Otaku has something for us. Fair and Balance says 7.3, baby. Want to get you both on my show just to chat soon. Next milestone, 10K.
Absolutely.
Farron, I'm doing your show anytime you'd like. All of us would love to. Everyone involved. Look at that, 7302. We've crossed over 7,300.
You want to throw my email in the chat? Yours has been there a few times.
Let's throw your what?
Email. Johnny.justkidding@gmail.com.
Johnny.justkidding. Jeez, all right. Johnny. Apparently, I'm a fucking errand boy over here.
Well, I don't have the keyboard. I'd type it.
Take it then.
Well, half of my hand is like...
Here, reach over and take it. Don't touch my fucking keyboard. What are you doing?
God!
And that's what it's like to work for me. Hey, can you do this thing? I mean, I'll try it. It fucking sucks. Stop it.
The fuck's wrong with you?
People are saying he's the Ray Epps of the wrestling world. Yeah, making everything happen, this Wrestling Otaku. Samoa Joe has really let himself go. That's not... Oh, I accidentally put a plus sign in there.
There you go.
After all that. Also, we are, what do you call it, $45 away.
Sweet.
From next Monday's goal. Hey, I have an idea, guys.
Morning or evening?
And just a dabbler might like this. Maybe we can even play the super chat music later today. Let's knock out Monday's goal. Let's stay a week ahead. Let's see if we can stay a week ahead by the end of today's show. $45 away from next Monday's goal. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal links if you'd like to be a part of it and contribute to the program. Be a part of knocking out next Monday's goal. Let's just make sure that, okay, nobody on PayPal to think. Just want to make sure we got everybody all caught up. Hey, you want to see how things are going in Long Beach, California?
Why wouldn't they be going awesome?
Well,
it's California, like Paradise Land, right?
Long Beach, California is one of those cities where you don't, like a lot of places in California, you don't call the cops when there's shoplifting going on.
Why not?
And you don't, well, that's just, look, they don't,
the rule?
They don't want to tie up police resources, and, the places are insured, and it's one of those weird things that these liberal cities have now where it's like, it's not fair to bust all these people for doing illegal things. That's
They're just
not
trying
very
to
nice.
feed their families.
Right. It might just, it could put a black mark on their record, and then they can't get a job, because they're trying so hard. So instead, and like you said, they're just trying to feed your families. So they go to the black hair care products aisle of a Target or a Walgreens or something like that.
Pantene is delicious.
And they steal all of the black hair care products, and they go out and sell them.
Okay.
And they make a shitload of money off of it. So calling the cops, like Chris says, is racist now. The security can't put their hands on the shoplifters. They now have policies where you can't actively stop the shoplifters. And in some of these cities, you can't even be charged unless you steal more than a certain amount, which it's hard to determine if you've stolen that amount because nobody's allowed to catch you doing it. So the idea behind this is it's a good progressive policy that's going to lead to, less people being stigmatized and maybe...
Which will lead to less crime.
Oh, absolutely. So what it's actually led to in 2022 was billions of dollars. I think the thing I heard was $34 billion worth of theft last year, an all-time record. And Walgreens have been shutting down in California. All kinds of stores. CVS's have been shutting down in California.
And people are like, hey, wait a minute. Where are we supposed to get our pharmacy medications? All this other stuff. Like, well, that's not our problem anymore.
That's kind of what these cities do, though. Like these really progressive cities, they do this thing where they create the conditions where things are shit, and then they call it racist that things are shit. They're like, there's nowhere to get a prescription filled or to get medicine in the hood. It's like, that's because you let everybody rob it blind and they had to shut down. That's like, there's no Wegmans or Costco's or Trader Joe's or any nice grocery stores in any of the inner city. They're food deserts is what they call them. Well, yeah, maybe if you guys would keep people in jail instead of letting them out on no bail all the time, there wouldn't be as much shoplifting, there wouldn't be as much theft, there wouldn't be as much crime, and those companies would decide that it might be profitable and worth it to open up in those areas. But then when a company does get profitable and they do open up in those areas, they call it gentrification, and then
we gotta
that's
get rid
racist.
of them.
Yeah, that's racist. So these politicians almost set up this game where they get to call everything racist, they get to keep everybody downtrodden, and then they keep promising these people that if they vote for them, they'll give them lots of free stuff to make it all better. And it has not helped their lives at all in the last 50, 60 years. So let's check in on the Long Beach Nike store and see how they're doing.
Nike store getting looted.
See, again, I feel like if people were allowed to be shot or arrested for doing this, it might stop.
It would only take a few people.
The thing is, too, is we've actually had people in, there was a 64 or 65-year-old, actually older than that, I think he's in his 70s. There's a grandfather that died because a repeated shoplifter was on his way out with 3 pressure washers, and he knew the guy was shoplifting them, and he didn't even try to stop him. He walked in front of him being like, hey, you can't do that. And the guy just strong-armed him.
Oh, I saw
threw
that.
him to the ground. Because of all of his injuries and stuff, he
That guy
died. And they're looking for the person who did it. And I'm just like, again, apparently it's okay to kill a person over stealing 3 pressure washers, but it's not okay to stop a person from stealing 3 pressure washers.
You get videos out there of these guys being tased doing this, and you will see it. You'll see the rate of this go down quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll also see those people tasing called racist.
That's true. Yeah, that too.
Because apparently it's their fault.
Yeah. They're just getting after it, not checking sizes, nothing. Just.
I'd love to see people sitting here go, way to enforce stereotypes, bro.
Yeah. Look at that. They just get a gang of 5 or 6 people.
And pull some hood rat stuff.
And then gone.
And I wonder why that shop might close soon.
Right.
Why?
Why is there no Nike store in Long Beach anymore? Well, you guys told everyone that they could go and steal and loot and take everything. I mean, what were they, what did you think was going to happen? New York has that no looting now, or that, or not no looting, no calling the police when you see looting, or, no bail, no cash bail and stuff like that. So they're letting monsters just go back out on the street. And then those people are arrested a day later for something else. And they're wondering, well, why is this happening?
It's almost like people who will commit really violent crimes and murder people find oh, wait, there's a whole line of crime I can do that's not even applicable anymore?
Right.
Sweet.
There's no consequences.
This is just my daily picking up some gas money thing.
Because what, you think they're showing up for the fucking court date?
No.
No, of course not. And you think the police have enough resources to run them down? No. So, I mean, good luck. And they're just going to keep adjusting the wrong shit they're doing and then keep wondering why it's not working. They'll never admit that the things they wanted to do didn't work.
And the best part is, I know this from doing like freaking courtesy calls and shit. The people in those communities be like, why are you against black people? I can't get my prescription filled. There aren't enough Walgreens. Like, yeah, it's almost like those stores opened up in those places and then people kept robbing them, so they closed.
Right.
You might want to talk to the people in your neighborhood.
Don Lemon's aide's pointing out that I said they're not even checking sizes. What I meant was, like, I didn't finish that thought. They're just stealing them so they can go sell them to people.
Yeah, they're not
Like,
taking them for them.
Yeah, it's not like they're shopping. And what I meant to say was, like, there's this argument that, oh, sometimes people just steal because they need these necessities and they need this stuff. And someone might say, well, they're too poor to afford clothing. It's not like he's checking size and grabbing shirts for himself so he can wear them. He's clearly doing this to make a profit.
He's clearly picking that suit out because he has a job interview on Monday, and God damn it, he's going to get this one.
Got to wear that Nike shit to the job interview so you look fresh, you know? It's so fucked. And those cities aren't getting better, and they don't deserve to get better, first of all, because you can blame the politicians all you want, but these fucking morons keep voting for these same people. So if you're not willing to, like, change the way you think and change the way you vote and things like that, you're not going to get people in there that are going to do the tough things. These people who screwed it up are not going to now, on top of screwing it up, admit they were wrong and try something different. That's not going to happen. But then you look at the people who now want to move out of these places and move somewhere else, and you're just crossing your fingers that they don't try to do the same shit they did in the place that went to shit, so to speak. What are we teaching black kids in that video? Well, we're
teaching them that apparently it's racist to say black people are stealing, but it's not.
Right.
You know.
And racist to arrest people who are breaking the law. Speaking of people breaking the law and speaking of arrests, Andrew Tate. I don't know what's worse, Andrew Tate or an Andrew Tate fan.
I'd say the fan.
Yeah, because Andrew Tate is a guy who's been really creepy and dicey when it comes to his treatment of women for years now. He's had to run out of multiple countries because of what he's done.
Allegations.
Yeah, because of shit he's done to women. And you've got like these 19-year-old guys or these 16-year-old boys who will like defend him to the end. They're like, oh, he's top G. The only reason they're arresting him and coming after them is because they're afraid of him and the Illuminati and shit are trying to shut him down. It's like, are you out of your fucking mind?
Well, it is that, but it's also that he kind of imprisoned and sexually trafficked women. He did the thing.
Right.
That they're saying he did. But yeah, they're using it to get him for this.
But like the shit Andrew Tate is teaching people is not like, oh my God, this is going to lead to the entire upheaval of society. This is going to lead to, this is going to challenge our power structure. It's like, Andrew Tate is a flea on a dog's ass when it comes to like him upsetting the natural narrative of things. Here's what Andrew Tate is.
He got beat by frickin' Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg beat him. And Andrew Tate is one of these guys. He's like any other cult leader. I can't believe that people just don't call Andrew Tate a cult leader and leave it at that. Andrew Tate found a bunch of hopeless, impressionable young men. And instead of telling them, hey, man, you just got to work hard. You got to work on yourself. You got to look inside yourself, figure out what you're doing wrong. And you got to
find the answer for you.
You got to knuckle down and figure this shit out. Instead, he's like, here's who's to blame. It's like every other cult leader. Here's who's to blame. Here's who the problem is. All you have to do is just be really angry, and you have to really just be aggressive and get after it and this and that. He gives bullshit advice. He charges you a bunch of money for it, promises you that you're going to be a millionaire for it, and then just drops a bunch of dog shit about, like, women. Like, his theories on women are, and look, you're talking to a misogynist, all right? You're talking to a guy.
Stop speaking my language.
Look, you're talking to a guy who's definitely got some. He's gone on some rants about women that have gotten him in a bit of trouble, let's just say. But
name one time.
Andrew Tate, I don't think he likes women. Like, there's a difference between being critical and stereotyping women, which is my gig, and just not liking them.
Some of us just tell the truth.
And
You shouldn't be driving. I'm sorry.
And with Andrew Tate, he's done things that warrant investigation. So the cops are arresting him, getting him on charges, and, getting the ball rolling on holding him accountable for these things. And then he spins it as, what did he say? He said he blames his arrest on the insanity of the ruling elite and says the Matrix will not win before a bizarre tweet telling fans the answer is out there looking for you. This is not a guy who's threatening the ruling elite. This is a guy who has, I don't know, a couple, tens of thousands of impressionable young boys who can't get laid.
But he was on Big Brother.
Yeah, and they're thinking Andrew Tate is going to be the big brother who gets them pussy. That's what it is. These delusions of grandeur that Andrew Tate has about himself, people buy it.
And that's why I'm impressed with him. He sold it.
Right. I don't blame him. I don't blame Andrew Tate for putting that out there. You have to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're kind of dead to rights on the things you're accused of, you have to go to hyperbole and cult leader tactics. So he's going to that. What's impressive is there are people buying it, and they're defending this guy as though there's something in it for them. Like they're going to gain something. If Andrew Tate can beat these charges, then somehow their life gets better.
Well, he's going to know they helped, and he's going to reward them.
He has done an incredible job of cult leading. He has gotten these people to be invested in his result. He's gotten all these people to be invested in what happens to him more than they care about what happens to themselves.
It's almost like when we canceled him, we gave him a lot of popularity, and it kept him going.
Right, exactly. That's another lesson about canceling people, about deplatforming people. Usually these people will just show you who they are and they'll expose themselves. You don't need to go and make them this forbidden fruit that makes them more popular. And then, somebody said Jordan Peterson's name in the chat, and it's funny because that's kind of how I see Andrew Tate.
They said he's a young Jordan Peterson, but he knows kickboxing.
Yeah, he's the newest Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson just gave very basic advice to people, and then people held him up like he was their fucking dad or something, like he was going to solve all their problems. Guys, don't look to me as a hero. Don't look to Andrew Tate as a hero. Don't look to Jordan Peterson as a hero. Look to yourself.
Look to me as a hero.
Look to Johnny. Figure out your own shit. Don't rely on these grown men to tell other grown men how to be grown men. And Andrew Tate, not very good at running his own shit, let alone telling you how you should run yours. Don't take advice.
He got caught.
Right. Don't take advice. And all these cult leader guys, in the end, they end up very fragile. Like Jordan Peterson broke his brain, went on benzos, had to go to Russia for a year and just completely tap out. Andrew Tate, the shit he's accused of with women, these are not people you want to be following.
Yeah, and especially in Romania. You got to, as many of us know, because it was a story when it happened, Romania is pretty lax on the whole, I'm not nice to women thing.
Right.
Which was why he moved there.
Why he went there.
Again, that totally makes him look innocent in this. And so, going
I got to go somewhere where the shit I'm accused of that I didn't do
isn't a crime.
Is a little more allowed.
And I'm going to live, 5 minutes from the airport in a warehouse because that's totally inconspicuous.
So nobody's alt but mine says he seems to bother you a bit. Stop. That's the cope that people do when they really like someone and that person gets exposed. They're like, why does he bother you so much? I'm fascinated by Andrew Tate. I think he's doing all the right things you're supposed to do as a cult leader. You're doing blame make it look like the whole system. Make yourself look like David fighting Goliath. And they're coming after us. Watch for him to say they're coming after us. It's about your way of life and my way of life. They simply won't let you and I live and blah, blah, blah. He's going to come out with all the usual cult leader stuff. And it's as this begins to unravel, he's going to keep dragging his followers deeper and deeper into it. And I really hope that the people who listen to this show and are really tied up in defending this guy, I hope you can pull the nose of the plane up in time. That's just all I hope. Do whatever you want, but don't get caught up in this guy's web and go down with this asshole. It's not worth it.
Remember, them coming after me is about them trying to get you.
Exactly. Yeah. They want to control you. No. He recommends lying to your clientele to get them to spend a lot of money with false promises, specifically while running an OnlyFans. Really? You see, as far as his teaching stuff goes.
Again, I feel like the lessons he teaches that are publicly out there, like, well, he recommends this, he says that. I'm like, yeah, these are all giant warning flags that he has women in his basement.
Yeah, nobody's alt but mine says LOL, so you don't care if he's actually guilty. I know women have accused him, and those accusations are worth looking into, and the authorities have decided that those stories and the evidence that those women have provided warrants charges.
And they sent in a SWAT team to get him.
Right.
Like, I feel...
So with Andrew Tate, you have a guy who's telling all of his followers, I'm the victim. Oh, it's the Illuminati. Oh, it's the ruling elite. It's the Matrix. And they're all going to eat it up and throw it back out there to create this big cloud of, like, this fog of war kind of thing that Andrew Tate's hoping he can escape through.
How does that work exactly? That's like that whole phase 3 profit thing. Like, how exactly do you get there? Like, you going to get them to, like, storm the Romanian prison or whatever that you're in?
Chris says, if a pimp can't pimp a sloot in Romania, where can a pimp go? Well, we're going to find out wherever I mean, look, nobody's alt but mine. You can't say that the guy's totally innocent unless you say it's a complete coincidence that he moved to a place where the thing he's accused of is more legal.
It's kind of weird.
It's like saying, hey, man, I don't deal weed. I'm moving to Colorado.
Honestly, I can't believe they even suspected this of him. Like, every time he talks about women, nothing but love and respect. I can't imagine how he would treat them like, how anyone would think he would treat women like a bunch of vapid objects that he could keep in his basement for his own financial gain.
Yeah. Chris says, Johnny taught me how to be a man. I want to start a Johnny cult. Who's with me? This guy.
Yeah, it's limping around, but it's gonna take off.
If I had a Bugatti and
it's got legs.
If I had a Bugatti and 8 homes, then I'd probably not have any advice for poor people, says Adam. Right, exactly. If he really was into sex trafficking, he should have went to Ukraine, not Romania. Ukraine is the sex trafficking capital of the planet. Well, yeah, and if you're into money laundering.
And like we said, wait to see where he goes next.
Unquenchable Fire says, anyone who listens to Andrew Tate, I never talk to the person again. Oh, no. I'd love to talk to people who listen to Andrew Tate. I'd love to have a conversation with them.
I want to find out if they actually exist.
Right. LM12 says, the girl in the video says she was into it. She likes being dominated and roughed up. So who knows what the real story is. There's more than, by the way, LM12, there's more than one woman.
There's a bunch. And just because you find one, it's like, hey, I thought it was a vacation, doesn't mean the rest did.
Right. Look, my anus isn't as taut and malleable as that lady's is.
Look, I love it when people just come at me without consent. Yeah, but I don't think the other 7 did.
Right.
So that's still very much rape.
Or just hang around until they get arrested and steal their shit after. Yeah, see, now there's the Cobra advice that you need to be listening to. Hey, before they, if they have to arrest Andrew Tate, just wait until the estate sale and get everything on the cheap.
Don't even do that. Just wait until the raid and just start pocketing some like gold shit. Like I'm sure he's got to have like a statue or something you can slide in your.
Yeah,
walk out with it.
Get in there before the not audit, before the auction people do. Romanian police to hold influencer for 30 days. Detained in Romania. So nothing really new the last couple of days. We're still kind of in a holding pattern. With the whole Andrew Tate thing. But yeah, it's amazing. Just like Jordan Peterson, people don't even care what the truth is. They just want to defend their boy. And it's like anyone who's afraid of Andrew Tate, like even being investigated or like going on trial, I worry about a person like that. Because that tells me that you've swallowed the whole wafer on the Andrew Tate thing.
I mean, I can't imagine why anyone would think a person who's known as being like the symbol of toxic masculinity would be aggressive towards women.
Right.
It's just so out of character.
Can't believe it. Like there would be any projection there. Wow. Let's go and watch this story about an employee at a place called the Smoothie King. Where is the Smoothie King? By the way, Houston. All right, Houston, Texas. We don't have any Smoothie Kings up here.
Nope.
But apparently one employee attacked their manager. Let's just play the story, and then I'll fill in the blank spots for you.
Houston police looking for a woman accused of abducting her former manager at Smoothie King after she was fired before the holidays.
All right, now wait.
I'm on her side.
If you get fired from Smoothie King, you don't abduct your boss. You thank them. You don't have to work at the Smoothie King anymore. I mean, I don't know if you find this hard to believe or not, but the Smoothie King is not going to be the be-all and end-all of your career, your work. You can do other things. And honestly, from Smoothie King, it's pretty much all up from there.
I think you don't really realize, like, that might be the peak.
But the Waffle House is hiring. They got rid of the chair chick, and plus this one's black. She'll probably want to fit a quota after a white girl got fired.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like, you're always just like, hey, man, you realize you got fired from this place. That's not the end of your life. And I'm like, I think you need to realize for some people, it is.
You're looking at her and
you need
going,
to put it in yourself. You got to sit in her shoes for a minute. She had to go after that boss because her Christmas is ruined. She got fired from the only job she's ever truly loved.
I suppose if getting fired from Smoothie King ruins your Christmas.
I mean, go after the motherfucker.
After she was fired before the holidays. Charging documents say Keisha Christmas and a 15-year-old.
Oh, you can't fire Christmas on Christmas Eve.
You can't fire Keisha Christmas on Christmas.
It's practically her holiday.
Oh, this reminds me of that time that Burger King fired James Rosh Hashanah. And then all hell broke loose. You got to watch when you fire people.
He's the purple one, right?
Yes, it's the purple one.
Daughter went to the shop on December 13th to pick up her check. She got it, then allegedly grabbed the manager by the neck, slammed her head into the wall, and then forced the manager to withdraw money from an ATM across the street.
Oh, boy.
Then Christmas, and yes, that is the suspect's last name, took off with her daughter. Christmas.
Oh, no, she brought her daughter to beat the shit out of the manager of the Smoothie King.
Let's bring your daughter to mugging day.
Oh, no. Yeah, hey, what a wonderful time to bring your kid to see the progression that women have made historically. Now they can beat the shit out of each other.
See, we could do it just as good as black men. Give me the money.
Whoa. All right.
Charged with aggravated kidnapping, robbery with bodily injury, and retaliation. If you know her whereabouts, call HPD.
Well, there you go. So Keisha Christmas got fired on Christmas, choking her boss and telling her, quote, there was a quote here for it, you are not going to ruin my Christmas.
It's December 13th. You've got at least 2 weeks to save it, homie. I mean, I feel like you're giving up a little early.
Actually, she's right. I mean, if you think about it, nobody can ruin her Christmas but her at this point. And she did.
You're not going to ruin my Christmas. Don't worry, ma'am. After Child Services shows up, your daughter's last name probably will be changed.
Yes. You ain't going to ruin my Christmas. No, I know, ma'am. You're going to beat me to it. Thank you. That's thanks. I always wanted to be strangled by someone I fired from their smoothie gig. I mean, don't choke me. You're the one who couldn't hack the smoothie job.
Like, yeah, I feel like at a certain point, you beating that person up is just you admitting, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, we are $45 away from next Monday morning's goal. If you feel like chipping into this listener-supported program, there's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. Let's see if we can knock that out today. Let's see if we can stay 7 days ahead of the old goal. $45 away. If you want to become a Steel Toe VIP, it's very easy. $250 in one single week gets you all three of our T-shirts, our hoodies, our 5.5-inch vinyl stickers. Also, it gets you 2 tickets to every live event, which we have coming up January 21st. If you guys want to post the link to the Eventbrite for tickets, January 21st, we'll be live at Partners Pub in Sartell for a comedy show. Jonah Maddox, Tom Chilstrom, Johnny K, myself, and many more will be at Partners Pub in Sartell for a comedy show. Again, if you're a VIP, make sure you contact April for your 2 free tickets. Otherwise, get your tickets on Eventbrite.com. They are starting to go now, and it will fill up. Between VIPs and ticket sales, we will be filling up Partners Pub. But becoming a VIP gets you 2 tickets to every show we do. It also gets you entered in a $100 drawing at the end of every month. And when a new piece of merch comes out, you get to claim a free copy for yourself. All 3 T-shirts, the hoodie, the 5.5-inch vinyl stickers, and the prizes, and the tickets, and the free merch when it comes out. That's the Steel Toe VIP program. Again, $45 away from next Monday's goal. This is a sad story. It's about a woman who joined OnlyFans in her 50s after getting divorced when her son suggested it to her. And she says, quote, I feel more beautiful than ever. I feel like you should be retired from OnlyFans by the time you're in your 50s.
I feel like if your son's suggesting that you get an OnlyFans, Don't hang out with your son.
No.
Wow.
I got bad news, lady. Your son's trying to fuck you.
How hot your mom is. You never go, hey, you know what you should do, Mom? Start giving it out on the internet for money.
Right, like everybody who has a hot mom in high school, they get teased and ridiculed, and like they hear from their friends about how they're going to fuck their mom, especially if you went to school with Chad Zumach. He probably threatened that a lot. That was probably his big go-to. But like, the last thing you want is more of a reason for your friends to talk about how hot your mom is. And if you're into that and people tell you how hot your mom is and you take it as a compliment, you're a weirdo.
Yeah. Like I said, don't hang out with that guy.
You're probably part of the Cobra Tate thing. Probably got Andrew. You're probably a big Andrew Tate fan.
A kickbox school knew.
Yeah. You're saying your son is a troll, or your son's just oddly into you.
Yeah.
Let's see what look, just because you're in your 50s doesn't mean you can't be hot on OnlyFans. I'm just saying that the odds of
Elizabeth Hurley would be hot on OnlyFans. She's over 50, right?
Yeah, I think she's almost 60.
I'd still get in on that.
Let's see. I'm sure she'd be horrified.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying the offer's there. I'm just saying if it were.
You're just letting her know, if she's hasn't been offering because she doesn't know what you'd say.
Yeah, I'm afraid she's afraid of rejection. I'm like, no worries.
You're saying you're a sure thing.
Yep.
Is what you're okay. Fair enough.
I know I look like I'm hard to get here.
I joined OnlyFans in my 50s after getting divorced when my son suggested it. I feel more beautiful than ever. All right, I can see her forehead. Let's take a look.
Holy shit, is that April? She's not 50.
I'm really hoping for the best here, but the odds are it's not good.
Well,
oh. Okay. Twiggy Smith is her name. We need a new name. A mom in her 50s says she feels hotter now than ever before thanks to newfound confidence after her divorce. Twiggy Smith, 54, says she tried modeling as a teen but was uncomfortable and underweight.
Yeah, that's a horrible problem with models. Like, hey, we need you to put some meat on your bones before we bring you back.
She then focused on being a domestic goddess, a wife and mother to her kids, but ultimately wasn't happy and looked 20 years older than now. The mother of 3 said she started making time for herself after her divorce in 2016 and thought about modeling again. She now realized she liked stripping off for shoots, and her family could see she was much happier. And her son suggested she join OnlyFans. She said now she thinks of herself as fit as fuck and models in her spare time. Wow, so she has an OnlyFans and she models.
Yeah, she is fit.
Holy shit, she does look really good.
She is fit. This is not the average 50-year-old
No,
mom.
this is not 54. Look, if you're in your 50s and you're watching this show, or if you're a woman in your 40s and you're watching this show, and you go, oh, I don't look like that, you're not supposed to. This isn't how it's supposed. You're supposed to have, developed a personality by now and, gotten really interesting, because you ain't going to look like that. But holy shit.
Well, at least now we know which one she picked, so I don't have to focus on trying to figure out if she has a personality.
Wow.
Yeah, dude.
So she's doing pretty well for herself. She lives in Yucatan, Mexico. Okay, that's the end.
Yeah, just go ahead and dox her, why don't you?
That's the end of it. Well, that's what it says in the article. They told me. After finding modeling aged 48 in 2016, she moved to Los Angeles in September 2021 to focus on modeling, and she spent 6 months there. I began to freelance and booked my own shoots. People told me I would never make it in LA, but I was a 50-year-old booked up morning to night. At 54, she jumped to OnlyFans after she said Instagram banned her page. They weren't super sexual, but they were cracking down on guidelines, she said.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, so she went to OnlyFans?
Yeah, these don't look super sexual at all.
She's apparently doing very well over there, too. Well,
can't see why.
Holy shit. Good for her. Although still, the only person who's not off the hook in this story,
the son.
The son.
That's just fucked up, dude.
Because that's you telling your mom she's hot.
You know that he's like a VIP.
Oh, no, you think he subscribes to... He was
the first one.
He probably subscribes to his mom's OnlyFans and says, oh, no, I'm just doing it to support her.
Yeah, well, she's supporting you in your spank habit.
I just want her to feel supported. Yeah, you can't.
Just like Dad did.
Riz Digga says he's the one taking the photos. Oh, no. Hey, Mom, could you put your leg up just a little bit? I can't see enough of your pussy. Oh, for the OnlyFans? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that thing. I came on the other side.
First thing I ever saw. Oh, it's bringing me back. Sorry for blowing it out so bad that Dad didn't want it anymore, Mom. My bad.
It's not that Dad didn't want it anymore. It's that he had more than one.
Yuck. Angry Saxon says Freud would be proud. Right. Freud would be like, yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the son wanting to have sex with some mother. So he says that she should be on the OnlyFans because this is the only sociably acceptable way of him doing this.
See, Muti is totally normal.
Jesus. I don't know, man. I mean, I guess you can think it. You think like, oh, my mom's single and she still looks young enough. Maybe she should start an OnlyFans. But like, if you say that to your mom, and then let's say she doesn't want to, now it's weird. Like, now it's awkward. Like, hey, Mom, you should show your tits and pussy on the internet. Maybe take some random strange cock on there every once in a while, too. And she's like, son, no, I'm not into that.
That's creepy as fuck that you would even suggest it.
You're getting a phone call.
Yeah, my sister doesn't understand I have a schedule.
No. God damn it. Next time, pick it up and go, what the fuck do you want?
She's had a rough New Year. I'll give it a break.
The son's probably a Momo, says RGZ. Don't interrupt when I'm editing, Mom. Stop making my tits so big, honey. It's getting creepy. You edit my tits to this weird degree, and it's almost like you want to see them that way. Jesus. Worried about my kid. First, he wants me to show off my pussy on the internet. Now he's editing my tits to make them all big.
He's talking about vaginal rejuvenation. I didn't even know he could research that.
He's getting me brochures. It's really strange. You posted something yesterday before we get to our next story.
Oh.
You post something yesterday. It was kind of a bummer.
It was.
You can't do DJing anymore.
Yeah, my legs and my back aren't good with hauling around a controller and at least a backpack full of gear every weekend. So, like, I'm not done DJing. I told Jax I'd help him finish out the next couple weeks because I don't want to leave him in a lurch.
Yeah.
But I told him we can't be scheduling me as a regular DJ anymore. I lost one of the carts I use to bring gear into. I either use my walker or a cart. Normally a cart. Cart broke, and then I was using my walker. And I was like, if my walker were to break, I have no way of hauling my equipment in. I'm a DJ who's literally like, hey, guys, I'll start your music just as soon as you guys feel like carrying my stuff. Is that cool? And it's like, that's a bad look for Jax. I'm like, I'm not going to do that to that guy. I showed up to this place. People kept going, hey, are you filling in? And I'm like, no, I'm the guy that was actually scheduled. I very much got the sense they're like, we'll accept you because you have a condition, but not what was advertised.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just feel like it's a rough thing for him, and it's really fucking up my body. So I'm like, how about we kind of cut it back? Like, somebody drops out on you and I'm not busy, man. I can totally jump in once in a while. But yeah, the doing it every week thing, like even right now, my legs and my knees are screaming at me. And it's just it can't keep going. It's literally killing my body.
Like with MS, like there's times where like your legs get better.
There are,
and then they get worse, and they get better, and they get worse, and they get better. And then if you, by the way, somebody said DJ sciatica on the ones and twos. Oh, if only it was sciatica, right? But if you keep doing the DJing stuff and you got to do the lifting and the rolling and the moving and everything else, that's going to take a lot out of the good days.
Yeah.
I feel like.
And it's going to take more time and energy out of doing the comedy stuff and my show stuff. And I really like the show stuff I'm working on, and I'm trying to get comedy shows going again.
Yeah.
I'm finally getting over my COVID fucking PTSD shit. I lost like 3 different gigs.
Over COVID?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I was about literally to do a show like the weekend before we got closed down. Remember, we were selling the tickets.
Yeah.
I had to return all of those. I had a gig that I was going to do on my brother's army base on a regular recurring thing. That got stopped.
Shit.
I had one other one. So it's like, oh, I guess these 3 shows, this comedy thing we're about to start launching, COVID. So army base still isn't letting people back on. So that's still up.
Oh, shit. I didn't know they were still.
Mm-hmm. You still can't get on if you're a civilian, even if you know somebody now.
LM12 with a great point. Time for an exoskeleton.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, something to think about.
I'm not against it. I'm just poor.
I don't know who you call, but
the Ghostbusters?
No, that's only when there's something strange in your neighborhood.
Well, we did have a new person move in, and they are.
Oh, well.
Something weird in your neighborhood. There's another color, and it ain't good.
Who are you going to call? Price Busters. Do. When the property tax is through the roof, who you gonna call? Prize Buster. If your neighbor says that he speaks the truth, who you gonna call? All right, speaking of black people.
Oh, wow. Where did we get that from?
The House Sergeant at Arms, William Walker, said something really stupid over the weekend. And I feel like he said something really stupid, and people don't know how stupid it is unless they live in, like, Minnesota or... because we had... Well, here, we'll get to it. The statement he made was, if black people had rioted on January 6th, which I'm sure there were some black people.
Like one, maybe.
On January 6th at the Capitol, there would have been a vastly different law enforcement response, according to the House Sergeant at Arms. Let me tell you why that is absolute bullshit. January 6th, they had a skeleton crew of security because I think the government wanted something to happen.
Why? Just because it seems like the guy leading it might have been a Fed?
Not only that, but like even the lack of police presence on a big day like that, where they're like ratifying the vote, and you know that Trump's audience and Trump's fans like thought that it was all illegitimate, so you know that they're going to have something to say about it. You should be staffed to the gills with security. There should have been more people there. The fact that it was a skeleton crew tells me that, you know, that's like the same as the carriers being out to sea at Pearl Harbor. You know, it's very convenient. Well, then, I think if it were black people rioting on January 6th at the Capitol, you would have saw the same response. The response they were capable of mustering with that few people. And also, to say that it would have been different if it were black people on January 6th. Well, excuse me, but I remember the George Floyd riots here in Minneapolis. And,
And we really cracked down on all of those people that got out of hand, and when they started burning down buildings, obviously every single one of them. Like we overreacted, I think.
I just got some really bad news.
Oh shit. I am fired.
Jesus. Oh, it's not that bad.
Woohoo.
Well, I'm going to share this with you guys on the air because I certainly don't want to see this on my phone and then dwell on it. You're fine. But I believe changes here at Steel Toe will have to be made.
Oh, no. What's going on?
This is a text from Salzer. Just to give you a heads up, Old Capitol closed last night. It's been a rough 3 years between COVID and all the factors that came with that and dealing with the reputational damage caused by a former manager. It's just too much to overcome. I will be putting out a press release today with more info, but I figured I would tell you personally first.
Oh, fuck.
Well... let me just cross that one off.
Jax, I'm going to need that DJ key.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, but that's a bad deal for our show. Oof, that's an awkward one to deal with right away in the morning. That was the second biggest one we had left. So, Rain, you're going to be very happy. One less read to do every day. Old Capitol is closing the doors.
Shit, man.
I will say this. I had an idea, or I had a feeling this was going to happen. You know, the things that Salzer was telling me about the business. Apparently that manager they had just really fucked the place hard.
Yeah.
I mean, just really buried it. I mean, stole all kinds of shit. And it was just kind of weird because they were starting to get like behind on, you know, they were paying us later and later into each month. And it was, you know, they just got paid up in full last week.
Okay.
And I think the last one they'll have to pay would be for December. They were going to pay this month, but fuck, that is... that's a bad deal for everybody. No, Gary Crouch says next Monday's goal now 575. No, the goal doesn't change. Nothing changes. I can't. I'm not going to tell you guys exactly what happens because of this. But since he's sitting right next to me, I will say you're okay.
Okay. I mean, it's fine if I'm not. I don't need special privileges because I'm some sort of handicap. Fuck.
There was how do I put this? There's definitely going to be a new look to this program. Unfortunately, we had plans.
I thought I had to okay the sex change thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I know we discussed the paperwork.
Look, I'm not that desperate yet, but there was definitely when you run a business, you have to have what do you call it? What do you call those?
Morning after pills.
Contingency plans.
Same thing.
So we always knew, and April and I were also worried about Old Capitol, and we kind of developed a plan. Like if Old Capitol goes, here's what we have to do.
Okay.
And, well, shit, it's terrible that we got that news on the air and that I'm going to have to deal with that today. But that is the reality, unfortunately. Well, son of a bitch. Hell of a way to start out the year. I mean, for them. Look, we're going to be fine. Like, we're going to adjust as we always have. But that really sucks for them. And that was a really good place. And they closed the doors, by the way, already. There's
so
no
I can't even have a last meal?
No. They closed the doors.
Like, I get it, dude. You don't want to publicize this shit, but you could have told a homie to come in one last time.
Right.
Get one last thing of ravioli, man.
Shane M says, well, look, Shane M, as far as your question goes, it's not going to be, let me put it this way, it's not going to be a fun day for me. It's going to be the shittiest day as the boss that I've ever had. But look, I mean, the whole thing of, and everybody knew this going in when we came from radio to this, that the only way we were able to bring everybody with us was because of advertiser revenue. There was no way I was going to be able to pay an entire radio staff on listener contributions. It's not possible.
Especially if you're planning to make, a living wage on that too.
Yeah.
For you and an employee. Like, people forget that.
So now you have, between that, like from the peak of where we were advertising wise, I would say we're down about 3,500 a month in terms of the advertisers. So there's not really much you can do with that continuing to leave. So, well, yeah, again, shitty news, and I didn't want to bring it up on the air, but it showed up on my phone. I just happened to glance over when I got the message, and you kind of gotta get that out there.
Hey, and those of you guys suggesting April take a pay cut, that's absurd. She's already paid a woman's wage. What do you want?
Right, I already give her 77% less than I would a man. So, Strippers Got Me Banned says, hello, paywall. Paywall? Are you fucking kidding? This show ain't big. This show's barely big enough to support itself now. You think we go behind a paywall, it's going to get better? No, sir. No, sir. Sandy Squatch says, oh my God, stop. The new year already sucks. Guys, look, this is bad. This falls under the category of bad news. This doesn't fall under the category of like detrimental and terrible, like, and crippling to the program. It sucks a dick, and we're going to have to adjust, but we've been doing nothing but adjusting for the last however many
Do people
years.
not remember we left Twitch and came over here? That was called an adjustment.
Oh, God. We lost money, like, most of the year. We lost a shitload of money.
Because of that.
Going from Twitch to here. So, and then also all the advertisers dropping off. I appreciate it, though, that the advertisers came with it first. I kind of see it on their end as, hey, we're going to help you get on your feet while you make this transition. Mm-hmm. And then they did, and after a while, they went, well, look, man, your audience is now, because let's be very honest, as big as our audience has gotten, it's mostly people who don't live here.
Yeah.
Our audience is very much so outside of where we used to do radio. Put it that way. Lemmy says, welcome to Steel Toe Morning Show, sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. No. I don't want anybody watching this show to think that Steel Toe is in danger in any way, shape, or form. Nothing changes goal-wise. We're not going to charge our audience any more than they already do. We're going to, unfortunately, we'll just have to adjust. That's all. And we will. And it will be okie dokie. I promise. So anyway.
Black people would have had it worse.
Back to this story that we now have to get to because of, before we were interrupted by, hey, by the way, support our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Boy, could they stand to hear that Steel Toe's still riding hard with them, and you guys support him. And I will say, as this show grows more nationally and worldwide, you're going to have to get away from the places that can't serve a national audience anyway.
Yeah, you got to be ready to go worldwide.
I mean, like Midland, you can go on their website. Stoney's, we have our anniversary show there every year, so we're like entrenched in Stoney's and our audiences too. Like, so that one's fine. All Care, it's fucking Minnesota in the winter time, so the Minnesota people you do have, they need something like that. But yeah, the old Capitol thing really. Oh no, and then I have bubble guts now on top of it. Oh my God, I've got stress-induced cramping.
Do you need to go take a shit?
No, I'll tell you what this is. This is leftover hangover from the weekend.
This is someone's gonna pass off a little gas, and I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna try.
All right,
I'm gonna try to sneak it.
You hear that, Deadpool people? Today might be the day.
Midland Armory in downtown Foley or midlandarmory.com. No matter where you live, no matter where you are, it's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. They have a great selection of firearms, lower receivers, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, NFA, and more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Link is in the chat, midlandarmory.com. And also Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's. With the best Bloody Marys there are. And, of course, the home of the Steel Toe anniversary show every year. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville and All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, you're in Minnesota, it gets icy, nobody better, nobody faster than All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. So, now wait a minute. Is it like really, really unprofessional of me, like when I get off the air, to text Salzer and be like, yeah, cool. Hey, when can you make that last payment?
I mean, it's not unprofessional.
No, I hear you.
Touch and delicate, but fair.
Yeah, exactly. I am kind of Brendan Gleeson in Gangs of New York going through and getting my money, aren't I?
Just getting what's owed.
I'm just getting what's owed to me, that's all. You said you saw Banshees of Inisherin.
I did.
And you liked it?
I thought it was pretty, like, it was a slow burn, but it was a good movie.
So I got to push through.
You got it, like, it's...
Were you bored by the first... Were you worried in the first few minutes? Okay, see, because I was watching...
Like I said, I actually relied on building a model kit to kill the slow parts, where it's like, oh, I don't really need to pay attention to this. Snap, snap, snap. Oh, something's happened. Cool.
I don't know, man.
There were some very funny moments in it, I'll say that.
That first 10 minutes or 15 minutes, I was just like, oh boy, oh no, what are we doing?
When you see how just ridiculous the whole, it starts getting so ridiculous.
Yeah. So it gets funny because it's just so out.
Like there's a quote I want to do, but it would give away stuff about the movie. So but I'll say it ties into the preview where you saw him go, we won't call it quits. We'll call it the start. And you thought it was stupid when he said that.
Right.
Like, oh, you're saying, but then when you watch it, you're like, okay, I get where he's coming from, but it still sounds stupid. He's like, we'll call it quits. No, we won't call it quits. We'll call it the start. And like, all right, I get where you're going, but God, you're dumb. It's funny.
I got to address some things.
Shit got dark at the end, yeah.
People are saying get syndicated on internet radio, get this. Guys, it's fine. It's okay. I'm just bummed that we lost one of our favorite guys and a good friend of the show. The show is going to be okay. People are like, get syndicated here, get this, get that. Our audience is growing. We're getting bigger than we've ever been. It's fantastic. Like we crossed over 7,300 subs today. You know, we're all over different.
They're
Twitter
working on our own
accounts
scent, Dr. Squatch.
Might have to call Silk City Hot Sauce here and get our own flavor. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I got to get a hold of some more people. I'm still working on that CBD thing. It's a pain in the ass.
So guys, we're gonna be fine. It's just it's gonna be a little different look Steel Toe. That's all. Let's just say if it were anyone but Johnny sitting here, I probably wouldn't bring this up.
Oh,
that's all.
I'm starting to feel like I'm like I'm almost like, I don't know, like plot armor now. Like, oh, well, he's a handicapped criminal. I can't fire him.
You're not plot armor if we lose another one.
I know. Believe me, I know.
Don't you worry, buddy. But I think the three that are left are our stalwarts. I know I said this the last time.
Nobody's going anywhere now. Right. Okay.
It's not like Old Capital dropped. They went out of fucking business. I mean, there's a big difference.
I mean, we didn't lose a sponsor. We lost the business.
Right. Guys, our sponsor didn't drop us. They dropped themselves.
Look, the sponsor's still very happy with the service we provided, but since they are no longer in business, they don't need our service.
Aaron's just pissed he has no place to get a good old-fashioned now. Yeah, no shit. Where am I going to go for an old-fashioned? Uh-oh, I never thought about that part. Fuck, they made the only good one. Well, hey, cool. Look at this. Look at this. Souvenir.
You've got a menu to hold on to.
I've got a menu. I've got a menu. Oh, there you go. Hey, what would you like to order? Go ahead, order one of these things off the menu. Just go ahead and pick one real quick.
I'd like the Mandarin chicken salad. That looks interesting.
Tough shit, we're closed.
How about a Cuban?
No Cuban either. We're closed. Kitchen's closed.
Racist
Restaurants closed. Here, order a beer.
I don't drink beer, but what do you got for beer?
Would you like a Lonely Blonde?
Why?
Tough shit, we're closed. People in the chat saying I didn't even know they were sick.
Neither did I.
Someone else saying best glory hole in town gone. Well, yeah. Now you guys can say all kinds of defamatory things. They're out of business.
Not only did it have the best glory hole in town, it was the only one that you knew because of the doors. It was actually into the women's restroom. So it was like, all right, I can trust this.
It's beautiful. It was a beautiful thing.
Because at least then if it is a guy, it's a guy who identifies as a woman, which doesn't make you gay.
Exactly. Right. That's the way you got to think of it. Guys, there's the Streamlabs and PayPal link. $45 away from next Monday's goal. So, hey, the good news is, the nice thing about this Old Capitol news is at least we're ahead by a week.
Yeah.
Got a week to figure our shit out. Isn't that nice? Oh, now I got, April says they had just put out a new menu like 2 days ago. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. I knew that they were in trouble. I knew that they were having issues at Old Capitol. I just didn't think it was like, and I thought that maybe if the economy got bad, they could eventually one day. But like, I thought they were like killing it so hard in like the 10 years previous that they've been open, that they could kind of stomach a little bit of the downturn. But like in less than a year, it just
out the window.
Gone. Great way to start the year with one of my favorite restaurants out of there.
Yeah, I'm really, really pissed. Like someone else mentioned in the chat, like, dude, Salzer, you should have let us know. Like, I would have been there like every day last
Yeah, we
week.
would have thrown a going away party. Although I guess technically when your dream restaurant is being shut down, you probably don't feel like partying, in fairness.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what are you going to do? Hang at home and mope and then not have amazing food and beverage?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to go party. At least then I get a plate of ravioli one last time.
Let's go to... So anyway, back to the story. We're going to try and get back to stories and other things. We got Elisa Jordana to talk about.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
A little bit later. So there is that. That'll help us feel better. This guy, the House Sergeant at Arms, you know, the guy who announces the president at the State of the Union and all that, says that, hey, and he's a black guy. He says, if it would have been black people at January 6th, there would have been a totally different response. And what I was trying to say before Salzer rudely interrupted with his life-ruining news for him, how dare you?
How dare you ruin our show with what is potentially an uprooting event for you?
Yes. How dare you take your heartbreaking reality and shit all over our show? But anyway... We live in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
We watched the George Floyd riots. I'm sorry.
For like
but
a year.
That was way worse than January 6th. Like, not even comparable. Like, the two things, there wasn't a single building burned down on January 6th. There wasn't a fire lit on January 6th. Businesses, city blocks, wiped the fuck out. Stores looted out of existence on during the George Floyd riots. Nothing. I mean, Ashley Babbitt got shot and killed on January 6th. I don't know if any protesters got shot and killed during the George Floyd riots by police. I don't think they did. I know they got tear gassed. I know they got maced. I know they got stuff like that. But they didn't get shot. They didn't get killed. Nothing like that. So
yeah, but it was a threat to democracy on January 6th.
Right. Stop with the race-baiting bullshit. Stop with every time something happens, you have to make it a white-black thing. Especially when you're full of shit in the first place. You know, especially when the comparison you're making doesn't even make any fucking sense and doesn't hold up as true. For too long now, we've been letting people like get away with making dog shit comparisons thinking they don't matter. But then this is the end game of it. A guy gets to just say shit like this. Then people go, oh, I guess.
Because, you know, it's not like you could be like, yeah, there's never, ever been any way we could check what you're saying factually. It's not like we could hold two events next to each other and be like, how similar are these?
Right. So you have like the George Floyd riots, you have January 6th, and then this guy has the audacity to say, "Oh, if this were something similar, but it was black people involved, the response would have been different."
He's right.
He is right.
It would have gone on for a year.
Right. The response,
and we wouldn't hold anyone accountable.
Right. The response was different. You wouldn't have looked through security cam footage after security cam footage to determine who each person was, so you could go arrest them and throw them in a federal prison. I will give you that. The difference between the George Floyd riot and this whole thing is that at least for January 6th, people went to jail for what they did. So there is that. Thank you very much to Kenneth for the $10 via PayPal.
Thank you.
Very cool, buddy. $35 away from next. Again, this is next Monday's goal, not today's. So yeah, I just all that race baiting shit of like, oh, if this was white or if this was black. Give it a rest, man. Not everything is like, oh, it happened because of the whiteys, or if it were black people, they would. And I love when people pull that shit because it's like, wait a minute, what do you mean? And they're like, well, if it was black people, it would have been different. Wait, what are you basing that on? Like, nobody ever asked that either. They're like, what do you mean? How do you know that? Like, what's your, show your work, as they say.
Well, in his case, he'd be like, well, I'm black, so you're not allowed to question it.
That would be good. Shades Cal says, were most BLM protesters black or white? Well, there was a good mix. That's for sure. Hey, I tell you what, you got to take over for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I am tummy cramping.
Alrighty.
I promise it's not Old Capitol. May even take the phone with me on this one. All right, you take over.
He's going to call into his own show.
Fuck with the chat. Talk about your show. Talk about anything you're passionate about. Then we've got Elisa Jordana coming up, and
Sweet.
I'm not going to make it.
Yeah, you better run.
I'm going to have to sprint.
He should just wear one of my diapers every morning. That's why I call it going autopilot. Oh, man. This is awesome. Mud pump time? I mean, kind of. There's definitely going to be a mud slide in the back. Like, I don't want to be there. Aaron looks strange without headphones on. Yeah, dude, see him without his glasses. It'll fuck up your life. All right, guys, let's talk where you can get hookers in the Midwest. Yeah, I need to know. K-Combs, let's send that forward. I need the full list. Hope you had a good New Year's party, Johnny. It was a good time at the VFW. It was just it was kind of depressing. It was the second time that day that I had been confronted with my condition. That's why I posted that Facebook post on Sunday. I was really feeling for myself because Saturday I went with a friend who I got an electric cello for, and I used to play the cello in high school. I don't mean to brag, but I was once very homosexual. And so learning to play the cello was a fun thing for me. I was giving her some pointers, basic stuff. Thought I'd step on for a little bit, play for a second. Found out I can't hold a bow for more than 2 minutes with this hand anymore. That's how bad it's gone. Just and it's like, oh, that sucks. And it's just a kick in the dick. And I was like, I don't play cello anymore. Who cares? But then later that night we get the other event, and it's like, oh my god, one's very homosexual. Yeah. See, it stopped when I stopped playing the cello. Then I became a man. Because playing a cello is beta. And so, yeah. So that was, but other than that, the party was awesome. I had way more fun doing karaoke than I thought I would. I usually avoid karaoke because I think most people sing like I do, which is poorly. And Joe Berger, you are very homosexual. Thank you. I try. Thank you. Johnny Cult boys rise up. No, we don't need a Johnny Cult. I don't think that's I shouldn't be worshipped as anything, more importantly. I have a show that just even shouldn't be paid attention to. That's why I'm glad for my low numbers. It's like golf. If we get too many people in there, it's going to be a problem. I mean, what are you going to support what we do? Ugh. Unquenchable. I don't think Mitch wanted it. I used it in the chat context. Wait a minute. All right. I don't know. This is what happens when you read the chat. You make MS look sexy. All right. There's a new reason to end myself.
I had to sit down gingerly.
Did you blow out your asshole? Did you pink sock yourself?
Every time I drink.
God, man.
It's just like,
you know what? Fuck it. MS must be awesome because I have never had these problems.
And you know what the worst part is? Like when it's over,
you feel better.
No, you feel drained and more hungover and worse. Because like I'm 36 now. Like when you're in your 30s, hangovers are 2 days. That's just the way it is.
God, I never want to be 36.
And so yesterday I was really tired and dragging ass and eating a lot and that whole thing. And then the second day, you're kind of finishing off the hangover,
Mm-hmm.
And like then that happens, and you get out of it, and you're like, God, I just want to take a nap, You're It really wipes you. It wipes a fella out.
I don't mean to brag. I'm exhausted. I took a shit.
Yeah, guys, I don't. There was honestly, I was in there and I was like, oh God, I hope they didn't hear that on the air.
I won't reveal that.
Because it's just
that's true, Chris. Johnny
46 nut up loaf piggy. Killer Beehive says, I'm 32 and have never gotten drunk. Now I think I never will. If you have fun, if you're social and you go out and you have fun, then I wouldn't start drinking if I were you at 32. If you figured it out.
I mean, yeah.
Fuck it. Don't bother yourself with it. Just, you're going to live longer if you don't drink.
I don't know. I guess hangovers really, really suck. So yeah, if you haven't had them and you don't want to get them, don't do it.
There's Johnny's link. Zen Rhino just put Johnny's YouTube link up in the chat. Click on that. Subscribe to it.
We'll have
let that pick up.
There's going to be a premiere coming out today, but not a show. Not doing a show.
Oh, you scheduled a premiere. Yeah. Look at you, you little YouTuber. You
look. I'm growing.
Nice.
I got 70 viewers. I don't mean to brag, but that's
70 viewers or 70 subscribers.
70 subscribers, not viewers. I apologize.
Keep it up.
Getting ahead of myself.
Keep it up.
It's sealed inside numbers, and I'm very happy about it.
Grinch Girl says, I had enough fun last New Year's Eve to last 5 years. I stayed sober this year. Yeah, staying sober is not as fun like while the event's going on, but
you're glad the day after.
You're glad the day after, man. You're tap dancing and having a gay old time. All right, I want to do this story, and then after we do this one, we'll get to the Elisa Jordana stuff, and then after the Elisa Jordana stuff, the show will be over, and I will have to have terrible conversations that I'm not looking forward to having today. Oh, I wanted to start my own business. I wanted to take my show and have it be private. Now I have to make phone calls. Great. Let's talk about North Carolina State radio broadcaster Gary Hahn.
Oh, God, that was so close.
Yeah. This guy has been doing North Carolina State college football games on the radio for years. And during their loss to Maryland in Duke's Mayo Bowl in Charlotte, North Carolina Friday, Hahn made some comments as he relayed the score of the Sun Bowl. So the Sun Bowl was going down in El Paso in Texas. Mm-hmm. He was in North Carolina or South Carolina, whatever, doing the game he was doing. He decided to make sometimes when you're a sportscaster, you don't just want to read the score or whatever. That's a little too bland. It's a little too vanilla. So he wanted to put some pep in it. He wanted to add some commentary in.
Okay.
With his reading the scores. So he decided to kick his own flavor into it.
Oh, these nappy-headed hoes.
Yeah, it doesn't always work well for radio people.
Not really.
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6. That's with 11:15 to go in the second quarter. Let's go to the sidelines. Tony Haynes.
Well, NC State, not a lot of depth in the secondary.
That's the end of the clip.
I wonder what part was controversial.
Wait a minute. He never went. Here's my thing. He never went back to the illegal alien thing. It was just an offhanded, shitty comment, and then back to the football stuff. This has 4 million views, by the way, just on the Twitter clip.
I mean,
I get that it's controversial.
But he's not wrong.
I also get that it's the North Carolina State Radio Network. They probably have spoken that way a million times. This only got more attention because it was a bowl game.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy has probably said shit like that for years. I mean, it looks like he's been their announcer for, at least 30 years?
Obviously, we're not even going to make it to the bowl game, so I feel confident saying it's really all the fault of the... Whoa, hold it, homie.
All right, well, now the Pinstripe Bowl, where the Gophers are ahead in the land of the Jews there in New York City. Yeah, like there's the thing about a lot of these sportscasters when they all get in trouble is like there's never any reason for it. Like they all go out of their way to get in trouble. In sports, you should never get in trouble for anything because there's nothing interesting enough going on that you should be saying anything worthy of getting in trouble. Like, oh, that guy, should have caught that ball. You're not going to get fired for that. But
he got canceled for questioning their use of a flag.
Yeah. Oh, he let it slip like it was Lizzo grabbing for a salad, I mean, you don't need to say things like that. But this guy decided to just out of nowhere go, around all the illegal aliens there in New Mexico, in El Paso. It's like, dude, I don't think that had anything to do with the score of the Sun Bowl. Like,
A fumble on the field, and they are on it like Lizzo on a tray of cupcakes.
They're on it like a single mom cashing her welfare check and grabbing some Popeyes. Am I right, everybody? It's like, well, dude, you were just supposed to say who recovered the fumble.
All right, he's evaded capture like a father avoiding the paternity test.
Holy Jesus, man.
It's the Sun Bowl. And amongst all the illegal aliens down in El Paso, it's UCLA 14 and Pittsburgh 6.
So anyway, he got fired.
Mm-hmm.
He's now gone. He's out the door. And I will say, like, I get that it would be offensive. I get that some people will go, whoa, dude, what the fuck? But it doesn't feel like a cut your head off fireable offense. It feels like, first of all, it's the last football game of the year, so everyone has the whole offseason to forget about it.
Mm-hmm. And we will.
And we will. And then at the end, you could just go, all right, man, look, we're making you watch some kind of video, or we're going to publicly say that you're doing this or whatever, and then you come back next year. Now, there's also the radio end of this, which a lot of times in radio, they'll use things as an excuse to do something they were already going to do.
Look, he's gotten a big contract.
Yes.
You can't argue him back, and he's kind of bent us over a barrel with his tenure, so time to get rid of the racist.
If you're an older radio guy, you probably signed a bigger contract, you make more money that they don't throw around in radio anymore. So they're like, oh, we could fire him, and then we could take that program director of our oldies station, and we could let him call the football game. And
he's dumb enough to do it for free.
Right, he'll do it for like $300 a game, whereas this guy's making, $125,000 a year just to do college football games. So they'll take the mildly offensive thing that he said, blow it up into something huge. Again, usually it's your place that will defend you when the mob comes after you. I bet you the mob didn't even come after him for this one. His own school went, oh, wow, that's a really terrible, offensive thing. We can't believe people are complaining. And then people went, sir, nobody's complaining. Nobody said a thing about it. They're like, shut the fuck up. Shh, it's doing a thing here.
People are so offended. Nobody's offended.
I've got the program director of K105 who says he'll do this thing for $5,000 next year. Are you
He is emptying his box in a Dex.
Don't fuck this up for me. I'm going to get a raise because I just cut our bottom line by $100,000. Fuck. You guys don't listen. Yeah, Chris says he's an old dude, based-ass way to retire, basically. Yeah, he's old enough where he can retire. He's also old enough where he makes too much money to be doing radio anymore. This seems like a nice way to go out with some fireworks.
Radio makes too little money to afford him.
Yes. So just go out with a bang. Zen Rhino says $300 a game. What the fuck? When I worked as a DJ in FM radio, they would let me produce Steelers and Pirates games on the AM side for overtime hours. I didn't get paid per event. When I started in radio, I got $50 to do a play-by-play.
When I started working at the station, I pretty much did it for free. Or wait, no, you paid me $25 to do live events, or $50 for that. No, I don't.
Right,
remember.
which was not my responsibility, but I found out the station wasn't paying you, and I'm like, well, I got to give him something.
Yeah. And then Gary's like, you know what? This guy's willing to come in and do this stuff for free. You know what we should do? Not let him have any responsibilities.
Exactly. So apparently, illegal aliens is not an offensive term, no matter what they want us to believe. And newsflash, there are a ton of illegal aliens down in El Paso.
Like I said, he wasn't wrong.
Right. But in fairness, I don't think they were firing him over the factual nature of what he said. I think they were firing him over the fact that he just out of nowhere while reading a score to a football game went, and as they're there around all those fucking Mexicans.
There's literally someone there with like a checklist of everything we can get him for. Like, nope. Nope. We got one.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We got him on something. Nice. Let's go ahead and do our overtime stuff.
All right.
For today on what's been I did hear that we got into the mid 400s today, so it was down about 100 and change from where we usually are, but it was in line with where the day after Christmas was last week, which is very, very nice. And also a day where not only did we apparently broadcast on a federal holiday, which is always
a good choice,
dumb thing to do, but also if you missed the news earlier, we will have a new look steel toe going forward as Old Capitol has closed its doors. So Unfortunately, we've got to make that up somewhere, so we'll probably inform you on the evening show. I've already informed Johnny in person what it means for him, so he doesn't sit here and have
another pay cut. That means I'm now paying him.
Ain't no more cuts to make, brother.
That's what I said. Another pay cut, which means I'm now paying you.
Right. So, yeah, I just wanted Johnny to know while he's sitting here that, like, don't worry.
You act like I don't sit at home sometimes going, and so if I do get shit canned for any number of reasons why I could have possibly gotten that to happen, what do we do?
Yeah, this is someone says another restaurant going down. Yeah, and this is another one that's saying, look, after COVID and shit, like, we just couldn't get it ramped up. Well, you got, again, the double whammy of COVID, and then once the inflation started, people stopped going to bars and restaurants in the numbers they were before. So
it's almost like anybody would have trouble surviving, let alone if someone tried to tank their business right beforehand.
Oh, yeah, and then, dickbag. Now everyone's going to drop us because they're going to go, oh, my God, Steel Toe's business cancer. Best Burger, Old Capitol.
Why did you have to hire every restaurant I love?
Sorry. Stoney's is still doing great. Shh. Cheetos is a really happy guy.
Don't jinx it, man.
He's doing awesome.
I'm out of Bloody Marys if I lose that one. I can't get a burger. I lost my ravioli. Life fucking sucks.
Jesus. Yeah, I mean, you go to, somebody just pointed this out in the chat. You go to like a fast food place now, and those were the options that, like you have, like McDonald's and Taco John's and shit. Those were the places you went because you wanted a cheap, quick family meal. Now we just order the kids Happy Meals, like fuck getting stuff for us. Yeah. And it's like $27.
Yeah.
Like even the fast food places, it's like, oh, so this is they're
the
doing
cheap part's gone.
They've moved up to Applebee's prices. Applebee's has moved up to like Red Lobster prices. Red Lobster has moved up to like real good restaurant prices.
And real good restaurants are gone.
Are closing. Yeah, they're just shut down. This is part of the Illuminati's plan to just make us just eat shittier and shittier food for more and more money. It's all part of the deal.
It'll later be referred to as the fast food wars.
Yes, and Taco Bell will come out victorious. Adam, the 69 says, your friends at Compound who have sponsors, I'm sure they could help you because they're nice and they like you. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure I could. I just don't like to use friendships that way.
It's a little weird. Like, hey, I'm having trouble, so how about you help me out?
Like, I could ask him about the hot sauce thing, and I'm sure Steel Toe could get a hot sauce, but I don't want to. But then you're taking money away from whatever their hot sauce
you
might be.
You're kind of effing your friends to save yourself.
I don't want to do that.
Maybe just, earn your stuff on your own time. Then nobody has any beef about nothing.
Thank you very much to Dr. Silverwolf with $5, $30 away from next Monday's goal.
Thank you.
He says, I personally want to thank you for streaming today. Still hungover and feeling like ass. You're the only good thing today besides the old Cap news. Yeah. What do you do, right?
Wow. I mean, dick. Just let a man have a day.
Clay said, Kevin Brennan and Bob Levy always bring a good show, but everyone else minus Kumia is a complete fucking hack. Well, I don't think everyone is we're all complete fucking hacks.
Yeah, and let's not forget Gino is gay.
Gino's gay. Like, Kevin, like, no offense, Kevin's a funny guy, but, like, you can't say that everyone else is a hack, but Kevin's not. Like, Kevin does the same thing every show. He just bitches and complains about everybody and everything. I mean,
he's just super entertaining.
It's a good show, and it's entertaining, but you can't say, like, oh, because people have this weird thing where if they like someone, they're not a hack, and if they don't like someone, they're a hack. No. I mean, hack and not hack is not based on whether or not you think they're good. It's based on whether or not they do, like, lame, easy shit over and over. That's kind of hack.
Okay, so it's effort-based, not even success-based. So you could say hacky people
yeah,
could be
it's
successful.
Effort. Yeah, all right. That's what it would be. All right, I'm excited to do this Elisa Jordana thing. I mean, to set this up as best I can, the end of this, the first couple clips are going to be set up, but the end clip I have for you is Elisa Jordana completely projecting herself all over this woman she's streaming with. So Elisa, we've hated her for a long time. She had that Discord where people were doxing people and swatting people, and she wasn't doing anything to stop it, wasn't speaking out against it because I only like positivity. Meanwhile, this is one of the most toxic bitches you're ever going to see. She uses people. She manipulates people. She's a climber and a clout chaser. Dated Benji from the Howard Stern Show. Didn't like him, but she's such a sociopath that it's not about love and affection and sex and everything else.
It's about attention.
It's about climbing. So Howard Stern made fun of her, talked about how dog shit she was, embarrassed the hell out of her. Her and Benji are over. Then she goes to Andy Dick, and she is grabbing onto the corpse of Andy Dick and milking it for everything it's worth. She hooked him up with this with the streaming community
Yeah,
that
didn't she
ended
get
up
him on the camping thing?
Yeah, that ended up using him and fueling him with booze and drugs. And she claims to love him. Oh, she still calls him her fiance. And she says, "This is my fiance, Andy Dick."
She doesn't have any suitors.
If you loved the guy and you gave a shit about him, you wouldn't let him go to these places. He's an addict. You can't give an addict booze and drugs.
You can't give an addict somebody who will give them booze and drugs.
Right. So she's a terrible fucking human being. She's an awful person. She had Benji's ex-girlfriend, Ayala Stern, on her show, who's apparently big on TikTok.
Okay.
She had her on her live streams, her IRL streaming. And IRL streaming is about the lowest of the low. It's really fucking bad and dirty and nasty and shitty. But she had her on, and you can tell from the get-go that Elisa Jordana is annoyed by this chick, that Elisa Jordana is feeling a little exposed by this chick, because as dumb as this Ayala Stern is, and she is dumb, she's a dumb TikToker, she raises some very good points about Elisa, and then at the end causes Elisa to have a meltdown that kind of self-owns Miss Jordana. Let's go ahead and check it out without further ado.
There you go. Okay, here, if you want to read the chat, there it is.
I'm going to just bring up our...
Ayala is like I am like a cartoon character. Thanks.
So we just went to the Hollywood Museum.
No, I didn't get anyone's. We just went to the Hollywood Museum.
Look at how annoyed she is when the attention is not on her. Watch her face during it. Don't look at Ayala Stern. She's just going to talk. But her face gets so annoyed whenever the attention is not on her.
Yeah, as soon as she starts talking and reading the chat and it's all about her, she's getting pissy. Plus, I know it won't happen, but I'd love to see this happening in real life so I could just scream it. Nobody cares!
Yeah, right, exactly. Like I said, don't hold this woman up as a hero. She's just the conduit that we're using to get her to lose her mind.
Yeah. And we saw a bunch of really cool stuff. And I do want to say something because I do sense like these different motives here, and you know, I feel like you know, coming from there to Hollywood Museum, you know, where old school film was produced, and you know, everyone has their own situation. And
she is so fucking annoyed because she's about to call out Elisa for being fake and being phony and doing this bullshit IRL streaming stuff.
Okay.
And Elisa wants to do this thing where she wants to be a clout-chasing crotch goblin, you know, jump onto any dick that'll get you a little attention. She wants to do these things where you abandon dignity, but then she also wants to be respected at the same time. I'm sorry, Elisa.
You can't have both.
Being respected waved bye-bye to you a long time ago. There's a reason the only people who hold you up as anything good are people with severe mental problems. I mean, severe mental problems. People who you look at them and you go, oh, they're not okay.
Yeah.
Those are the people who think you're good. Everyone else looks at you as the clout-chasing climber that you are. And you surround yourself with these people because you know they're too stupid to see what you actually are.
this is an act, okay?
What's an act?
Like improv, whatever, okay? And I wanted
She
to
just eye rolled.
I know.
She just eye rolled her guest.
You know why? Because Elisa has heard this from everyone. Every time she brings someone in from outside her bubble, they all say the same shit about her. It always ends up being the same thing. Now, I'm lucky that we got to be one of the first ones to really hammer this out, really dig in and go after. Elisa Jordana is the one we kind of exposed. Then Brennan brought her on his show, and she got exposed further. And, you know, it's, you know, Chrissy Mayer and Frank Pellegrino saw her for what she was and the whole deal. And that we were kind of the ones to kind of get the ball rolling on Elisa. We were kind of Chad, I know Frank Pellegrino gives us the credit for the Chad thing getting started.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I think we picked that ball up. It had been left alone for a while, but people had mocked him before.
Mm-hmm.
It had just been like 6 to 8 months since anyone had done anything. We kind of came by Chad innocently enough. We didn't know that he was a target of other people. But Elisa was ours. Elisa was a personal thing where something happened to us that she could have done something about, and she did fucking nothing, so we decided to start hammering the shit out of her. And now everyone who comes into her circle from the outside completely has her pegged within minutes.
And it's always the same thing.
You're fake. You're phony. This isn't real. You're putting on an act. You're just trying to clout chase. And she's rolling her eyes, and this bothers her so much because she keeps hearing it. And I guarantee that as this Ayala Stern is talking about this, in the back of her head, she's hearing...
Everybody's a buzz about the toe guy.
That's also got to bother her, though, too.
Because it's the shit we've been saying.
Well, not even just because of that. She's a clout chaser, and she's, looking to get some notoriety and everything else. We're doing that off of her, not even trying to.
No.
And at the end of the day, we move on, and we're like, all right, we're done with you. We're going on to do something else.
Yeah.
And we just keep on going.
We'll revisit you when you fuck up again.
Yeah, and it's just like, as a clout chaser, you're like, I wish I could do that.
So, yeah, you think she's having some TikTok chick on her stream because they're friends or whatever? No, she clearly hates her. It's a clout chasing move. And also, how mentally ill is this? Elisa used to date Benji Bronk from the Howard Stern show.
Mm-hmm.
So now she's having another one of Benji's exes on her show. Could we send out the message any more desperately that we still want to be around that Howard Stern world?
And that we still wish that, we were never turned away.
Oh.
Be clear, okay, that it's not like who I am, okay? And that's why I wanted to go on this live, because I think that I felt yesterday I came out a little bit bad, and it kind of bothered me.
Bothered you?
I was watching this and I was like, does she talk like an idiot, or was that like a low-key dig?
Drop?
Yeah, did she just do a bothered dig at Elisa Jordana? Now, I don't think
that face looks like Elisa almost thinks that for a minute.
Yeah, she's
like, oh, you little bitch.
See, I don't know if that was.
I don't know. I grew up with 3 sisters, and that's the looking up like, oh, I'm smiling, so obviously I'm not thinking you're a cunt in the back of my head.
Also,
Wait, go back to the bothered reaction.
Yeah, because
I want to see if
bad, and it kind of bothered me. Also,
oh wow, that
she looked up and then
looked away. Oh wow, that did hit her. Whether or not she meant it as that, I don't know if she did. Elisa took it that way.
Don't care.
I don't know. And yeah, that's basically it. So that's what I wanted to say. Why do you like to put people, make them come out bad, Alyssa?
Elisa. So I don't like that.
Okay.
I know.
Right, that's why you stream with Andy Dick when he's all fucked up, you lying harpy. Boy, you really don't. If you're going to do shit, you can't get all pissy when someone calls you out for it. Own what you do. I've been telling her this for so long. Own what you do. You're not respectable. You're not a show host. You're not a journalist. You're nothing like that. You are a lowly IRL streamer walking the dirty, filthy, disgusting, scum-ridden streets of Los Angeles. It's time. Look, you've already abandoned dignity. Now is the time for you to embrace it and admit it, and then you can move on. But as long as you keep trying to hold to, oh, I'm a pretty girl who's being who's respectable. The looks the looks are leaving. You're getting older. 2, nobody respects you, except for a bunch of people who missed their meds that day. So everybody who comes in from the outside sees you for what you are, except for you. Just own it.
And I mean, honestly, it's really hard to be like, I don't like that kind of stuff. I don't like painting people in a bad picture. Yeah, but you developed a community of like rabid people that go after anyone you don't like, and you never denounce that.
Right. The only people who would watch you are really mentally ill people. And then you treat them like they're normal when they start fucking up and doing bad things. You can't cater to this audience. It's like Siegfried and Roy having a tiger. You can't be around tigers all the time and then get to act surprised when you get bit by a tiger.
It's almost like you were playing with a tiger.
Yeah. So let's watch. This is a next part, skipping to 4 minutes here, where they bring up their mutual ex, Benji Bronk from the Howard Stern show.
Okay, so Ayala is a very big TikTok star. She takes it very seriously. She looks at it as an art form.
So why do you talk to Benji when he still goes on dating friends? Like, not that I'm interested in him, but why do you keep talking to him and calling him in the morning?
I like this. I like that Elisa's trying to control her stream, and this chick just keeps bringing up embarrassing shit to her.
Hey, why do you, act like, a clout chasing...
Yeah, I'm sure that Elisa doesn't want it brought up in her public stream that she's still talking to Benji from the Howard Stern show.
Because I'm sure a lot of the gentlemen that she's super nice to, that they think, oh, I have a connection with her, aren't going to like hearing that.
And she's still calling Andy Dick her fiance, but he's too fucked up to be upset that she still talks to an ex. Not that she would care anyway.
Yeah, just curious. Yeah.
Why do I call Benji?
Yeah, why do you call him so much? Do you want to get back to him, or what's up with that? You guys
I
are
like her.
friends? Like, what's up? Yeah, why don't we talk about it?
He's one of the best people I know. That's why.
Right. So don't you want to move on, meet a woman?
No, not. I don't want to. I'm not gay.
No.
I'm not gay.
No, she said, don't you want him to move on?
She meant, don't you want him to move on? It's not all about you. Maybe if you would stop staring at your phone while she's talking, you would be able to understand what she's saying to you.
Yeah, but you have to listen to your guest. But that would require having, I don't know, care that she's there.
You're not gay.
I'm not gay. I don't like women like that. I don't think I do.
No, I mean, like, don't you want him to move on, meet a woman for him? Not that I wanted him. Not that I want anything to do with this. But I think that I'm never contacting Benji, or, like, if I do, it would be very minimal. If I do want to, I would love to meet Howard Stern.
Okay.
At least she can admit it.
I'd love to meet Howard Stern. Aren't you related? You guys have the same last name.
Right. Tell her you're a member of the tribe.
Also, IRL streamers, seriously, man, it looks like homeless people with phones. Like, just get a set.
I was just going to
Do
say
something.
that. It just looks like you're wandering the streets homeless and you're just filming shit. And, you know, we can criticize the people who do IRL streaming, but the people who watch it are really the most broken ones. That this is we have limitless amounts of entertainment and you choose this.
Yeah.
Best of luck. No accounting for taste, I guess. So she brings up Andy Dick in this next one because she's pissed off this Ayala Stern and she doesn't want to be on the camera anymore because she's called Elisa out and saying, look, this is fake.
You're being fake.
You're being fake. This whole thing is fake. She said, I don't want to be associated with it anymore. I'm off camera.
Off YouTube? No, I don't take my stuff off. What? No, I'm not taking it off. I'm not. I want to just come back. Come back. We can.
Oh, and somebody's pissed because now they chased off their TikToker that they were hoping to suck some fans out of.
Exactly. Now this big TikToker is going to say shitty things about you. You won't get to grift off her audience now.
Right now on the phone. He's got her on the phone. He's trying to smooth things over so I can go apologize. We'll meet her wherever she is, and we're going to apologize. What's going on?
I don't want to be a part of it, okay? If you want to keep it on it, you better.
Okay, so Ayala, can I say one thing? Ayala, there's some very successful actors.
They're just sitting on the sidewalk like homeless, like you said, like homeless people.
That are on the network that me and Billy are on. One of them is my fiance, Andy Dick, who was on the show Less Than Perfect. He was on, what else was he on?
The Andy Dick Show.
On Andy Dick Show.
Andy Dick Show.
What
Can't
else?
remember that one. News Radio.
News Radio. Have you ever heard of the show News Radio?
Yeah, I was alive in the 90s.
Yeah, by the way, you're telling her why she should be nice to you because you know a lot of people who've been more successful than you have.
Right. And by the way, great way to show that you're not just siphoning off Andy Dick for his career when you call him your fiance, and then instead of listing things that he makes you feel or, things you guys do together,
you list his credits.
You list his credits. Wow. That's really amazing, Elisa. What I love about her is it's so easy to dissect her because she does it to herself right in front of you.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the self-awareness to realize this is a bad look.
Well, that's all of our little cows.
Speaking of not a good look. So she brought up Andy Dick, and she says, all these actors are coming. All these people are coming. You're going to want to be on the stream with me.
On this network that she's on.
So she says, well, if you want me to talk to Andy Dick, I'll talk to Andy Dick. Elisa no like that one bit.
Oh, wait a minute. Without her, though?
This is the pinnacle of this this clip.
Hi. I'm just putting it on my own face. It's just on my face. It's not even. It's turned. No. I'm just gonna turn. No.
Hi, how's it going?
Hi, Ayala.
You as well.
Let's go get some.
Okay, where do you want to go?
I don't know. You guys are hungry? I will get you. It's my Airbnb, so they said no guests.
No, we don't need a guest. We could just stand out here for a second, and then we could go wherever you want.
That's the beauty of IRL streaming.
Yeah. Beauty of IRL streaming is we don't really have a plan or a show to do or anything interesting planned. So
or a stage or a studio or any sort of a setup, so we could just walk.
Let's wander around like homeless people with our phones on.
Okay, it's just on my face. Okay. Okay.
It's on my face.
Okay.
Call it your
I'll
moneymaker,
follow
but
you
let's be
guys.
honest.
Could you imagine anything more vapid than this? I can't.
I can't, but I'm also I don't want to. I mean,
right.
There's a
Don't
certain
rack
point.
your brain and
there's
hurt
a certain
yourself.
point where if you can figure out how something could be real, you also don't want to live in that reality. And
Right.
that's where I am.
I don't want to create the scenario lest it come to life.
Everything we did with COVID came back to turn real. I'm stopping now.
So here's Elisa finding out that Ayala decided, well, I don't need Elisa Jordana to talk to Andy Dick.
Okay.
And now everything we've said about her relationship with Andy Dick, she's controlling him. She's keeping him fucked up. She's brainwashing him. She's making sure that he stays in a bubble so she can make money off of him. We've accused her of being a climber, a clout chaser, not really giving a shit about these guys, but only using them so that she can fill this idea of fame that's escaped her entire life. And she's been mad at us for those criticisms.
Okay.
I want you to watch the behavior she exhibits, and I want to ask you if Elisa Jordana maybe owes us an apology.
Oh, I thought you were saying we were about to eat a whole bunch of humble pie.
Oh, yeah. Or the flip side, maybe we're going to show that we've been wrong about Elisa the whole time. She really does just care about Andy Dick's well-being, and she even wants him to get into a rehab and whatnot.
Okay.
Those are the two things that could happen in this clip.
Ayala, do you want to say bye to your fans?
That I'm hoping will
say
come to
goodbye
me.
to the fans
Right.
before Okay. I don't know if called her Lala. I don't know if Ayala wants to say bye, but I mean, this is definitely going to be my last stream with her. I will not stream with her again. I just can't take it. It's just too much for me.
You chased her off.
How do you like being called out, huh? How do you like being played with? Huh? How does it feel? Nobody should feel sympathy for this woman.
What I'm willing to do. Yeah.
I can't believe
great
she
show prep.
Yeah. Ayala, what's going on over there? What's she doing? Billy, who's she talking to?
So she's saying, I'll text you my name. So she's talking to someone.
And she's establishing who she is with that
And
person.
he's saying, hey, why don't you give me your text? Why don't you give me your this? We'll get in touch, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Oh, get ready for the fireworks.
Who's she talking to? She's
Who is that? Who are you talking to? Billy! Who's she talking to?
She's not. She's always so comfortable on her streams and like, I'm the queen and I'm in
Who's she talking to?
The minute she doesn't have control, she goes into full-blown panic mode. Wait till you find out who she's talking to.
Who's she talking to? Shouldn't you be doing a show?
Ayala, who are you talking to?
What business is it of yours?
Who's she talking to? Andy? No, you're not talking to. That's my fiance. That's my fiance. Andy, do not talk to her. Andy, do not talk to her. She's a fucking bitch. Do not talk to her.
She is panicking. She is losing her mind because Ayala might actually give a shit about Andy, try to get him help, tell her what's going on with Elisa. In Elisa's mind, this is the cult member leaving the cult. This is Andy on Rumspringa, and she doesn't want that.
I mean, could you at least let the facade hold for like a minute? Like, you dropped it so fast, it almost made my fucking head spin. And I have balance issues. I do not appreciate that. Like, honestly, dude, wow.
I love
Just
this.
immediately. Don't talk to him. She's a bitch. Whoa.
I'm your friend, Andy. Don't trust her. Don't trust anyone that's outside of me. I'm the one that you can trust. Meanwhile, she's kept him fucked up. She's kept him loaded.
She's introduced him people who've done the same.
He went to jail because of the shit she's put him through. And now he's out and she's, I'm your friend, Andy.
He got mugged and called her, and she put him on air.
With his face all busted
fucked it up. And just like, he wasn't in a position to be interviewed. It wasn't a good look for him.
And now we're getting an inside look at what Elisa does when he talks to anyone outside of her. Can you spell abusive relationship any better than this conversation is?
No, and this makes her comment to her before look even worse when her when Alea or whatever her name is, Alaya.
Yeah.
Anyhow, when she said
Ayala.
Ayala, there we go. Never mind. Anyway, so that's with him, her ex and her chasing after the ex thing. And she's like, why don't you want him to move on and meet someone and meet a woman and
She
get
doesn't
his...
want anybody.
And the thing is that's what this proves.
Yeah.
Because literally, I'm talking to Andy Dick. What are you talking to him? He's my fiance!
Do you want to go back to the start of this meltdown and we'll shut up for the whole thing?
Yeah.
Who are you talking to? Billy! Who's she talking to?
Why do you care?
Ayala, who are you talking to? Who's she talking to? Andy? No, you're not talking to. That's my fiance. That's my fiance. Andy, do not talk to her. Andy, do not talk to her. She's a fucking bitch. Do not talk to her.
Did you just take a phone from somebody?
No, get the fuck out of here. You're gonna talk to my fiance to get some kind of connection? Are you fucking out of your mind?
Gave me the number.
Yeah, Andy's not talking to you, bitch. No, you're not gonna try to take my Andy from me.
Ooh, that you talk about letting the mask slip. That was a full-on drop.
You aren't taking my Andy from me. That's my meal ticket. I have been pumping him full of drugs and booze, waiting for this to end so I can get paid to do the documentary.
Hey, wait a minute. If this woman's a nobody and she's not attractive or anything else, why is she such a threat to you, Elisa? The ugliness, the mirror that she looks into, and the ugliness she sees reflecting out of it, you're getting to see the mask slip here. She doesn't believe she's worthy. She doesn't believe she's going to get anywhere with it if anyone else comes in and interferes. This Ayala is now a threat to her because she's got a plan for this relationship with Andy. She's going to get a certain thing out of it, or is getting a certain thing out of it. And she's worried that if Andy talks to anyone that's not her, they'll fill him in on what a piece of dog shit deal he's got, and it'll all be exposed and she'll fall apart and she'll have to find an even bigger celebrity fuck-up boyfriend to manipulate.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to discredit anything that she's about to say or do about it, it really helps that you were begging her to be on your show, being super nice, no, just come back, just come back.
Right.
And then the minute she leaves, who's she talking to? And you're a bitch, don't talk to my boyfriend. Like, you wanted her to be on your show.
It's fucking perfect.
No,
Andy,
you're
don't
not
want
allowed to
Andy.
talk to her. You're not allowed to talk to her.
You're not allowed to tell him who he's allowed to talk
What are
to.
you doing?
My phone. I freaking. They were talking to each other. He was giving her some advice.
No, Andy, you're not talking to her. Sorry.
He was just giving her advice about something.
No.
Even Elisa's person, like the person who's with Elisa, is like, it's not a big deal, Elisa. He was just giving her advice.
And again, I don't know if you're aware of this, ma'am. You don't get to tell people who they can and can't talk to.
Right.
The assumption and stipulation that you do.
I also don't give a shit about Andy Dick. Like, Andy Dick's had multiple chances to fix himself, and he fucking
hasn't,
won't.
yeah.
And he associates with these people who do this shit to him. So part of this is on Andy Dick, too. But watching her flip the fuck out is so telling.
I'm sorry.
No. Get the fuck. Are you fucking crazy, Andy? This is the bitch that fucking hit me yesterday. You're gonna give her advice? Yeah. No. She doesn't get any connections, Andy. No.
Then why was she on your
Hold on.
You handed her the phone.
I didn't.
Yeah, he goes, you handed her the phone. Andy's like, what the like, even Andy, who's probably intoxicated, is like, what the fuck's your problem? Like, you brought like you said, you brought this bitch on your show.
Yeah.
Oh, she does not like being in control. How do you like being played with,
All right.
Elisa? How do you like being manipulated? How do you like it? How does it feel, honey? How does it feel, sugar tits? How does it feel to be worked over, manipulated, not in control? I hope it feels fucking good.
Oh, and by the way, sweetie, why is it she doesn't get any connections? You had her on your show because she has more than you.
Exactly. She's got more connections than you do.
She
by the way,
need you.
if Ayala Stern ends up seeing this, you are welcome on this show anytime to talk about your experience with Elisa Jordana. I'd love to have a conversation.
So
I did not hand her the phone. No, Andy.
I don't know who she is, and I didn't say, let me talk to the bitch that hit it.
She hit me yesterday, Andy. You're really gonna give her advice, acting advice?
But you brought her back on, so obviously the hitting thing didn't bother you until you could use it as a way to manipulate Andy Dick.
Plus, why is it a big problem she's talking to Andy Dick? You used Andy's dick or Andy Dick, sorry.
No, you had it right.
You used Andy's dick as the name drop to get her to come back. You're like, hey, by
Right.
the way, Andy Dick, all this stuff. So you're just paying off what you said you do.
Exactly.
Connections.
And by the way, Elisa, I doubt it's the first time a woman's wanted to punch you in the face, so just relax.
She's a climber. Andy, you think I'm a climber? She's a real climber. She's real. This is the real deal.
Yeah, because she's succeeding.
Wait a minute. That slip, though. Andy.
You think I'm a climber.
Andy, you think I'm a climber. What is it going to take to get Andy to, because it sounds like he's right there.
It sounds like he's done it everything but publicly said it.
It sounds like he's right there. They just need to get him off the booze and the drugs. That's why they keep him all drugged and liquored up. Is because if he doesn't, he has a moment of clarity and he goes, you're just a clout chaser and a climber.
I've seen 1 million of you in my career.
Right.
I don't know who she is, and I didn't say, let me talk to the bitch that hit.
She hit me yesterday, Andy.
Projecting.
You're really gonna give her advice, acting advice?
Projection
She's a climber. Andy, you think I'm a climber? She's a real climber. She's real. This is the real deal. A bitch climber. She just wants to be an actress. She uses everybody around her. She tries.
Is there a mirror where you're pointing? Is this projection? Is this that Elisa Jordana projection I've heard so much about? Because it sounds like she's screaming into a mirror.
She's just a climber. She's younger than me. She's more successful than me. She's sitting there
Prettier
with
than
more
me.
viewers than I have on fucking TikTok. She is a bitch climber.
She's not a bitch climber. She's the one who asked you, why are you still talking to our ex-boyfriend?
And she's also the one who was a guest on your show.
She's got her own TikTok. She's doing her own thing. She's not the one dating famous guys so that she can get a bump from it, Elisa. I'm sorry, but Ayala Stern owned you here.
Clinging to every famous guy she did date in case they suddenly became relevant again.
Yeah.
She used me. She used Benji. She's trying to use Billy. She thinks Billy's related to Shirley Temple, which is definitely not true. But
well, how'd she get that idea? Did you say that? You said that. You probably told her that, which was a lie.
She's a bullshit artist, and she's a loser, and she's insane. So you're not talking to her. Sorry.
Sorry. Did you forget that he is an adult capable of making his own decisions? When
that thin facade of reasonable person she has snaps at the first sign of her being exposed, and she just lets it all out. She's like that person who goes on a crazy rant in a movie about what an evil, duplicitous bastard they've actually been, only to find out the microphone to the whole auditorium is on, and now they all see it, and she's like, oh, shit.
You think you've won. You've traded a killing stroke, a shore footing for a killing stroke.
I don't care. I don't want to talk to him. Where were you? I don't know where the fuck you were. I'm trying to talk to you.
Andy Dick is fucked up in this, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It's too bad.
Right here.
Well, I thought you were coming up here.
Oh.
Just please please don't talk to that woman, please.
Okay, so
just wait. It's almost done. Okay, so this is gonna be music now, and we can't play that. But that's the end of that clip. That was such a perfect example of what that
I thought you
chick
said
is.
you were going to come up here. Oh, it's almost like she's strumming you along, and she didn't want to address that right there. She just goes, just please don't see her.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to make any promises to you on the air.
Please don't talk to her. Or no, not please don't. You're not talking to her. You're not talking to her, Andy. Oh, was that perfect? God, just I've never seen in one clip Elisa project all the things she is onto another person so perfectly, doing it to Andy Dick.
And like I said, she dropped her facade so fast. Like, so fast from, I just want to be friends. I don't like hostility or all this negative attitude shit.
Yeah. She's a fucking bitch. She hit me. And
I mean, Jesus.
My favorite line, you think I'm a climber, Andy? She's a climber.
She's a real climber. Yeah, she's a real climber because she's actually doing it. You're a climber hopeful.
Oh, that was beautiful. And the best part is, nobody did it to her.
She did it all to herself.
She did it all to herself. Oh, Elisa Jordana, another one of our gifts that keeps on giving.
Self-owned so hard, I almost have a chubby.
Ozymandias says, this kind of makes me an Ayala fan. In fairness,
it's nice.
It's because of who she's projected against.
Yeah.
I mean, she's probably just some vapid TikToker, but she's great in this clip.
Dude, this is the Greta Thunberg thing for me. It's not about who she is.
Right.
It's about what she did and how she did it, but more importantly, who she did it to.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So for today, Ayala Stern is great. Guys, that's going to do it for today. We will talk to you again tonight at 7 p.m. for the evening show. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
We will talk to you again, as I said, tonight, 7 o'clock, and then tomorrow morning back again at 6 a.m. Central for the morning show.